Mika, oi, what's up man? Jadi subaton pasca satu kasep. Kapan gue bilang aja? Eyo, halo. Ntar kita nobarnya Ae lawan Bume ya bro. Mager gue yang lain. Oh enggak ya. Enggak lah. Kapan gue bilang sih? Gue kira satu kasus mau subaton. Enggak. Kayak kalau gue subaton cepet bro, bisa bro, semua. Gue tinggal lebih mau ngantar nyokap dulu. Oke.
Match found.
Halo bang, halo Kresna.
Death match.
Jam berapa Bum? Siang 2:30 apa? Nggak tentu juga sih. Halo. Halo Soy, what's up Soy?
You man ready for a light show?
Fight.
Let's go. Get out of here.
Shut the hell up.
Triple, baby. One drop. Target down.
Halo Big, halo. Apaan sih entot? Sabun banget ngentot.
Embarrassing.
Ten kills remaining.
Heads up.
Five kills
out.
remaining. Dominating.
What?
One kill remaining.
Halo Mika, what's it going?
Hey, it's not bad.
Cara gak gampang tilted gimana Mik? Tahu gue tilted anjing. Main DM aja. Baru nge-spawn belum lihat siapa-siapa udah tewas. Pepe. Siang ini kompe kan Mik? Nggak tahu. Halo Fadel. Halo Dito.
Match found. Deathmatch. Warm up.
Gear up, stay safe.
Make at gua
Going back
apaan? Lu ganti akun lagi.
Fight.
Let's make some chaos. Got him. Next. Ciao. Three for me. Got one.
Kenapa sih Han? Lu ganti account lagi atau gimana?
One down.
Dominating.
Three for me.
10 kills remaining.
See ya.
Bang Mik IG itu ya guys ya atau apa iya ya guys ya.
Jet's grounded. Get out of here.
5 kills remaining.
Nembak apa sih gua anjing? Terus tapi suka terpatah normal.
Ouch! Dropped!
One kill remaining.
It's dead! Jetchi, as colorful as Carnaval.
Sebut nama aku Bang Mik. Ntar gue liat dulu. Udah match siapa lawan siapa sih?
Masih bisa bertahan. Tapi di sini one enemy remaining.
Lah FS kalah sama BAM anjing.
Shower berhasil mendapatkan PTC dan oke. Pistol round berhasil dimenangkan oleh Big Bam. Pistol round kedua dan double digit berhasil didapatkan oleh Big Bam Cimomo.
Iya, itu padahal pistolan yang harus banget ya dimenangkan sama teman-teman dari Full Sense, dan kali ini
Ente
setelah
bet dah Full
mendapatkan,
Sense anjing.
pistolannya
Dibantai BAM
Big
gak?
Bam, mereka langsung melakukan
Mik kenapa ya? Mik butuh berapa kali menang lagi baru naik radian? 7 juta kali bro. Hari-hari galau. Kenapa sih? Yalah.
Match found.
Jam berapa Bum? Di jadwal sih 2:30. Tapi lu tau lah VCT gimana.
Death match. Warm up.
shadows they will hide you.
Sudah mengharapkan Indo kalau Indo final.
Fight.
Claw through them.
Dominating.
Me too, bro. Me too.
Disappear.
Fuck off. Oh, walk gak tuh dia bangsat. Ngapain sih? Ngapain? Biar apa? Biar apa? Biar apa? Ngehold angle pakai OP di DM tuh biar apa? Ya Tuhan Yesus.
Sage killed.
Di DM Gold banyak yang ngasih. Lucu ya gitu kalau satu lobby DM isi yang nge-ship semua. Like a retard. Si goblok masih di sini dari tadi. Astaga. Pakai OP di belakang hero.
Dominating. Ten kills remaining. 5 kills remaining.
You were a mistake.
Jago dah bridge-nya.
One kill remaining.
Aneh orang. Mana orang? 205. I love this game, bro. Damn, son. Gue belum ngeliat si Farhan tadi, Cuk. Lupa aja. Takel anjing bridge-nya. Spider. 6325. Salah. 6325. Sabar buka itu dulu jendela. Langsung nobar ya. Kabut anjing. But anjing but. Gabut. Invite Valdi gitu.
To the C playoffs, and one of them have just sent one of the perennial favorites
kelar anjing.
down to the lower bracket. For them to do this versus a team from Thailand, I cannot even begin to explain how huge of an accomplishment this is for the Vietnamese region. Every single fan from Vietnam should be proud by every sense of the word, because these guys brought the heat in full sense. The Tigers of Thailand were just not able to receive it. What a performance from Big Bam. And after that, Dax,
Tapi
after the
anjing
opening
Big
start,
Bam boleh-boleh
I don't
ngalahin
think
full
there is
sense
much that
segitu.
can get in their way.
What a start to RJ, and what a victory there from Big Bam. Really proves why we add new things to SCA and why Vietnam is here to play for the region. But we are back here with Illustrado, and guys, come on, what a series to kick things off in, well, it's the afternoon now, but the morning into the afternoon. First series already, SCA playoffs does not disappoint.
I think it's very safe to say at this point that Vietnam is here and they are showing everybody up in the big
Toxic
league.
ya live
The
chatnya ya.
resounding question at the very beginning of this entire tournament is Vietnam. Yeah, they look good. Do
Silent.
they have they had the time? Have they had the time to adjust?
Where's
Have
the
they had
T-back
time to
FS?
perform and level up their game? And it looks like the answer is, for the most part, yes, because they have answered that. Well, they have answered the fact that they can take a series up against top seed teams like Full Sense. Now, I think the really lingering question right now, Dax, and I'll put this straight to you, is this more of Full Sense underperforming, or is this just Bam showing everybody up?
Yeah, this is Bam. This is the Bam story. And again, I don't know what is up with Bam for first game of a tournament. They
Padahal yang paling
were
respect
not
itu
up to the
Thailand.
stuff that they showed in the group stage consistently as we got into the first map on
Bro, we need
It
patipan, bro.
happened last time versus Gumi Sports in their first match of the group stage. And now they were back into form.
The whole
Maverick
world
two, Maverick
love
three, everything
patipan.
is A-okay. Crazy Guy, of course, is the MVP to no one's
Semua
surprise with a
apa ya?
3.5 KDA.
Semua orang
The
yang
captain of
ngikutin
the
scene
ship
VCT
will steer Big Bam to
pasti
glory.
love patipan.
Is what Big Bam is all about. That's really it. They show how
Gue diajakin
powerful they
nongkrong
can
lagi.
be, how much to
PPKM belum
compete
kelar
against
anjing.
Full Sense. And really, this was a good showing from Full Saints, all things considered. They showed how many plays they had under their repertoire. They had so much, I'd say, confidence coming into these fights, and they wanted to prove that they could be next in line after X10's fall. But no, Big Bam denies it, and really, foreign invaders and crowns, yeah, history has said to us that these things can happen, and Big Bam right now is looking to be the usurpers, as we mentioned a while ago.
Totally. I mean,
Dukung
like
siapa
my
nih?
old man and my mom, my pop, they used
Siapa
to
ada
say,
kalau di luar
you
mah.
might not be able to start the fight strong, but you better end it. And by all means, Bam did. We always questioned.
Kalau Indo lawan
and
Indo gue
kind of
netral.
pondered and pondered, ruminated.
Soalnya
Can
ada
they actually
lower
win
bracket
a
nih.
best
Gue
of
berharap
series against a
ya antara
top
Boom
caliber
atau
team
Ice siapa
themselves?
aja yang menang dan antara yang
They did
kalah
go
di
1-1
lower
for
bracket
the
bisa
most part in the group stages.
sampai final.
Now, they
Ketemu
finally
lagi di
proved
final.
their worth
Bener-bener final ya, grand final.
for their first game, for their first
Itu Indo
series
lawan
to
Indo.
send Full Sense. The Tigers of Thailand, I'm going to keep on saying it because these guys have a mean bite just as bad as their
Tapi
power.
poinnya lebih banyak.
Or in this
Nggak
case,
tahu ya.
for them to do this against the second perennial best team of Thailand, this is a huge accomplishment for Vietnam and for BAM as a whole. They're moving into that semis with a lot of heat behind them.
I agree, and you know, for me, it's all got to be about Crazy Guy right now. You know, so Crazy
Bam bisa
Guy
jadi kuda hitam
is,
gak sih?
I'd say,
Bam lebih main ke objektif ketimbang
you know,
nyari
you
kill.
look at
Itu
it and
namanya
you think,
disiplin.
okay, Big Bam,
Lu di
this
mana,
is
Mik?
his moment of reckoning here. He had,
Di rumah
you
lah.
know, one of the oldest of rosters in Valorant. He moved over from CS, and he was one of the best snipers. And a lot of people are questioning whether he can successfully make that transition. And lo and behold, the way that he shapes up his team absolutely emblazons them. Brings us to believe that there's
Illustrado.
absolutely everything that he
Ducks,
can do
black
for
and
his team.
blue.
An absolute force to be reckoned with here, Dax. And I know you wanted to talk about Crazy Guy. Just to think of the fact that he can be captain like this and perform and put up numbers like that, it's a little bit uncanny, isn't it?
It's also uncanny the fact that his sniper repertoire, it doesn't come in him playing duelist, playing the op, and the like, right? It comes in with the hunters.
Mukanya
usually.
Dax
He's
nggak
so
nyelo dah.
precise at those angles. He knows how those long angles work, and he's just like, okay, I couldn't do these kind of wall bangs that are across the map before in my previous titles. Might as well do it now. But just the leadership, the experience, and how he is just so,
Kayak habis
so
nyimeng, anjing.
reliable. When Big Bam is down and out, Crazy Guy will perform. When Big Bam is on the uprise,
Mekalik tangannya berdarah buka botol.
it's really Crazy Guy there showing us
Suruh
how
obatin
Big
lah.
Bam has him at the heart of the team.
Well, you're absolutely right. And speaking of the people that are at the heart of the team themselves, we have an opportunity to go ahead and have an interview, a wonderful opportunity to sit down with one of the members.
Wih,
We got none
Crazy
other
Guy, bro.
than Crazy Guy himself. You know, the legend. Welcome to the stage, man. Obviously, a lot of us have been a big fan of you, your career ever since. You know, and what we want to hear from you right now, man. Tell us a little bit about the journey that it's like to prove that Vietnam is here to be in VCT as one of the big regions.
I mean, in the beginning, everybody like
In the
didn't look at
beginning.
Vietnam, because we didn't compete in VCT 1, and we didn't do well in VCT 2. But we are here now. We beat the top 1 and the Full Sense, the number 2 in Thailand. I think it's pretty good.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with you completely. I'm gonna follow up a question right after that, and then I'll let Dax leave you to it. But okay, so Crazy Guy, this is what I wanted to ask you. So your transition, you know, as a team that has not had a lot of time in VCT, you guys had, I'd
Yes.
say, one season where you didn't get to play on the first split, right? How was that like? How was making up for that lack of international experience like? Because you seem to have made all the necessary changes.
Ngerti nggak tuh? Ngerti nggak tuh?
I don't know what to say about this, but we just try our best. Like we watch the demo from every team. We have the demo when we scream. We just watch it 2 days before the tournament. I think it's okay.
Yeah, well, I just want to ask Crazy Guy, first things first, congratulations taking down Full Sense. But really, you guys off to a slow start yet again. When you have that first series of the day, that first map, it isn't really the
Brand
best
versus
showing. But
Cerberus.
how
Gue
do you
megang
guys
Brand
bounce
sih
back?
bro.
Because
Kalau Brand
when
lawan
you bounce
Cerberus.
back, you bounce back hard. You impress as soon as you guys are ready. And what's the feeling there, transitioning from a little bit of the low point and back to the big bam glory that we know and love?
To be honest, I think the 10 a.m. match is not for us because normally we wake up at like 12 and we start playing at 1 p.m. or something. I think we are a bit like sleepy and the opponent they read us like I don't know
Sama
what
kayak
to do on split.
Makes sense because I think we took at the time Black and Blue.
Sama kayak
Is
Indo,
it
Jo.
12 o'clock? Oh, that's when Big Bam was waking
Sama
up.
kayak
Now,
Indo,
I think we
anjing.
said it on stream that we had a time.
Oh, yeah.
It was around 12, so
Kalau main pagi
makes
masih
sense.
ngantuk anjing.
Guys, so guys making the schedule. No morning matches for Big Bam, please. Thank you.
Yeah, Black and
First
Blue,
time
I'm
when
gonna
I
leave
saw
it.
when I saw up when we need to play
Go ahead.
10 a.m. I said, oh my god, this is not gonna be good.
Yeah, well,
Anjing
I think
persis banget
none
kayak
of
gue
us are
bangsat.
really morning men here, crazy guy. But
Anjing
one
persis
thing I want
banget.
to ask you, and this is actually close to the time point that they were making, wherein on stage 2, you guys were the newest region to be introduced into VCT, and as Illustrato talked about that means you guys were the freshest faces here. Do you think, as we said that during stage 2, that you guys were like, it's only a matter of time before Vietnam wakes up? They are the sleeper region here in Southeast Asia. Do you guys think that works in your favor, coming up against some of these regions like Thailand, who everybody says is like the best region in Southeast Asia? Do you think that works in your favor? And how do you necessarily capitalize on them kind of thinking of you guys as underdogs?
Rot 692 ya kan. 96 anjing.
It's good when the opponent thinks like they are overdog because when we are underdog, right? We have nothing to lose. If we win, it's a big win. If we lose, it's okay. It's like everybody expect that. So I think I love when someone think we are underdog.
Suka gua cara pemikirannya,
Absolutely
suka
well
banget
said,
gua.
Crazy Guy, and what an amazing match from you guys. Congratulations and thank you for joining us.
Tahu diri gitu.
Thank you guys.
All right, we're gonna let him have his rest. A well-deserved victory right there. Crazy Guy, one of the legends in the Vietnamese community.
Suka gua sama
Very
Crazy
much
Guy,
for
anjing.
good reasons. Still
Cara
putting up
pemikirannya.
the numbers and showing why he is well-deservedly in the top spot at the forefront of our minds. But for now, we're gonna take a little bit of a break here because we do have to get ready for number 2, and not our number 2, but the number 2 match of the day. We have a very, very, very interesting one to come up here, and it's gonna be Bren stepping up to the plate right next, and they're going up against Cerberus, the only other Vietnamese region.
Kalau
here.
orang nggak
So,
pakai green
we'll
screen
take
ya,
a
kayak
break, and
strike-nya
when we
kayak
get
di Indo.
back,
Iya.
VCT SEA game number 2.
Last player standing.
Nanti Rod 96 dulu nggak Mik? Nggak tahu. Kayak gue abis nobar boom udahan streamnya. Gara-gara jam 4 ada scrim harusnya. Kalau jadi, kalau nggak jadi nggak tahu. Lihat ntar. Crazy Guy. Dia tahu dia underdog. Kalau menang itu adalah kemenangan yang besar gitu. Tapi kalau kalah, ya udah, semua orang expect lu kalah. Suka gue pemikirannya anjing. Tahu diri gitu dia siapa.
Last player standing.
Bu masih lama ya. BTW scrimnya kayaknya lawan kami deh.
One enemy remaining.
Bang ya. Ya udah, gue cuman main doang.
Last player
Yang ngurus scrim colek. Yor jago gak pak? Jago. Brand versus Cerberus. Habis itu Boom Perex. Kenapa ya? Gua mikir Perex bakal lolos Berlin anjing. Kalau nggak Brand yang di luar Indo ya. Yang di luar Indo tuh antara Perex atau nggak Brand. Ngapain kita sekarang? Gue pengen liat brand main anjing. BO3 ya Mik? Iya. Sekarang kita ngapain? DM lagi dulu. Udah makan belum? Belum. Assalamualaikum Mika. Waalaikumsalam Zaidan. Saya ingin melihat Wif jeder main.
Match found.
Wif jeder anjing. AE or Bumik netral. Halo Mik, halo.
Deathmatch. Warm up. Dominating.
Welcome back from the break, guys. My name is Andrew, and of course, joining with me now is Dax and
Masih kurang lebih 2 jam lagi mainnya Bum. Iya, orang
Humongous
BO3
upset. I think
aja.
everybody was thinking it's gonna be full sense, they're gonna be good, but in a best of 3, Big Bam went the distance. Crazy guy, ballistic in those games 2 and game 3. But anyways, enough of that.
Main
We're
gaya
gonna go
kan,
straight into this next
mau
series.
nobar
This is
kan.
gonna be a bit of a doozy, guys.
Males gue setting
because
kamera lagi.
it's Brand Esports, the local Philippines, against another Vietnamese titan, Cerberus Esports. So guys, gotta ask you what you think.
I've been high on the Big Bam stocks for quite a while already, and for me, I believe that was just a strong showing how powerful Vietnam can be. Cerberus on the flip side, they have the work cut out for them. Because Brand Esports out in the Philippines, they have been on the uprise for quite a while. The trajectory and the growth of Brand Esports has been noticed by SEA as a whole. And Brand Esports with a perfect record there, Vim, in Group A as well. Really making a strong case for themselves in the playoffs.
Now, honestly, that is a statement coming in from Bren into these playoffs, right? Undefeated. I mean, I know we were expecting Bren to do well, and I'm sure a lot of people were, but did anyone expect for them to completely
Nggak headshot dah,
coming
Bangs.
into the playoffs here?
Bangs,
You know, as we get into the roster here, again, Bren Esports, a household name for many fans out there watching now. A team currently made up of the most veteran roster in the entire Philippines scene, amalgamating experience from various esports titles, international runs, and playing for teams in different regions. So they've come together to fight under one banner as the sole flag bearer of the Philippines into the playoffs.
Sehat Mik,
Yeah, that's it. That's
kurang sehat.
Lead is basically colored black and yellow with Bren at the very top. On the flip side, Cerberus looking to guard that door to the semifinals, and here they are yet again representing Vietnam. Absolutely tenacious effort from this roster. They got into the playoffs after winning out in overtime versus Alpha, able to break that tiebreaker versus Uwu, and Cerberus Esports, they are going to be the second representative of Vietnam for a good reason. 2 times already here in SCA, the first showing wasn't really the best, but with extra coding and the help of Malix, plus the flexibility of their agent and map pool, I really feel like for Cerberus Esports, there's a lot hiding in behind the faces that are there to come. We have head here, Mr. Asteroid, and it's Jesse Fashion that cash.
That is actually an interesting head-to-head that we're showing. I thought we were going to be maybe spotting out Dispenser or Daikalib, who have been the heavy hitters, I think, when both Cerberus and Brent Esports perform. But this is also something quite interesting to mention that Jesse Bash and Akashi, both of that Sova make, have been creating waves
Dominating.
for their respective teams. Jesse Bash has been the Sova player. Way back, he was I believe the Sage operator or whatnot, but it seems like he has gone that way so because he's able to let his team get that crucial information. Same could be said with Akashi. Now, looking into the map selection for this best of 3, we've got ourselves a bit of a doozy here, gentlemen. Ascent, Haven, and second time for Ascent, first for Ascent and Breeze coming in for second time for Haven, but these are maps that I think Brent have a really good shot on, especially for Haven, but Ascent is a toss-up between Cerberus as well as Brent.
I think Cerberus actually has a good chance really in this series. Brent Esports, we know from Philippine history right now, Haven is their baby. That's where they can run rampant with the flash competitions that they like. Ascent in the meantime, they always had to get in Ascent every single time.
David lo yang sering sama kita tuh acak-acak bang, yang sering lah bro.
It was the map that was touted to be the map that we can actually beat Brent on. But on the other side of Cerberus, they have great win records as well on Ascent, Haven for DTC as well. But look at that freeze map.
Tapi mungkin ada acak dikit, cuman kebanyakan yang sering.
It's actually one of the most difficult maps we have in the first place. Multiple times they're gonna have multiple comps. This is one big brain play that they did in BCT. They whipped out one comp against a team called
Ih, susah ya, nggak bisa lihat bro pakai
because they were
kursornya.
trying to psych out one of their biggest rivals, Division X Gaming, instead with a different composition, and worked out in their favor, gave them that chance to make it all the way here to SEA. And I feel like that's gonna be the case here. I mentioned it a while ago, guys, about
10 kills remaining.
And if there's any
Pala
team
bapak ya cepet
that is
20
so-called
anjing.
leading strats for the playoffs, it might actually be Cerberus.
You know what, Dex? I mean, sorry, I just gotta interject really quickly right there. It's if Cerberus is saving for the playoffs, quote unquote, Brent has something up their sleeves as well.
Stress or no
And
stress,
really
stretch.
interesting map selection as well. I do believe that's right. I agree with you on the first one. It might be a toss-up, but then the second one, I think it's in favor of Brent. The third one's gonna be a toss-up as well.
Yeah, again, I'd like to remind you guys that during their Oasis match, the only time that I think Cerberus were successful were on their attacking side. When on the defending side, it was very, very difficult. That's never what you want to happen up against Brent. Now, we do have, of course, the fun stuff of this segment. We got
Prefer Vandal atau Phantom atau
predictions.
tergantung mapnya,
I'll
tergantung
start
feeling.
I'm actually
Lagi enak pakai apa.
both a big fan of both the Philippine and Vietnamese region. I think their stories are very something that kind of makes you want to support both of these particular regions. Anyways, but when it all comes down to it, my heart still says Brent Esports to them.
Really? Foolish. 2-0? If you are a true Filipino fan, you know that Brent Esports does not win 2-0. You don't do that. Come on, guys. But really, I'll give them props to Cerberus here. Again, so much flexibility in this roster, so many things.
1 kill remaining.
They've really been such a team in the first place. Made it through the playoffs because of real because they could fight against the likes of Alfigo, and everything they accomplished so far is because of their vast knowledge about the game. But Brent Esports, they're done being second fiddle in the CA. So I'm gonna go with Brent 2-1. Brent does not do 2-0. Come on, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to agree with your statement right
Nggak
there.
suka Vandal Prime,
Most likely it's going to be Brent 2-1.
Kak pada
but I
masanya.
still think that Brent is going to have the upper hand coming into this matchup.
1-1-1-3 Otan on enak bang punya Yor. Semua orang beda-beda.
And there we
Feeling
have it.
Corsair.
So we're gonna be throwing it on to
Kalau menurut lo
our
enak
game
bisa
now
jadi
and
menurut
to
gua
our
nggak enak.
casters. But guys,
Kalau
don't
menurut
close
Yor
your
enak,
eyes
menurut
in this
bisa
game,
jadi
because
menurut
if
gua
you
nggak
do,
enak.
you
Kalau
see
menurut gua enak,
nothingness,
menurut
and
Yor
that
bisa jadi nggak
nothingness
enak.
is what happens when I don't see you, bro. So, let's go.
Bang lihat settingan mapnya dong. Oh fuck.
Another day and we just trying to make a way now. The hatred growing stronger every single day now. I hear these rappers, they ain't trying to talk about it, they ain't trying to get involved, and they would rather catch a wave now. But how cool is the gunplay when the stress will hit the playground, eh? But never mind about
Rotate.
that, 'cause once you make it out, you think
Oh.
this world just don't affect you anymore.
1,2, 0,8 on always.
Play not to lose, but the play to win as Georgie is here to play.
ที่เราเคยเก็บตัวเปลี่ยนสุดกลางอากาศิโลกวิธีอากาศิเขามามาดึกตีเข้าไป
Dax and Viminal side by side.
Viminal
loud
lagi.
And proud. You know, Dax, you're going to be dropping the bars, and this is going to be me trying to keep up for the rest of the series as we get ready for the next epic match, folks. Let me tell you, I've been waiting for this moment all morning. This is going to be Brand Esports, the undefeated kings of the Philippines scene, coming into the playoffs. They're going to be fighting for the Philippines and their fallen brothers in arms, Galaxy Racer and Oasis Gaming, against Cerberus Esports right now from Vietnam. And Cerberus, of course, is a formidable team that's proven time and time again, when the going gets tough, Dax, they just claw their way out of the gates of hell.
Absolutely, but you know, you bring in the big brain, I give you the game, and we're gonna get an incredible match there for these two teams. Gotta say though,
Dax, mukanya biasanya Dax. Astagfirullah.
Lovely host Asteroid, by the way.
Yeah.
Just all the giggles there and the like. But let's get back on track. Let's talk about the match, and I do want to point out the fact that in these two teams, one big thing to note has to be the organization behind them. But Brand Esports and Servers have to be at the very tippy top of the esports scene in their less respective local regions. It's just Brand Esports has fielded multiple teams and multiple titles. It has been one of the standards for boot camps in the Philippines and more. And funny enough, other Filipino teams actually boot camp in the Brand
Apakah kamu haters boom? Bangsat.
Facilities they have. Servers though in the meantime
Akan saya hide dari channel gua kalau
already
misalkan iya.
absolutely at the pinnacle as well of the Vietnam region in terms of an esports center, and it really goes to show that between these two teams, the support doesn't just come from the community, but also from the people backing them, the names behind the name itself. And I feel like that's already a good sign for SA as a whole, don't you think, Vim?
Absolutely. I mean, let me tell you, Dax, if I was 18 years old today, boy oh boy, would it be a dream to work in the esports industry as a player. Like, this obviously has been something of a childhood dream of mine, seeing the esports infrastructure here in Southeast Asia, here in the Philippines. It's also been blooming, and Brand is at the forefront of that. And of course, it kind of
antara Boom atau AE,
the players
siapapun yang
themselves
kalah
as
di
well.
lower bracket,
Not
gue
only
berharap
do
dia
they-
menang terus sampai ke
does the
final.
community support them directly, but they support the community and give back as well. It's sort of like them nurturing this whole ecosystem of
Akankah
FPS
Brand
here in the
2-0?
Philippines.
We'll
It's
see.
incredible.
Mic bagi VGA, Mic.
You know, even though age has taken you, Viminal, gotta say a little bit of modification of
Come on,
thoughts.
come on.
If you can't aim, you can cast. There you go.
Kuliah gak,
This
Mic?
is-
Kuliah,
Maybe
kuliah.
that's why I'm here. But,
Maybe that's why you're here, but man, just between these two rosters, let's look into Brand Esports and Cerberus because we're gonna be getting into the game. Enough of the fluff, let's get into the stuff. In a sense, is gonna be our first match. Yes, there are a lot of people backing these two, but also the amazing organization
Let's go
behind them.
dubstep,
When the
let's go
battlefield is set,
dispenser,
it's
let's
just
go
these 5
Borkum.
players on each side dueling against each other. 5v5 action here on Ascent between Brand Esports and Cerberus. And thoughts here on the compositions here,
Yeah.
Mr. Viminal, because we got Wits on the sky, double initiated right now for Brand Esports on the defense.
Yeah, Brand definitely on their comfort picks right now.
Sekilas mirip
But let me
Erlang
tell you,
sebelum.
Dax, I've been
Udah
theory
udah bosen
crafting
denger,
the whole night
udah
last
bosen
night.
denger ucapan
And
itu
I've
bangsat.
come to the
Itu udah kayak
conclusion that double
7 juta kali
initiators
udah
are
ngomong
pretty
di
much
live
key right
chat
now,
gue.
and Astra is necessary, absolutely necessary on Ascent. You have no business playing Ascent, I think, without Astra at this point.
Mirip
in time.
siapa
Could be
kek yang
wrong.
beda lagi, Bro?
That's just
Teh
my
botol
humble
udah
opinion.
Erlang sudah.
Coming into this agent composition alone, I do think that Brand does have the upper hand. Again, double initiators, when you have a very synchronous team, can really make the most out of it, as Dubstep will be sort of aggressing onto that forward position there.
I think the battle of the compositions is a bit of that age-old adage. We have Kishi on the Phoenix, and when you compare your Phoenix as well as Sky, one is a bit more on the team player side on the initiator. Yes, you can set things up for yourselves, but further flashes can help out your teams playing the entry. On the flip side, it's Kishi. He's a one-man army. His
What the
ultimate screams it with that
fuck?
second
Split
life
B
if
tapi
ever.
Jetnya
And
sendiri
besides
gak?
that, it's pretty much the same composition. So will the short-range flashes be effective enough for Cerberus here on the attacking side to make the entry
buta semua.
happen? Or will Brady Sports go for the bomb flash
nge-wave
there? And then
semua.
there's a flash there from Wits, but he's still gonna get blinded and does get taken down there by Loki. Yes, Cerberus Esports, they're on the prowl already, and they're on the hunt to go over the B side.
nggak
Jesse
cakep.
Vash, stop in the speedway, setting
Nge-wave
up a
semua,
toll
nge-wave.
gate. It's Dispenser now, all alone versus 2. Dispatching out Dykelim, turning his
Winnable,
back
winnable,
against the
winnable,
Killjoy.
winnable.
But as Loki plays from main, it's Cerberus right now. The 3-headed dog will get a 3K with the
Mirip
Astra,
Mika
and
Lulba,
the
iya dah.
first point on the board here for the Vietnamese squadron.
A strong start for Cerberus thus far, and honestly looking pretty dicey for them as they made the entry onto the speedway. Jesse Vash almost bagging a 3K on that one. Arguably, if he did get that third kill onto the Astra, perhaps the round would have ended in a different outcome. But nevertheless, Cerberus very well played. It was a very straightforward rush, Dex.
Risky juga dia ninggalin Jetnya sendiri.
There was a bit of a scuffle over there in B main, just kind of powered through it and then went all the way in. Sometimes, even at the highest level of Valorant, Dex, you really shouldn't overthink your strats. Sometimes you just gotta go in and then like click heads and win the round.
Yeah, that's what I like with you, Bimelo. You keep things simple for everyone to understand, including me. Thank you so much.
Oh, come
I
on. We all
appreciate
know
it.
you're the Galaxy Brain here,
No,
Dex.
no. You know what's gonna be Galaxy Brain is how Cerberus is gonna play this. We keep mentioning it though, because how many times has Cerberus whipped out a special kind of variance in how they play their composition, in how they play their style? Too many to count. And really, whenever we see Cerberus, it reminds me of, if you compare the previous matchup, it does remind me a bit of that full sense play style. They have understandings of multiple angles to try and seize a map, and they're gonna do it here and now. In any case, though,
Sampai
Cerberus
nge-hit short sih,
will
wak-wow
just go
banget
for the heavy
anjing.
stack onto the cubby. They do have the
Ya
gun
bener lo,
advantage,
ke
and
short
it's
lu.
dubstep only with that hero Marshall.
Ah,
So in the
wak-wow.
meantime, Jesse Vash caught napping. He's a father of Philippine esports. Sometimes, though, when that age does get to you, it's a little bit of that nappy time from the side of Cerberus. 3 here for Kishi so far. Cerberus esports looking absolutely hot, and they're enchaining Bren esports here from the get-go. Dubstep now backing on the way. Dispenser on the other side. It's 5v2, but Dispense, he finds one at least, and maybe a chance here for Brenvim.
How does he make that work with a frenzy at that range? But Dykelim will be taking down Dispenser. Dubstep with that hero Marshall. Sometimes it is
Anjing,
worth
keding
the
berapa
gamble.
kali itu.
But at this point in time, he might just take down Kishi at the very least before he goes down. But scratch that, Dykelim. He's out there playing a game of his own. I mean, well, you know, granted, he is playing Jet, so you can expect him to fly around the map. My bad.
Mission Impossible, man. Mission Impossible just hops up top, gets one more shot, and doesn't care while he's in motion because it's just actually good vibrations here from Cerberus. But Kishi finding Jesse Vash there, catching out D Sova unaware. And this is such a good sign here for Cerberus Esports so far. You can see that since it's Kishi getting the takedowns, look at that ultimate meter. He's 1 away from that run it back. And when your Phoenix player is feeling it and has a second life to go in with reckless abandon, Cerberus Esports is going to be happy with that forward momentum. But on the flip side, Bren Esports has
Hanya clear,
had
hanya
enough
clear,
from the
hanya clear, hanya
get-go.
clear.
Jesse
Rotate ke B,
Vash,
rotate ke B.
he knows these walls. He knows which walls are absolutely bangable here by the Odin, and he's ready with the machine gun on the other side of the main.
You know what? I feel like Sova indirectly got buffed over there onto B main just because.
Wah, infonya banyak banget tuh dah. Ke B woy,
It's
Sky.
gonna be pretty interesting here. And you mentioned it, Dax. He's on a rampage over there onto Loki and perhaps tagging a little bit more from the other opponents from Cerberus, Suka and Dykelim down 20 points of
bengong
armor.
ya,
That
bro.
is a lot of value, all things considered. Dubstep,
Ya,
though,
ketiduran
does take a little bit of
Dubstep.
damage himself as Borkum gets displaced by that recon dart over there onto mid lane.
Players still getting the scout onto Kishi, and Jesse Vash is not done with the Odin, waiting it out on the other side. Cerberus, though, I do like their Resolute playstyle right now. They are a bit more reserved
Demandnya
in
nggak
what
ada.
they're doing, but they're just falling apart at the seams with Dykelim getting caught there by Dubstep. Kishi, though, with the refrag. Borkum now returning the favor for Jesse Vash, catching out Kishi unaware this time. And really, eyes need to be open here for both of these teams. They are getting caught out in these different angles, and Bren Esports have returned the favor versus Cerberus. Third round turnaround, the Odin applying pressure and forcing Cerberus to consider to go on the A side instead, where everyone else from Bren was waiting. 2-1 right now, Vim.
Patent pending, by the way. The third round turnaround is real, my friends. Jesse
ada yang
Bash
ngancurin Recon ya,
taking
guys,
first
ya.
blood over here onto Loki, softening up the opponents. Dubstep, though, does take another one as Borkum trades him out. And then it's just Wits securing the round win. I mean, who says ADSing is a bad thing here in Valorant? It definitely is a thing here. You definitely make it work at the right situations, obviously.
It's a magnifying glass, and it helps you out in those scenarios that you know that this is the angle that you want to home on in, and when you're precise to get the headshots, well, it can pan out for you. But we are not done. Cerberus just has gotten off to a good start, and again, since they do have the ultimate there for the Phoenix, it's all eyes on Kishi here. Can he make a play?
Expect dong harusnya di bait itu
looking to anticipate a potential run it back push. And this is pretty smart from Bren Esports. If Kishi decides to use the run it back here and now Dubstep
Dimoli nih,
catch
Dimoli
out
nih.
the Phoenix, pop in his color after
Dimoli
the
nih.
revive.
Tuh kan.
In any case now, this is even smarter from Cerberus. Hot hands to flush out Dubstep. The floor is lava and there's no way you can float on that. Kishi burning down the jet, and apparently fire is a stronger element versus the wind. And this is going to scatter the ashes there of Dubstep. Cerberus with a proper raid, such a smart play from the Vietnam roster, and will now rotate with a one-man advantage.
You know what? That really was a gamble play coming in from Dubstep. I mean, especially the highest level of Valorant, you can expect for them to check wine quite a bit. There was a gamble, didn't really
Udah
pay
apa ya,
off.
kayak
And that one now
terlalu
is down
obvious
1 man. 30
banget,
seconds left. Commitment is nigh as Keishi makes an entry onto the side, closes the door. Very good decision making from him. Despite not getting a frag just yet from his runner back, I mean, he made the entry onto the side, paved the way for the rest of his team.
Dispenser nih,
gonna be
bos.
taking down Suka. Daikalem does take Jesse
Wah,
Bash,
nggak jadi,
though.
bos.
Wits trades him out. Wits with a 2K.
I'm sticking though, and Cerberus,
Kenapa nggak reload dulu sih?
Still gets the takedown anyway. Doesn't care about the Seekers. Finds the headshot on the Wits, and it's all left to Borkum now. It's 2v1 though. Can Borkum find a frag? There you go. Loki will fall, and Borkum again. It's time for him to shine. 2-2. Bren Esports though.
Dispenser orang mana? Orang Viet.
Well, and while Cerberus, they got the job done with the objective, and they gave themselves hope after that kill on the Wits. Borkum was just prepared to go for that retake all by his lonesome and clutches it out for the black and yellow squadron.
Dex, you know what time it is?
Filipin ding.
Borkum time.
Sorry deh.
No, it's 2 p.m.
Ah, you're so funny.
Kok ngades? Udah mau ngedes tadi, cuman kayak masih
Valorant.
mikir itu, yakin banget gue otaknya delay aja.
I get one strike right now.
We did a full sense pun fiesta a little bit with black and blue, so that was our one.
Udah mau
win.
ngedes, terus
This is
waktu
the one for the series win.
nggak tahu mentok
This is the
atau
one.
gimana,
That's it for
mati
you
mau
boys
moli
and
ini.
girls.
Okay.
But 2-2 now. Again, Bren Esports, they do have the economic advantage coming here, the firepower advantage. Of course, Dubstep and Daikalem, though,
Kok
are
kayak
going
nama
to be
Latino?
having
Eh,
the
memang,
blade storms here.
dispenser
Dubstep
aja.
not opting to get a
Oh.
gun. Dubstep takes down Suka and another onto Daikalem. Beautiful. Now, I wonder, why can't I do those shots with the knives? But then again, that's why I'm on the casting desk. You know, it just
Casternya malah
checks out, I guess.
curhat anjing.
Just so far. That's the thing. He just needs to scan.
Oh.
Precision absolutely there from Dubstep, but Cerberus, they will still fight on back, and a good pick off here from Kishi. Now he's able to pick up the gun, go over the hot fence, but Dubstep, he's not over. He's not done. He wants more. And he knows he can find a few more frags, but Jesse Bash will just go for the wall banks there. Akashi though, beautiful tap with a head and with a shock dart amplifying that damage.
Ya,
Loki
nge-throw.
down with two so far.
Bren
and
nge-throw.
Cerberus Esports are clawing their way out of this pickle. Oh,
Bren
dispenser
nge-throw
robs the utility,
anjing, Bren
and there
nge-throw,
you have it,
goblok,
punishment
goblok,
by
goblok,
Davis
goblok, goblok,
Loki,
goblok, goblok,
and
goblok, goblok,
Cerberus
goblok.
Esports will steal that round away from Bren.
Males gue liat tuh.
Unfortunate scenarios there for Bren Esports.
nggak bakal
Not
bisa ke
only
Berlin
does
lagi.
Jesse Bash get tagged by the shock dart and the sheriff tap at the same time, but also Loki impressing with the Marshall. Cheap gun, but making it expensive here for Bren Esports. And while Dispenser was fiddling with his gadgets, this is why they say that you shouldn't be playing with your computer too much, playing with your toys, because you are gonna get caught out there unaware by Loki. Mischief and Mayhem, Cerberus taking that round.
I mean, I
5 lawan
bet
3
that was
loh
just a
ini.
little bit of a misplay coming in from Dispenser. It's probably a bit of a fat finger. That's why
Mati.
he pulled out his utility
Mati, fix.
as Loki was peeking him right there. But Jesse Vash, you know the Vash guarantee. He's going to be taking down Akashi with that Hunter's
Selalu
Fury.
menang orang
And
awalnya.
again,
Tiba-tiba
we always
ngecok,
wonder
tiba-tiba
how he
nge-throw,
gets
tiba-tiba
one.
apalah.
At least one pick whenever he whips out that Hunter's Fury, and this holds true today. Bringing the man advantage in favor of Bren at this point in time. Jesse Bash will only have an Ares, but it still is quite effective over there in B main. Now, there's a bit of a standstill, Dex. Just sort of waiting it out, perhaps running down the clock, waiting for the opponent to get angst.
Kan?
Oh, there you go. And this is a really
Sudah aku
Cerberus has been playing this.
bilang.
When they lose a man early on, they're still so disciplined.
Awalnya
Hang on
menang
map,
orang,
find the
tiba-tiba
punishments, and catch out
wow.
players unaware.
Astaga,
There you go, Wits,
Bren,
just
ngapain
walking
Bren?
on around in the trees in the garden, enjoying nature. But Jesus gonna be this fertilizer there by the A side. Kishi though now unleashing the run it back, gonna go for the push and playing the entry. Jesse Bash shattering the glass and will go up top to the Raffers. Borkum though does find Loki. Asuka is trying to go for the plant here. But Cerberus, they're getting denied. They're afraid of this setup right now on the other side. And even though this is their wall, they still have to be wary. Kishi right now, catching out Jesse Bash though. There's a little bit more of the push, but Borkum on the flip side, making the flank work. It's 3v2 here.
Ayo, satu lawan
Dispensing
tiga
Suka
loh.
now, and
Ayo,
it's
satu
all
lawan
up
tiga.
to Daikalem. Can he
Sampai
find
kalah
the
lagi,
velocity
Bren.
in him, or will he just be
Pensiun,
too
anjing.
currently
Nah.
that Brand Esports can smother? It looks like it's the ladder as Dispenser will get that kill at the very end. And here we have it.
Masih PPKM,
3-3 the
anjing.
scoreline. Competition kicking off in the highest
dibolehin
tier
sama
between
Papa.
Cerberus and Bren, where we're
Nggak dibolehin
seeing
sama
both
Papa.
the strengths and the weaknesses of these two
Nggak dibolehin
teams
sama Papa.
amplified so far, Bim.
Enggak.
Very,
Latihan
very
gua.
close start over here. It is round number 7, and everything is pretty much neck and neck.
Attacker-nya good retake.
Kishi
What do you
having
mean
a
attacker
slight
retake?
ACS advantage of 379 there. But really, the tail of the tape here is what's going to
Please
happen now that
explain.
Dubstep is going to be on that operator.
Please
When
explain
this guy brings out
attacker
his
retake.
gun, he just feels so
Explain
comfortable with
me that
absolutely
shit, man.
opponent with that weapon. And this is really where Dubstep's potential is unleashed on the battlefield.
Time though, he is on that duelist role for Bren Esports for good reason. And when Bren Esports is in the pickle, when Dubstep gets the clutch, that's when Bren turns it up to 11. Cerberus Esports, incredible effort so far.
Ayo,
to
adu
prevent
flash.
Bren from
Oh, enggak deh,
getting
dia
any
balik.
kind of real momentum. It's 3-3 right now. It's all tied up. And if you do watch Bren Esports games, you know that when they get momentum, they just keep
timingnya,
at it
bro.
again and again and again. So the best solution right now for Cerberus Esports is to win these sporadic rounds. Of course, the easiest answer is to just win every single round from this point onwards. But just stopping
Ih, kalau gue
Bren
jadi
Esports
dia ya,
from
gue majuin
chaining
City-nya
wins
anjing.
again and again and again is
Di
already a
flash.
good sign for them. Cerberus, I really love what we're seeing from them. Just the respect right now by the team, but also finding the opportunities. Dubstep though, watch out for this guy because he gets the first kill, dashes on the left-hand side. He's hungry for more. Kishi gonna come from the market, but Suka cannot find the kill onto Dubstep anyway. It's 2 here for Dubstep. Wit's now gonna get on the board here for Bren Esports so far, but Kishi's not done.
3 lawan
He
2,
impressed the last time
nggak ada
Cerberus was on the
ulti.
C stage, and he's tried to
Nggak ada
do it
Astra
yet
Star.
again. Curveball down, gonna get
Udah nggak ada
thrown
flash
to the
lagi.
left-hand side,
Cuman
just
wall
avoiding
1.
flash, but Jesse Bash will still stay on in the angle, and Bren Esports will clean up house yet again. Bren setting up a trap, knocking down the opposition, and Cerberus walking into that one, unfortunately.
Dubstep, he's going to be pretty chill about going down over there in B main because he did a lot of damage.
Lagi gerak loh itu.
Warning the offensive coming in from CES, taking out Akashi and Suka. Quick 1-2 punch right there, and the rest of his teammates to retrieve that all-important operator, that game changer right there, and just returns it into the rightful hands. Let's see if Dubstep, yeah, he's going to be rotating onto A main here. And this is going to be a bit of a guessing game for CES. They're going to try to avoid getting picked off early by that operator. And when this happens, as I say that,
So fucking
it's
good.
just really the most challenging thing about playing against Dubstep when he's wielding that up. It's
Narrator's
just a
note.
guessing game.
No, narrator's note. He didn't avoid it, and unfortunately for Cerberus, yeah, the operator's still making damage happen for the Bren Esports roster. Now Cerberus, I think they're understanding now bit by bit.
Ya,
how Bren Esports
kena.
is.
Oh my gosh.
Look, you
What
took
was
one
Ente
step too
Loki,
far with the
eh.
jump peaks. One step too far, I believe. Just trying to get a little bit more of that intel. Kishi, though, in the meantime, beautiful tap yet again. And Kishi, he's been incredible so far. But now he's gone to the hand of Borkum,
Spike
who does
down
get
mid.
to. It's all up to Suka. But back to my point about Cerberus.
Udah lewat,
This
dubstep.
team, you can see how responsible they are about their play.
Ah,
And
mantap.
I believe that they're understanding bit
Ah,
by
mantap
bit.
udah.
If they get some space on the attacking side without any real
Tapi kalau dia ke B
conflict,
sih
it's
anjing.
Bren Esports letting them take that
Pasti Kevin
for
ya.
good
Oke.
reason. And
Dah
if
mati.
we understand, Cerberus understands
Lah
that
lah
he
lah
still
lah
got
lah lah.
Lars as, oh, Jesse Bash can get the kill onto Suka. Now Suka knows not to go there because he does have a rifle in hand. Okay, and yeah, he'll go
Ih
to
bodo
B
amat
side,
ya
but
bro
back to my
sama
point.
Heavennya anjing.
If Bren Esports makes the kill box and Cerberus walks into it, then
Segitu dah.
Cerberus will be in a tough spot here on Ascent. But if Cerberus still keeps an eye out on some of the angles that they think they cleared out with the flashes, I really think that Cerberus as a whole
Udah mulai
they can fight back
disiplin
against
anjing
Bren.
Bren.
It's just all about the lack of information right now.
Ente.
And well, since Suka did not know where the Spencer was coming from, he's gonna get taken down with that backstab from the main. Cerberus is not out of this whatsoever. There are so many shining lights for the Vietnam roster as a whole, especially with Kishi having another run it back. And that's what you want from Phoenix here, Vim. The more run it backs
Rikuan
you
kok
can
kabur.
do,
Siapa
the
yang
more
kabur?
run it backs you can get, the more you can play the entries on site. And
Ntar gua
while
minum
Bren
dulu.
Esports will take the round and have a 2-round lead, keep an eye out on Cerberus because they're ready again to make a play.
Absolutely right there, Dax. It's just, as we saw that pick on to see Daikalem and Loki there, it was just a pretty straightforward round for Bren here as the rest of CS was on eco, but you made a very good point about that Phoenix. It is a very, very good pick on a map like Haven because you basically get a free orb like from A main. It's very easy.
Yeah.
Probably one of the easiest orbs throughout all the maps to get. And you definitely best maximize that ultimate. It only requires 6 ultimate orbs to pop that run it back. And it's just one of the most powerful ultimates in the game.
Yeah, we'll see if Cerberus can actually rally
Sofanya
behind
mundur.
Kishi.
Itu namanya
He is top
disiplin.
fragging for the roster and has been the reliable one in the SCA program.
Karena 1
for
lawan
the
3
rest of
bukan
the
berarti
Cerberus
lu menang.
roster. And speaking of rosters, these two teams, they've stuck together for so long already. The players have been playing with each other for the most part of the VCT program, and it really just goes to show that it's all about trying to figure out if this is the right decision, if this is the right roster to go on forward, and of course, relying and trusting each other to make the plays. Chemistry has to be off the charts for these two rosters right now, and Kishi, he's a one-man army to go on to A site. So he's gonna go for the run-it-back play just to put that spike down. Dispenser though trying to go for the spray, and as Kishi puts the spike, he is gonna get set back from whence he came. Akashi though with that takedown, perfect opening here for Cerberus so far.
Oh,
It's
2 short gak tuh?
5v4.
Ini sih
It
unexpected
does
loh.
seem like here for Cerberus, they will just keep an eye out as much as possible.
Ya, ketahuan
No,
dulu
the wall will get in the way. There we
Anjir.
have it. Borkum going for the defuse and the silence,
Anjir.
the hush falling into the battlefield. But Loki will get 2 so far. Kishi on the board as well. Suka is there to wrap it up.
Okay.
And while the Spencer and Jesse Bash do get takedowns here
What
from
the
Bren
hell?
Esports, it's still Cerberus making it
Dia
work.
habis
But we said it a
ngeplan
while
Phoenix
ago,
ya,
the
ulti
rally
ngeplan.
behind the run it back is important. Not
Ultinya
only will
mati,
Kishi
balik ke
play
short,
the entry
bantuin dari
for
3
you,
orang di
but
what
also
the
just buy you the
Okay.
space, the time that you need to make your plays
Ini
work.
ngajarin
And
biar
really,
jago.
in that run it
Latihan,
back,
bro.
it was just impressive to see. When you say entry, it doesn't have to be you getting a kill onto anyone. It's you making some
Rokok apa,
space
Mik? Sabun
for
amil.
the team, buying time for whatever objective they're trying to accomplish. And in that case there, Cerberus putting that spike down and working well hand in hand together to get
Mik,
the takedowns to
what's
spike
up,
across
Lukman?
provide. For now though, it's still Bren Esports with the lead and with the operator. Ascent special right now for Bren. With the op, with the Odin, and looking to at least cover up every single side of Ascent as much as possible.
Ah, ente
It's cover
dubstep.
picks here for Bren, but Daikalem will make sure nothing's cozy here for Bren Esports so far. The fight from Cerberus is absolutely ringing, and they are still guarding as much as they can their honor, their values, and this battle. Wits though, he's playing guard this time by the tree. Does
Borkum.
get scanned out there by
Borkum,
the
Borkum,
Aldrone.
Borkum, Borkum,
On flip side,
Borkum.
Borkum right now, keeping an eye out for Daikalem. Who's gonna turn on who first? Daikalem does. He spot out the Astra, and the trap is set.
What the
trap is sprung, and Daikalem getting that takedown. Big opportunity
Aduh,
here for
goblok
Cerberus.
banget
One more punish,
dah.
perhaps. Yes, it is. And the patience game. It's paramount for Cerberus.
What
Even
the
though these are the
fuck?
most subtle and softest kills, they make the loudest noises in the scheme of things. Then again, Bren Esports fighting on back, making it 3v2 for now here, Vim.
Yeah, it's just such a close match. It's just 4-5 at this point in time, round 10.
Goblok, goblok.
And honestly, this round could go either to Bren for CES, despite Bren having the managed advantage here. Wits taking down Akashi, but Kishi quickly trades him out, Dex.
Kalau Valorant mending mouse berat apa enteng mic itu tergantung orangnya masing-masing bro. Kalau soal gituan mah. Soal headset, mouse, sensitivity, DPI,
numbers advantage with their meticulous play.
itu gear, pokoknya semua gear itu tergantung orangnya masing-masing. Lu lebih prefer yang mana? Begitu juga dengan crosshair. Kalau lu pribadi mending mouse berat apa ringan? Kalau gua ringan. That's why gue kalau udah punya rezeki gue pengen beli G Pro X Super Light. Biar lebih enak aimnya. Mouse gue yang sekarang udah enteng. Lumayan enteng. Apa? Glorious model O.
They could try to make a play here. I mean, Dispenser does have a Hero Phantom still. Let's see what they make out of this round.
Ente dah.
Suka is gonna be taking down Dispenser, making short work of him, but Jesse Bash just doing his best to stall that push.
Oh, Kishigo finds Wits, and now it's gonna be 5v3 yet again. Cerberus though, they do have good angle onto that B site, pressure onto A as well, and with that confidence, Cerberus Esports is willing to contend against Bren, no matter where on the map. Bash though in behind by the Botas, he does have a Phantom in hand and does have the Hunter's Fury, but really Cerberus picture perfect shots. Surgical in their decisions and in their precision to go on these sites and more, until Jesse Bash surprises Suka with a Phantom in hand, does get the kill. 4v2 here, Bim, but really for Bren, they're gonna need a miracle and a half.
Disiplin banget sih Cerberus, gila. 4 lawan 2 rotate ke A spike terus di cutting begitu sama Jet sama Phoenix ya.
Cerberus who can easily take the site, and you know Cerberus, they even make a better decision as Dubstep now gonna get caught unaware there by Loki. They go to A instead, and Bash, please. Yeah,
timing banget dah.
No, Bash. Oh, Loki in cover. One shot and couldn't get it done. Jesse Bash still alive.
Fix buat mati sama Kishi.
There's a chance for Bren Esports, but it does seem like all hope is lost in the face of adversity, and that name is Kishi. 6-5, Cerberus take the lead from Bren Esports. And
anjing hard carry bro, 18.
The intellect of these two teams right now are being put to the test by
18-8 gitu.
You know, honestly, really well played by CES in that previous round. They knew
Mata burung sebelah kenapa
where
ya?
Jesse
Gue
Bash
juga
and
pernah
Dubstep
sering
was. They
kalau habis
were
bangun tidur
over there on
kayak
CB
gimana ya?
site.
Kayak terlalu
So they knew no one was there.
Waktu lagi tidur tuh mata kayak misalkan mata kiri lu tuh kayak terlalu
all of them running onto A site, but
terlalu
no,
kepincet
3 of them were
atau gimana
actually
ya?
hanging back and lurking.
Bilangnya.
And it's just Dubstep and Jesse Bash just running through and unexpectedly bumping into them. That was absolutely well played.
Just the lurks and the corners that these guys are taking. Cerberus right now, you can't hide from them. That's the thing. You can try to run, but they will hound you and they will be prepared like the gates of the underworld has been sealed by their namesake. In any case though, Dubstep, operator yet again, Jesse Bash though, he gets on the board. There's Kalem. This time Dubstep hopping on away just to not get shot too much.
Ih, masih kalah gak?
But Suka will force his hand. 4v4
udah kena tag drone loh.
Udah
ditungguin loh sampai reveal terakhir.
Really?
Masih
With Bren
kalah.
on the defense like this, but Cerberus playing a little more defense-centric. It might be a little too late for this.
Dispenser.
But I feel like for Bren,
This is big. This is big. This is big.
More Cerberus though. They
This
still
is big.
peek it, and Dispenser, he makes it costly. While Cerberus was aware, it's still Bren looking to be the better shot, and that's what matters in this situation. Booker with the takedown, Wits will finalize things, and Bren Esports will tie things up. Yes,
Nyari
it's a
timingnya
contention
bagus
point.
banget.
Yes, it's dicey, but Bren Esports will still make it work, and we
Kenapa
are
frame
all
karambit
tied up
banyak
as we
anak yang
get
suka non
into
upgrade
the
daripada yang
second
di upgrade? Karena kalau udah di upgrade jelek animasinya. Kayak USB bro.
Round 13 begins as the scoreline is tied 6-6.
Feel karambitnya tuh hilang kalau di upgrade.
Again, an unexpected play. Both of us were sort of expecting Bren Esports to hang back, utilize that lockdown, but no. Spencer was like, nope, I'm actually going to cut off the rotation instead. We're going to be a lot more proactive here. And it worked out. So I guess it's
Kalau
just
pakai Odin bisa habis tuh ambil dispenser. Habis anjing sama dispenser kalau pakai Odin.
And when it works,
G102 buat main Valorant kurang ya bang? Cukup kok, cukup, udah cukup. Si Dito pakai G102.
And that's when Bren was able to take advantage. So really,
Kalau lo orang yang belum tahu,
Cerberus right
Dito tuh
now,
pakai
they're so aware
G102
of their
guys.
corners. That's one thing that's stellar about them.
Dulu
Even
gue juga
though
pakai
that they
G102.
get entrapped by Bren Esports when they were on the defense.
Cuman karena udah sering mati, makanya gue ganti.
It's still them being aware of any kind of angles that Bren can take after they learn their lesson on B site. So
Jadi nggak diputer ya kalau udah di-upgrade. Iya. Jadi kayak dikeluarin gitu doang.
Tenacious against the best teams that
Kayak
SEA
kuku
has to
macan.
offer, and Bren Esports proving to be one of them on the other side. But Wits right now, Wits taking that cash, finding dubstep in response, making it 4v4. Jesse Bash still looking for another one. There's gonna be the right click, and Dispenser will clean it up. Wits still with 3 so far, and it's all up to Loki now. Can he find a little bit more of Mr. Mayhem coming into this round? Goes in hand, 2 stars at the ready. Borkum though hopping and just telling Loki to keep an eye on him.
Oh, nice.
But the distraction will work, and Dispenser will get that final takedown. 7-6 right now. Bren will win that pistol. And some smart plays there on B sites. Apparently.
Nanti habis saya
it's
versus
not
Boom
only
lanjut
Cerberus with a bag of
169
tricks
Mika.
under their belts.
Nggak tahu bro kalau misalkan kalau misalkan gue latihannya malam masih bisa, tapi kalau misalnya latihan gue sore nggak bisa. Nanti settingan G102 dulu pakai DPI-nya sama sensi berapa bang? Sama kayak yang sekarang. DPI 400 1,28. Gue nggak pernah ganti.
And this is probably going to be a speed run on to the third round of the second half.
You hear those engines revving. You hear the lights looking to go out. Ready, steady, and go. Wits will get that first kill onto Loki, but apparently there is a hazard on the track. And there is going to be fire in the way of Bren Esports, but Dubstep doesn't care. Hops on top of the generator. Suka though doesn't hit the shot again. It's unfortunate right now because Suka has had the right ideas multiple times, but cannot hit the precision shot from the get-go. Bren Esports will take advantage, make it 4v1. Kishi, he's gonna fall there. And Bren,
polling rate berapa? Kayak polling rate mouse gue tuh paling gede deh.
Bearings onto that round, but some of these rounds, Cerberus Esports can say, what if we actually hit that shot from the get-go, because really they have
Cerberus yang main Kishi doang
in some of these fights, in some of these checks, but they're just not hitting the shots while Bren
pakai resolution game berapa bang?
I mean that's true, and of course did have a valiant effort there. He did get one
Valo
shot.
Kalau Indo Thailand bisa menang, tapi kalau bola
when you have
udah.
a sheriff, honestly, it's not going to work well no matter what against 5
Halo.
specters running at you. I mean that's just a matter of fact.
You can see the efforts really of Cerberus. They also want.
Gue lihat banyak yang tetap di spray ya, kalau long range. Ya tergantung feeling orang aja. Kalau dia pede banget nge-spray ya nge-spray aja.
Big Bam.
Kalau dia nggak pede nge-spray pasti ngeburst.
Funny enough, if they take this series against Bren Esports, we are going to get civil war if that's going to be the case. So Bren Esports, the only hopeful of the Philippines, looking to rally the nation right behind them, and they do want to make the path to Berlin a possibility.
Nggak enak banget posisinya.
For the firefight, the Spencer already is down, and now Dubstep going to be on the other side, and it does seem like Bren here trying to cosplay as the defenders, but
masih
will
hidup gak?
remind them what the position is and get the backstab onto Dubstep there. 3v3 now. Cerberus trying to fight on back. Suka though has been isolated, and while Jesse Bash is blinded, Kishi will be able to correct his aim and get the kill there onto the Sova. It's
nice.
now all up to Wits here. 1v3. We know that Wits can get things done, and he will get the first one there versus Suka. Is it still possible though with 50 HP? That's the question. One double peek here
Gila,
from
Kishi,
Cerberus. Never mind, just a better angle from Kishi.
Tur lagi
And
kapan?
the third round turnaround, it was bloody for Cerberus, but they will make a jolly good show out of that one.
Nggak lanjut game kemarin, ntar nggak tahu.
Kill 2-2. Showing us how valuable he is for this roster.
Kishi just absolutely
yang lain satu
playing out of
digit
his mind decks time and time again. Just such a huge impact round per round, securing those multi-kills, and I just gotta say, CES exhibiting phenomenal fundamentals here. And of course, you know, at the pro level, at this stage, of course you can expect to have really good fundamentals for just about every team. But we're seeing it so consistently here.
Kishi versus Bren,
as defenders, as them on
Tanggal 2 tuh apa AMD.
It's just they play so well off of each other.
I'll drone that spot.
Nice. Seenggaknya satu dapat.
Dubstep with the refrag, but Cerberus even quicker on the re-refrag, and we're adding more and more prefixes to this chain of kills. But in the end, it's Wits who does find the last say. Proactivity now from Cerberus has been unleashed, but Bren Esports' beautiful punishes so far, giving them a good chance in this round, especially as they have the rifles in tow. while ago Cerberus did win the round there, Bim, but since they lost many members, they're stuck with the Spectres here. I do like what the proactivity
Sejak kapan ada
from
jerapah di
Cassie,
situ?
but
Di mana?
at the
Di
same time, it has to
side
be
B.
more pickoffs here from Cerberus, and as Loki tries all
Kan
he
emang ada.
could, he just couldn't
Judulnya
line
ganti
things
jadi
up, and
Cerberus
Bren
digendong
again
Kishi.
taking advantage of that scenario.
Bang, kok di follow gue nggak ada ratio
Very
1280
well,
960
taken
43 ya.
advantage of, I'd say. There's 3v2 right
Nggak
now.
tahu
in favor of
monitor lu
Bren.
beda kali.
But
Monitor lu nggak
again, Akashi trying to make a play there.
nggak
Always a
support
good idea
1280
if you have a
Kalau
gun
mau bikin
disadvantage. Typically, you
Kalau
would
mau
try to
bikin
get a pick
custom di
earlier
Nvidia
on, gain
control
an
panel.
advantage, grab a better gun. Just didn't work out to their favor, at least in this scenario.
Cerberus
17
ganti nama
seconds
jadi
left on the
Kishi.
clock. Brent slowly making their way onto B, and it seems like it's ripe for the taking. Dax as they just speed run it
10 seconds
onto
left.
the site, just clearing out those utilities. Dispenser planning on a sort of default location, but not really.
On the other side,
On the other side of the
opposite
default location.
The default, you turn the word default upside down and out in front actually.
Tapi ya, gua saranin lu jangan ngikut-ngikutin settingan orang dah, asli nggak bohong gua.
They have already the battle bot up
Cari
top
settingan lu
box,
sendiri
and
yang
they're just challenging Cerberus to
enak
come
buat
and
lu.
take that
Dah lu
fight
mantepin
away
di situ,
from them.
nggak usah
Time
ngikutin
picking
settingan
Quickstone
orang.
and Bork can work together to get that takedown.
Kalau lu selalu
Super
ngikutin
here
settingan
by
orang, lu nggak bakal
Speedway, but
konsisten, bro.
gravity well will keep him in check. And it's already gonna be a late checkout here for Cerberus because Brent
Makanya sekarang gua nggak mau ganti
rally on
ratio, nggak
forward
mau
and
ganti
win the round.
nggak mau
9-7
ganti
here for Brent
sensitivity.
Esports.
Paling crosshair doang dikit-dikit.
Believe that they've shown how much they improved as a roster.
Ai sama Bung dukung siapa yang dua-duanya. Netral gua kalau di dalam Indo. Kalau di SEA ya, kalau di SEA. Kalau di turnamen Indo udah pasti Boom gua dukungnya.
Walking into Sea Challengers 3, especially with X10 gone and full sense knocked down to the lower bracket, it really feels like for the Philippines, this is the perfect time to ascend to stardom and to ascend to the top of SEA. But Cerberus Esports never giving on up. Again, Vietnam having a lot to prove here in Challengers number 3. Saying Challenge 2 was an absolute fluke. We weren't ready, this time we are. And the contention points of Cerberus have been incredible so far.
Nice
Again, the
banget,
hot hands
Kishi
in the
ini.
way of Bren Esports. And what's the call now? Here, Dubstep, are you gonna go? Here comes Bren, going for the push, looking for a takedown on the A side. But Cerberus backs on away. Bladestorm now finding Loki. And it seems like Bren looking to push the envelope and tell Cerberus they're willing to play their game.
A little bit of hesitation from Loki there from completely falling back, and he's going to be paying the price for that. Daikalim is going to be having his blade storm. Kishi and the rest of the gang will be relegated to sheriffs at this point in time. Not looking good for them as Dispenser just
Bukan
takes
misalnya
down
orang
Kishi.
nyari
Make
referensi
short
aja, kalau
work
cocok
of
dipakai,
him.
kalau nggak
See
cocok
if
ya cari yang
Akashi can get a
lain.
pick here, but Borkum
Oke,
will be
kalau
taking
sebagai
down
referensi itu
Suka
oke.
as well. It's going to be
Itu lagi yang gue bilang
a
tadi,
5v2 make
kalau
match.
misalkan
A 5v1 is all down to Daikalim
lu
here.
mendingan cari
And his blade
settingan lu
storm
sendiri yang paling enak buat lu, terus lu mantepin di situ udah gitu.
No
Tapi kalau
Penta,
sebagai
no
referensi ya
ace
nggak
with the
apa-apa.
blades. Jesse Bash will deny Cerberus of any kind of highlight reel situation as Bren Esports have
Gimana
hit double digits
cara bagi
and
waktu
are
latihan
up
turnya sama
by
sekolah lu
3.
kalau misal
Goes
udah
to show
nggak
how
online
they're able
lagi
to
di
make that
sekolah
take
ya.
happen when they get the space, they can work with it.
Nggak tahu.
You mentioned it a while
Orang
ago,
gue
some
sekarang
hesitations here from Cerberus.
online.
And really, there are a few rounds that, because of that hesitation, because of the missed
Gua kan
first
waktu
shot,
masih di SMA
it's costing
belum
the round that they
GoPro
could have
kayak
won.
gini.
This could have been easily a
SMA tuh gue
scoreline that is
berhenti
more
main
tied
game
up.
guys.
And or even Cerberus
Dan
in
mulai
the
game
lead,
lagi gara-gara
some of
corona.
the initial reactions that they had
Mulai
were a bit
serius
more
main game ya
precise
maksudnya.
than what actually
Kalau main
unfolded
game ya
in
masih main
reality.
buat have
Because
fun.
Cerberus, I mentioned it multiple times, they know what's up. They have such a good understanding of the game, and we see their reactions are on point. It's just when you don't hit the shots, all the intellect that you have for the game unfortunately does go to waste, and that's been the case.
Jujur kalau
for
nggak ada corona gue nggak bakal
members of
ada
the
di sini
Cerberus
anjing.
roster,
Gue
except
nggak
of
bakal
course
masuk
Kishi,
bis,
who
gue nggak
is
bakal masuk Noir,
absolutely on fire right now, and again
gue nggak bakal
ready with the
ketemu
run it back.
sama Bos
the weight
Aswa,
of the world
sama
on his
Dito.
shoulders, but is it going to be enough? Is his run it back going to have enough impact at this point in time? Bren seems to be running away with it, slowly but surely dictating the pace of the game. CES really need to step it up at this round. It's going to be a bit of a tipping point. If they lose this one, Bren could really pave the way onto match point quite easily if they lose this one. Dubstep going to be making an entry onto the side. He's going to be closing switch without a doubt. It is a pretty standard execute coming in from here. Seems like CES has the idea.
Berarti
of
emang pro
going
player
for
harus
full
ngorbanin
retake
sekolah sama kuliahnya ya kalau mau juara.
Prepared, and they just want to make it a 5v5 as clean as
Enggak
possible.
juga
They've had
sih.
enough of
Maksudnya
these
gimana ya?
skirmishes. But
Kalau lu
Jesse
bisa bagi
Bash,
waktu,
look at his position.
kalau lu emang bisa bagi
Kishi
waktu
doesn't
walaupun
know
gua nggak
that
tahu
he's
gimana
there.
caranya, ya
It's
udah
gonna be
bagus.
so vital right now for the
Terus kalau misalkan ntar e-sport lu udah gede terus lu yakin lu mau berhenti sekolah, lu mau berhenti kuliah, lu mau fokus di e-sport, ya itu pilihan lu kalau emang lu pede.
Can Cerberus though actually get back on site? Yeah, that's no. That's a note, and this is a lot of time.
Kenal Mas TP dari kapan? Dari sejak kenal Bos Aswa. Gua kenal Bos Aswa dari Valdin.
And while Cerberus is taking their sweet time, they are going to be able to get those takedowns. Twitch still holding the line in the boathouse. You know, it doesn't matter here because someone's waiting on the other side of the map.
Berkat corona berarti ya? Iya, gara-gara corona gua ada di sini.
His name is Jesse Bash, and if ever that was the case, oh, the scuffle though with Loki winning that exit frag.
Ada dampak positif dan negatifnya make COVID ini. Pasti semua pasti ada. Ada sisi positif dan ada sisi negatifnya semua kejadian.
They were playing for time. At the very least, Wits was still alive and they barely had any time to defuse.
Gue nggak SMA lebih milih start bisnis. Bagus. Kalau emang lu yakin lu bisa start bisnis, bagus.
Play right now compared to how
bagus
they were
banget
in the previous months, compared to how they were before.
Perlu ngucapin thank you Corona Mic? Enggak sih.
It seems like they're a lot harder to read, even from an observer perspective. Even their set plays or defaults aren't exactly one-dimensional as compared to a lot of teams that we're used to seeing. So this is pretty interesting to note for the side of Bren, as Daiklem will be taking out Dispenser. Wits with a quick 2K. Oh my gosh.
Jesse Bash volley incoming. Where does it land? That's the question. As the shock darts will fly on high to the rafters.
Yeah,
Bren Esports buying themselves some space to set up on a site. But the things that have been working out for Cerberus, it's not panning out this time. They took the gamble to go for the 5v5 retake a while ago. Did not work. This time though, they have the ultimates and they're waiting at the wings and waiting at the exits. One takedown each for the Sova as well as the Jet. Borkum though still staying on, and Borkum, an absolute hero. He will get turned into mincemeat there by Suka in a 1v1 scenario. Dubstep coming in from the Garden's beautiful Nano Swarm though. Just Suka understanding the potential angles Brent can come from. Halfway done, halfway left, and Dubstep will not be left behind whatsoever. It's Bren now on map point. Cerberus again showing their intellect, showing that they have understandings of some of the dimensions of Bren play. But Bren, they're taking it to the next level, and put on your 3D glasses, guys, because there are layers and layers of Bren Esports right now, hammering on and fighting against Cerberus.
7-12 Bren Esports on match point, guys. This could very well be the last round of map number 1.
Bren win.
Especially taking a look at the economy of Cerberus right here. They've had such a valiant effort throughout this entire game.
Hyrek versus Flores tuh dukung siapa?
And shotguns here.
Dukung Flores
There's not much they can fight with at this point in time. However, Loki does have that cosmic divide at the very least. It seems like Bren's just gonna try to overpower them, run them over here onto A side. Makishi, look at that.
Extend udah hilang. Menurut lu siapa yang bakal juara Mik? Kalau secara statistik poin atau dari match-match sebelumnya antara Bren ada 3 menurut gua. Bren, Alter Ego, sama Pepperex menurut gua.
Divide will dissipate and Loki will get that kill. Wits now will fall. Daiklem on the board as well, and Cerberus tries setting up the stations and doing it well. It's 3v2 while Bren will consider the rotate right now and go over to B side. There's still a pitch coming here from Akashi, but Borkum, he is ready for that one. Does get the takedown. 2v2 here, Vim, as we move on over to the other side of the map.
You know, CES has turned this into a very winnable condition right here. Daiklem though, is he gonna win the scuffle against Jesse Bash? Yes, he does. Still, 125 HP against Borkum, down to 72 points. Borkum knows exactly where Daiklem is, but he does have that tailwind.
Suka!
Oh my
Suka!
Oh no, but okay, Daiklem is there to clean it up.
What the fuck, Suka?
Cerberus, right position, right timing, right plan, but at the very end, couldn't click the head. And at least they still had the numbers advantage. That would have been so heartbreaking though for Cerberus if that's how they lost. Bren Esports, they are just looking so stellar with the shots so far. They have been so particular with their aim as well as their plans. And Cerberus has had to rally and had to have so much guts in them to just answer back in the second half alone. Cerberus has only
What
gotten 2 points
the
on the
fuck,
defense.
this Kishi guy?
They want to make it more. They want to get the scoreline up in the bat. They want to try and tie things up to force overtime. But Wits has other plans as he gets rid of Akashi. Dubstep, though, did fall to the hand of Cerberus, and Cerberus is not done. Daikalim, this is going to be the wake-up call here from the Jet. Seems like he's ready to pop some heads and ready for action.
Bren seems to be very happy just taking these aim duels head on. Perhaps it can't be a little too overconfident.
Kalau Bani
coming
udah balik
into
lagi
this one.
aimnya,
They
Boom
are on
termasuk
match
gak sih?
point, but perhaps a slower pace or switching the gears here
kayak udah
is the
terlalu
way to
telat
go.
gak sih, bro?
Borgum, though, is right
Kayak
at
udah
the
telat
crosshairs
gitu.
of Daikalim. Let's see if we can actually spot that one out. But
Full
Borgum,
sense
he's gonna
kagak
be
Mik barangkali
rotating
ngasih
out, I
kejutan di
think.
lower.
Perhaps faking the rotation rather.
Entah, gua nggak melihat.
Brenny Sports are
Gue
rallying
nggak
over to
melihat
B main.
full sense gimana
Time to
banget.
set up on that Bravo site. If ever Daikalim, though, in the meantime,
Oh ya
ready with
walaupun
the
sakit
blades, and
sih
he's
playernya
found his
PTC
footing
itu apalagi.
in the last few rounds. If anyone can bail them out in this scenario, it might be him. Borgum
Tapi
goes
entah
spawning
kenapa
out,
feeling gue
Suka
antara tiga
has
tadi
to
itu
drop
nih
on down.
brand
Nana Swarm for the stall, half minute
brand
remaining.
Alter Ego
Brenny
sama
Sports on a bit of an exodus to go over to B side. Slow and steady
apa tadi
is
gue
the
bilang?
pace, keeping it
Ma
quiet,
Pepper
keeping it
X.
cool. And there we have it. Looking now with the takedown on the board. Daikalim on the board yet again. And Jesse Bash with a big gun, trying to make a big name for himself. And he's setting up on B side. All about the sprays though. Looking for some cover.
Kalau
here
Ai
on the
kalah sama
default
Boom
as we get
gimana,
the
Mik?
hot hands on the
Ya
left-hand side by the
udah.
corner. But Jazz,
Ya nggak apa-apa.
Bash, he's trying to play the
Gue dukung
rally
dua-duanya
low-key.
kok.
Gonna get blinded just a little bit there by Kishi. Jesse Bash saves scenario. But with 30 HP and no time remaining in the bank, Cerberus will still be able to survive. No exits out here for Bren Esports as of yet. We're not done. Cerberus still in the way, preventing Bren from taking this map. And just, it's been stellar so far
Time out,
for
time
Cerberus
out.
as they found the rally and the shots behind them.
Bren calling in a tactical timeout.
Banyak yang
Dex
terlalu overrated sama
just in
Flips
time
nggak sih
because, they
menurut
are going to be going
gue.
for an eco state coming into
Flips
round
memang
22
jago
after
sebenarnya.
this timeout.
Otaknya ada,
CES
aimnya
are
ada,
still in
cuman
this. They're hanging on.
nggak
They're
tahu
not giving
kenapa
up.
di saya
Gotta respect
sejak
the
saya
heart
tuh
and mental
kayak agak
fortitude
kurang
of
emang.
these professional players from
Gak tahu
Vietnam.
kenapa.
Definitely
Banyak faktor kok
proving
yang bisa
to everybody
mempengaruhi
why
performa
Vietnam can be
sebenarnya.
underestimated,
Kondisi
why they're
badan,
here
kesehatan
at
badan.
the C playoffs.
Belum kalau
Daikalim,
misalkan
Kishi and Loki, they all have their
feeling-feelingannya,
ultimates. The only
kan.
Hunter's Fury for Jesse Bash coming into this round. So this scoreline could easily be a 10 to 12, inching ever so closer to that overtime scoreline.
And the problem for Cerberus hasn't really been their plans.
Yeah.
They've been so stellar in their positions. We've seen them figure out the locations of Bren Esports on both the attack
kita nggak
and
tahu
defending
kan kalau
side.
misalkan
And again, it's just if you have the right
misalkan
plan, but
ya,
you can't
misalkan
execute on the
taunya
shot,
Bani
that's where it all falls
sakit
apart.
pala kan,
And
migrain
multiple
kan.
times we've seen Bren Esports just figure out a way to
Cenat-cenut
outshoot the
palanya, jadi
competition.
nggak
Yes,
bisa
their plans
main,
are
pusing.
complicated,
Tapi
and
harus
yes,
main.
their plans are sound here for Bren Esports. But more often than not, it's just making big
Who knows
openings
ya kan,
with
nggak ada
the
yang tahu.
pickoffs that they have gotten so far. And if Cerberus can keep stable with the form they've been proving for the past few rounds, and if everyone can get on the same mechanical page, there is still a big chance here for an overtime if this keeps up. But we are not done. Bren Esports, they know the range of a map like this. They have the Sheriffs, they have a single frenzy of Borkum. Their wits will believe in the Hero Guardian here, Vim.
And definitely make it work. Wits atop the scoreboard right now, definitely catching up to Kishi in terms of those frags. He's been a stalwart for the Brand Esports roster in this game and in many other games in the past. See if he can make something out of this. Jesse Viat trying to go for that quick wall bang. Perhaps just might get lucky on.
Terlalu
on
cepat gak sih
catching
untuk
someone
nilai
there, but
Bani? Mik,
no.
hitungannya masih player baru dibanding tim saya lain.
Oh,
Bren here.
Kayaknya nggak terlalu cepet deh, bro. Karena sebelumnya kan dia di NXL, udah masuk saya juga. Sebagai IGL lagi. Bagus mainnya di NXL sebagai IGL.
The skills in their favor if ever they get that pick off. But now it's another journey. Feels like we are migrating from one side to the other bit because Bren, as a whole, stick together team, buddy system. And I guess Jesse Bash
Mungkin lebih tepatnya ada Tasi di tim baru kali ya, soalnya pas di NXL kemarin kelihatan banget. Bisa jadi, itu juga bisa. Makanya gue bilang banyak faktor yang kita nggak tahu. Wah, ente. Ya, tercomeback nih Bren nih. Ente dah.
They play patiently yet again, and again.
Ya maksudnya adaptasi ke boomnya itu beda cerita lagi. Kalau menilai Bani pribadinya kita udah bisa nilai dia tuh jago. Jago, punya otak, punya aim. Tapi kalau misalkan nilai dia di boom, ya mungkin masih terlalu cepat. Masih terlalu cepat mungkin. Karena mungkin masih adaptasi.
From a player's point of view, when you obviously don't have the same POV that we do, it's just so unexpected and sometimes unconventional for the side of CES. And it works even against players like Bren. So very well played for CES right here. If they keep it up, perhaps we might actually go into overtime here, but a lot rests into this round. Of course, Bren goes for the full buys as well. And as of right now, they actually seem to be defaulting. And I'm pretty sure they have something up their sleeves.
So we'll go back to the fundamentals, but the thing is, for Bren Esports, after the lose streak they've had so far, they should have money for this round and the next, if ever there will be a case. But we've also seen for Bren Esports that they have fallen in a little bit of an overtime
paling ngeselin kalau lu jadi sofa pengen dapetin 1 kill pakai ulti, tapi yang lu tag tuh Jet anjing, itu nge-race. Bisa terbang anjing.
That's just it. It's a very simple statement, but they really just need to stop this game from happening. They need to stop this game from happening. And they have to finish off their opponent already, or else Cerberus will get back on their feet, go for even more and more of these rounds, and we will get an overtime situation. But
unfortunately for Cerberus,
their shining light in this darkness, Kishi, has already been busted.
Untungnya ada lower bracket, makanya tadi gue bilang gue berharap it's okay salah satu dari Indo kalah karena Indo lawan Indo. Nggak tahu siapa yang bakal kalah, Boom atau AE, dan mereka ya siap yang kalah turun ke lower bracket, menang terus sampai final ketemu sama bracket atas dari Indo juga sampai final.
It's just a scuffle, a complete scuffle over here onto the side.
Oh, and Bren Esports, the black and yellow will glisten gold for this game. We said it already, they needed to finish off the opposition, and this time they will.
Gue mau bikin turnamen Valo, hadiahnya 2,5, bakal ada yang daftar ya. 2,5 itu prize poolnya atau juara satunya. Kalau prize poolnya ya masih ada lah yang ikut, bro.
13-10 victory, man oh man. Cerberus though, the rally, the defense,
pasti ada kalau lu misalkan lu sebarin ke mana-mana kayak tim-tim baru yang kayak tim-tim gold dari kalangan gold, platinum, pasti ada yang ikut. Immortal juga paling ada, kalau iseng-iseng Radiant juga ada.
I think it's a testament to how well CES and Bren played out that match. It was a bit of a tug of war between the two teams. And it was a toss-up pretty much the entire time. Now, if I'm not mistaken, Dex, Ascent is the map pick of Cerberus here. So it is pretty telling that they did lose on their own map pick, and the next map is going to be Haven, which is arguably Bren's strongest map, even taking a look at the statistics in terms of win rate percentage. But again, Kishi here with 28 kills, almost getting that 30, bro. But Wits with 24 as well.
Rata-rata kalau turnamen kayak gitu mungkin lebih ke pengalaman bukan hadiah sih. Tapi nggak tahu kalau misalkan ada pro player atau jangan bilang pro player deh, bilang player Radiant high elo. Dia pakai akun kecil, pakai akun yang lain buat ngikutin turnamen itu. Tujuannya apa? Ya buat nyari duit.
The stats don't lie, and some of the lower KDs there for Cerberus, it's a bit telling of what happened there. While Cerberus had the right plans and had the right positions,
headshotnya Cerberus gede banget anjing.
Can't do that against a roster like Bren Esports. These guys are so gifted mechanically and tactically. If you give them a small opening, they will take it. And they will destroy you with it in the first place.
Iya, banyak smurf di turnamen kecil juga, banyak.
When they would find Cerberus at least either napping or missing the initial shot. And when that retake happened, when the Cerberus decided to say, hey, let's try to play a 5v5 retake, it was a no-go. And Bren proving how strong they've become here in SCA. But guys and gals, we are not done with this series. It's best
Kishi doang ya.
And the work of Bren Esports is still cut out in front of them. Will Cerberus Esports fight on back and guard the path to the semifinals?
Kayak tadi full sense highest sampai 30%-nya masih bisa kalah. Sebenarnya emang headshot tidak menentukan lu menang atau kalah, karena Kalau misalkan lu kill nih, let's say musuh lu kill 100, lu kill 10. Musuh lu kill 100 tapi headshotnya misalkan kayak cuman 20. Headshot misalkan 20 nih. Terus lu kill 10 tapi headshot lu 10. Ya itu 100% berarti headshot lu. Sedangkan headshot dia 120 berapa itu anjing. Jadi walaupun kill banyak ya belum. Ya gitulah, lu ngerti lah maksud gua anjing. Ayah atau Boom Mik dukung dua-duanya. Gue dulu Dota ini ketemu timnya Rusman. Rusman siapa? Adanya nasi kotak aja biar gak ada yang smurf. Bukan gak ada yang smurf, gak ada yang mau ikut anjing.
Last player standing.
Semoga aja Boom atau Ayah ada di final upper terus lowernya yang menang Indo juga. Iya itu maksud gua yang tadi Indo sama Indo. Kan sekarang Ayah ketemu Boom. Kalau misalkan let's say Boom kalah, AE lanjut terus di upper sampai final, sampai grand final. Boom juga lanjut terus di lower sampai grand final. Gue berharapnya begitu. Jembatan nomor nasi kotak. Apa sih Mik? Mika bingung sendiri. Ya lu ngerti lah maksud gue. Kayak 10 lu kill 10 nih. Lu kill 10, tapi 10-10-nya itu headshot semua. Berarti headshot rate itu kan 100 kan. Sedangkan musuh lu ngekill 100 tapi headshotnya cuma 20. Ya berarti persennya kecil dong. Ngentot. Yang diambil saya 2 aja ya Mik. Ya.
Aduh si Erik.
Udah Mik jangan dijelasin lagi. Jelasin lagi Mik, teman sebelah gue kagak paham. Suruh nonton ulang aja tuh anjing. Feeling aja nih siapa yang menang Mik. Apa Boom AE? Feeling gue kalau Boom AE feeling gue siapa ya? Boom deh bro. Brand serem gak Mik? Serem lah. Semua yang masuk saya serem bro. Ini level saya bukan ecek-ecek. Tolong dibedakan dengan turnamen lokal.
Concluded, we just witnessed as
Asurai.
mentioned it before you guys went on a break, a very back and forth kerfuffle between Cerberus as well as Brent.
Feeling saya Mik, siapa yang lolos jangan Boom AE. Feeling saya. Ya itu tadi yang gue sebutin. Kalau feeling saya Alter Ego, Brand, Pepper X. Masih nanya anjing. Hello again, hello. Oh halo pedang hijau.
Kind of baited themselves into long rotations because they
Wawancara lagi Marlo.
people on a site and never really understood where I think Bren was positioned. And now as the settles, as we end on Ascent, Haven is the next to go, and arguably this is the Bren map, so it's looking dangerous for Cerberus.
Yeah, and I think to build on your point there, Asteroid, you mentioned the passive play. There's a form of that can work for Cerberus. It's the active passive play. I know it's ironic, I know it's opposites, but if Cerberus find the right stations and the right positions that can catch out Bren unaware, that's where they really succeed in.
Bani kalau sekarang kayak week 3 is easy, but
Just let Bren do whatever the hell they wanted. That's a big problem because when Bren Esports gets their foot on the door,
feeling saya Mik siapa yang lolos jangan bumai
kind
kon.
of setup they want in the first place, then they're good to go. And we saw that multiple times when Cerberus would just let Bren Esports do the thing they wanted to do, they would fall flat on their face compared to the rounds they actually contested, the angles that Bren was.
Udah ambil makan dulu lah, stress gua.
Absolutely right. Again, in my perspective, it's just a matter of sort of out-reading the opponent and trying to be the most unpredictable on the battlefield at that point in time. And it's just a matter of fundamentals as well, and how you position your crossfires and anti-lurks. It just works so well for Bren Esports right there.
It's rather scary to kind of think about that. When we were on the defending side, I was just looking at Dubstep, who was equipped with an operator, and my oh my, was he doing the super aggressive close range fights, and he was hitting a lot of the shots. I think that shook Cerberus a tad bit here, a teeny tiny bit. Anyways, we're going to be passing it on to our casters to give you all that action to, just lock it all in. Let's see if Bren is going to be the one to take the series and move forward in the tournament, or will Cerberus have and give us a game number 3? So, let's get to it.
Yeah, here we go, guys. It's time for Haven. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Bren Esports versus Cerberus Esports. Stacks here in the middle. Gotta say, though, for Cerberus, the plans are set, the playbook is sound, so many pages as well in their reports here and now. Unfortunately, if they can't hit the shots from the get-go, Bren Esports is a team that will pounce on that and punish that immediately. We'll see right now, after they got a taste of Bren there on the first map. Will they be able to find the recipe of success this time coming into Haven? But the odds, the stats, they're kind of be a bit stacked against them here, Viminal, as we go into Bren home turf. Haven is where they shine. Haven is when those guiding lights come into play yet again from Bren Esports. And if you enjoyed the double initiator style that we saw from Bren a while ago, wouldn't be too surprising to see it yet again here on a map like this, Vim.
As you know, Dax, Haven, again, arguably one of the strongest maps for Bren Esports. I do believe it is their second strongest map, according to their raw win rate percentage right now. Over the course of over 40 games, over 40 matches here. 77%. What a staggering number that is.
Kalau nggak makan ntar mati, bro. Bahaya.
Can Bren bring the magic here? Can they replicate their success from their run at the group stage, Dax, against Cerberus? I mean, it was sort of too close for comfort coming in from that first game.
Just again, the problems that they had in the group stage, not finishing up these games as quickly as they should, as well as giving a chance, allowing the opposition to run rampant and really find their formations at the latter half of the end times of a game. And it's really just the efforts of the team in question that they're fighting against. We saw it against CBT in the group stage. We saw it from Cerberus right now in that last map. Always gritty, always fighting.
Makan apa tuh, Mik? Nasi goreng buatan ibunda tercinta.
I feel like that's where Bren Esports kind of falls short in the scheme of things. We know that this roster has gotten so good, has become the best form that they had so far. But at the same time,
sambil makan nih, Mik, feeling saya Mik siapa yang lolos jangan bumai.
Completely. If they get 95% of the job done, but have a bit of those struggles in the 5%, that really gives a chance
Mort,
else to take the
Pandora Oris.
as we get the comps here.
Taking a look at the agent compositions here, Dax, it seems like Cerberus
Sama
will
mak
be
gua
going for Phoenix for the side
biar
of
bisa ke
Kishi.
Berlin. Let's go!
Again on the Sova Dicolem, again on the Jet Loki, on his Astra and Suka. Pretty much the same lineup coming in from the previous game here. As for Bren, they are going for a double initiator. Yet again, dubstep on the Jet. Orcum this time on the Omen, however. Dasivash, of course, very, very comfortable on that Sova. Now, again, this is more of a question, Dax. Is this going to be a bit of an initiator difference? Because you have Wits on that Sky, a bit of a hybrid duelist playstyle. Because again, Sky is an agent that can flash for himself and for his teammates. And this is because of basically that slight buff to the animation of that flash. You can bring out the gun very, very quickly, so that allows you to flash for yourself. And that's why Sky is just such a potent agent right now, aside from
Belum ada COVID.
Sky's kit.
Cita-cita lo mau jadi apa,
And
Mik?
don't forget about the regenerating guiding light that you can get
Oh, yes.
after using the first one. It's also a big one. But I feel like it's the same question with the same answer, Bim. Which of these two agents will get more value?
Jadi orang
Because
kaya, bro.
Kishi as well as Wit's gonna be that head-to-head yet again in a way. Team play versus individual play, and Brent right now is gonna be able to get two so far. Cerberus still fighting on back behind the box. It's Kishi there yet again getting the takedown, and this is gonna be a big start here for Cerberus. Asuka will find his form, find his aim, and get the 3K here for Cerberus. We said it a while ago, a few issues on the aim department here for Cerberus Esports, and they just need to get back on their footing. Know how secure they can be with those headshots and find the right positions one more time. But to answer your question, Bim, I feel like it's a rehash right now of the Ascent. It's gonna be the same question on a different map. Which agent will get more value? Which of these two teams can punish one another? And if you're looking for a little bit of deja vu, I wouldn't be
Sudah COVID,
surprised to
cita-citanya
see
jadi
it
apa?
here compared from map 1 to map number 2. But the question now
Sesudah
is, can
COVID,
Cerberus
jadi orang
learn enough
sukses.
from their mistakes last time to change the fates of their
Menjawab sekali ya
team?
pertanyaan
Seems
gue.
like that's the case so far with Dykelum getting 3.
Menjawab sekali dia jawaban gue.
By the corpses of Brandy Esports
Ah!
and Cerberus
Feeling si Mik Sapa yang lolos jangan bumai.
in the afternoon here with a 2-0 lead.
You know what, Dax? I blinked once, round 1.
Tapi
done and
makasih
dusted.
sepuluh gue.
Right off the bat. I blinked another time, round 2, done and dusted. Just like that. And it's just Dykelem with a stellar effort, really bringing the fight into Bren Esports. And again, Haven is just such a fun map to play, because when you have the upper hand in terms of economy, when you have the upper hand in terms of ultimate economy and firepower, it's just so easy to push on those long lanes, try to take a forward aggressive position right here. But as we all know, Bren often goes for the third round turnaround. Let's see if this holds true in this one.
A bit of tendency to lose that pistol, but get back on the recovery. Cerberus, though, that was a lot more secure compared to their last outing on the Sense, and it does feel like right now that with Cerberus finding more names,
Kata Dustin jangan mau jadi orang kaya.
those takedowns, it's gonna be a good effort for them as a whole, and a good sign
Ya,
for the team to truly
gua mau.
be ready for this battle. I do commend Kishi's multiple takedowns on the Phoenix a while ago on Ascent, especially with
Nobar
many,
turun
many
official
run
kok
backs
kasar,
he
Mik.
was able to play because of it. But at the same time,
Kalian yang bikin dia
if
kasar,
Cerberus
anjing.
can scatter around those kills, give more confidence to the rest of the roster, and play the same way with the same kind of notions as Ascent, I think it's going to be a lot more successful here for Cerberus Esports. If you have the likes of Suka, the likes of Akashi popping off and finding the takedowns, Dykelem getting a better start overall, then they're going to be able to have many more guns that they can rely on, and that can help them steal this map away from Bren. But Bren, of course, they're going to go for that 8 sake. Secure with the guns, secure with the sights. Jesse Bash, though, going for the plant. He will get tagged quite a bit by the shock dart, but not fully. And here we have it, Recon Dart flung into the
Gue
air.
gak mau
Will
kaya,
land
gue punya
later
berdua
on.
sampai kaya Jeff.
Actually trying to count in my head how long
Itu namanya
it
kaya
takes for it to
bangsat.
land when it's flung into the air like that. I think it's just gonna land the nick of time here, but Borkum out with a paranoia, just get taken down by Dykelem underneath Heaven.
Gosh, though, finding takedown Dykelem right now. Gonna get the refrag. It's gonna be 4v3 there as Kishi throws out the curveball and is looking for anyone to take down. But Jesse Bash with the punish instead. And Jesse Bash is not done. It's 3 here for Bash. What's on the board?
Ika lama klasik
Trying
gak?
to play into the sewer, but it's now 1v1. Phantom in hand here for Loki as time is ticking. Is there even any time now for Cerberus? There we have the defuse with Stowe calling to action. And while sure Loki will get that takedown, Bren Esports buying enough time for themselves to win that.
Kalau nge-report orang noob itu bakal diindak gak sih bang sama Valorant?
Cerberus making the effort happen, and this is
Nggak
gonna
tahu.
be a good time for Cerberus.
Kalau gua nggak
still.
pernah.
Point on Bren, yes, but Cerberus now ready to go with guns ablaze.
Makan apa, Mik? Makan nasi goreng.
Absolutely right. I mean, Bren at this point in time, you know, it's a very awkward position to be in. When you win that third round turnaround, but you lose all your guns in the process, you feel like you still lost a round economically.
Makan apa, Mik? Jangan boom
So
ae.
you have a choice of going with half armors, forcing those rifles, and some of you have half armors and specters. And then sometimes you just go on a full save, actually. But it seems like Wits can grab an orb here. He can make something happen for the side of Bren Esports, that they are going to be committing to that buy. Jesse Vash also has that Hunter's Fury, so I do understand the logic behind this decision. And there we go, Hunter's Fury on Jesse Vash. We know the Jesse Vash guarantee, but Dubstep's going to be taking down Loki as well. It starts.
And there we have it, Dubstep Bash stepping onto that C-side basically with themselves, respectively. But Suka, he is not going to get caught out unaware this time. He knows the mistakes he's made in that Ascent map, and this time he's looking for retribution, and he's going for a show with that firing range. 3 kills already here for Suka so far. Lockdown is a goal as well. It's been incredible so far here for Cerberus. It does seem like the whole team right now is stepping up, and playing the best
Ayam
that they can
bakar.
so far in the first 3 rounds. And can they get more now? Now the
Ayam
lockdown
bakar
gets
pride,
at the same
bro.
time, Bren doubling back and going back to C sites. A little bit of a fake play on the rotation, but Cerberus, they're no fools. They understand what's going on. And Suka and Nakashi looking for a pinch. Spikes planted here, Vim. Can we actually make this one work? Oh no, though, the plans of Cerberus, they fall to the wayside after the Seekers. And now, with the scouting information, it's Brand Esports knowing exactly where Akashi is. It's 2v1 with the regrowth now going for the heals off the Jesse Bash with line of sight. Not only that, Recon Dart is there, counter Recon Darts. In response from Akashi, bounce, go onto the ground, and
Reconnya apa
Jesse
banget dah?
Bash will make sure Akashi will be
Dibuang ke
on
atas
his
nih.
knees and begging for mercy. 2-2. And yet again, Brand Esports with a smart play there at the very end.
Good swing from Jesse Vash right there again with that very high altitude arrow.
Ini
This
bilang
was
bola suami
really a
kita
good
cair.
entry from Dubstep and Jesse Vash, just making it happen. The Vash guarantee getting a pick onto Garage, but it seems like they failed to clear backside here, and that, you know, they paid the price for that. Suka got a 3K out of nowhere, just standing over there in backside.
And even though that was a lost round for Cerberus, that should give them a bit more confidence now in their aim that they can fight against Bren, despite the lack of utilities on their side, if ever. Guiding Light, though, does get confirmation, and Dubstep already with the blades. Can he actually go for more as he's hunting
Oh,
down
itu tanda
members
tanya,
here
memek.
of Cerberus, and looking to pin them to the wall, looking for even more and more of those bounties up into play, but misses all the shots there versus Suka. The Killjoy just basically doing the Matrix there and getting away with his life. But as I say, Dubstep will deny him of a second chance. Dispenser on the board as well, and here comes Daiklem. Here's the first takedown of Borkum. Spikes planted here. Daiklem, though, trying to get on site and look for another one, but Wits, he's just gonna be able to get precise with the shots yet again. Brand Esports now up by 1, taking the lead away from Cerberus.
There we go. 3 consecutive rounds for Bren Esports just like that. CES, they need to fight back this early. At this point in time, you gotta stop the bleeding because Bren, when they start
Mau
to
gua berhenti
dictate the
Teo-nya nggak,
pace,
Pin?
they tend to not drop the ball. They just
Oh iya, lupa.
maintain
Kan
and
di Teo,
sustain
ya?
their momentum.
Nggak bisa
They
nge-cheat ya.
adjust
Sorry dah.
on the fly very, very quickly to try and keep their opponents guessing. CES need to understand this and make the necessary adjustments right now.
For Cerberus, we've seen them figure out how to adjust. We've seen them figure out which part of the Bren playstyle is shining in the first place. For now, able to outsmart the competition, especially in that last round, and find the plays yet again in them. It has been the story, though, for the past 3 rounds, or well, for the past 2 rounds. First round of their win, kind of dicey, let's be real. Cerberus doing an incredible job of wiping out everyone on the Bren roster, but just couldn't get the defuse on the spike. But next 2, very convincing game for Bren Esports. And we tout how Bren has improved so far, and they're proving it here in the SEA scene. Kishido and Nakashi on the board, and Cerberus proving that they will not back down from a fight. Wits in the meantime find Nakashi in response, and it's 4v3 here. Kishido quite low, running back now, has been shut down as Wits will force Kishi back to the connector there.
Ya,
But
Kishinya
Jesse Bash
tidung.
doesn't care about the blinds. He's gonna kick down the Phoenix, and Suka and Daiklem, they will get their names on the board as well.
Borkum
Borkum,
1v2
though,
situation. Oh my god, we can 1v1 Borkum with 2 HP lah. Ada
Rule them all in one shot to buy them. Truly, this is the gongs ringing for
Gila kalian
Borkum,
kalau gue yang
and
caster
Brand
kayak
Esports will find
langsung
the clutch in
something
them yet
shit,
again.
something
Knew
something
this
damn.
was coming, Dax. Guys, it's just Borkum time yet again in round number 6. We're heading into round number 7. Bren up by 4 consecutive rounds. That was a nasty clutch for Borkum. As we take a look at this replay right here, you can see his positioning, playing around that default box really, really well, isolating those angles, turning that 3v1 into multiple 1v1 scenarios. That is the only win condition that Borkum had. And CES perhaps failed to exploit on that fact.
Just finding the single in the right position at the right time. Kishi
Ente
though,
ada dispenser.
letting that sheriff ring. It does get the ding there onto Dispenser to
Tapi berani
shut
banget
down
si
at
Kishi
least
ini.
the killjoy from this equation. That's a big pickup because that could have been a lockdown play for Brent Esports if ever. But here we have it. Dubstep now confident that he is. Takes down Suka, but Loki now with the refrag. Jesse Bashto on the board. Borkum holding the back line. And with Daikulem caught out, it's only one angle of attack here from the side of Cerberus on their defense.
Kalau apa,
Kashi now all alone.
Sampurna Mil.
The barrage though does have the Hunter's Fury.
Mau niruin ayam bakar kelas 1 HP.
But this is looking very tough
Beda.
for Cerberus so far.
Kalau ayam bakar Ace clutch 1 HP.
Sports will secure the round. This is now a problem for Cerberus. Because if you are a fan
Ini kalau provider
of the
HP yang bagus buat
Philippine
Valo apa nih?
scene,
Kalau misalnya gue coba kadang nggak stabil, nggak tahu. Gue nggak pernah pakai, pernah sih, cuman ngelek-ngelek juga. Jadi kayak kalau lu pakai hotspot atau provider dari HP, nggak worth it.
With a 5-round streak for Brent Esports, when they are this hot, when they have this momentum, it is undeniable that they look nigh unstoppable until
Siapa lagi main deket lu, abang gua lah.
because for the next few rounds, Brent Esports will look to be as strong as they can be. Go in, go ham, get the takedowns, take the sites, and that is just a fact of how strong their momentum really enables them to play. I feel like in terms of a team, Brent Esports do have a few caveats in terms of finishing off games and getting off the good start. But when the plus side is on them, once that scale tips in their favors, they are one of the best teams in SCA that can really run with that momentum. Can Akashi though shut this down? Does get a tag onto Spencer, I believe. That's just it. That's all they get from that. And Brent Esports, they get the pick off.
Justy Vash off the first blood onto Kishi. And again, Kishi's always been the guiding light for the side of CES. Without
Oke, jam 4 gue udah scream, jadi gue nggak bakal bisa lama-lama. Kayak gue boom lawan Ae nggak full deh, atau bahkan nggak nonton.
With the Hunter's Fury and Dispenser
Nonton sih, cuman nggak full.
lockdown and play. Meanwhile, Dubstep going for that aggressive operator on attack. He does get one onto Loki. Execution
Mikir lu dukung siapa,
is
boom atau
nigh
Ae?
for Brent Esports.
Dua-duanya.
With Spencer though on the board now, all up to Akashi here. Can't even do anything against Bren. Not
Team Ace.
this time. And there you go. 5 becomes
Menurut lu Mik di
6.
tim bis yang kurang apa?
Still all 5 members
Mental.
alive for Bren. This is where it gets even tougher now for Cerberus. We said
Kecewa
all
gue
about the
Mik
Bren
omelin Cole.
momentum.
Ya omelin
This
nih.
is the perfect call here from Cerberus so far. Turn that grayscale on. We are gonna go into a timeout because Bren has not only gotten convincing round wins, they found the clutch in them, they have the guns now, and they will have money for a good part of this. So this is the question, Cerberus.
Gue
How
pakai
will they
by
manage this? How will they figure things out?
di daerah Garut bagus
them.
kan, download game Valo aja 1 sampai 2 jam lah lumayan.
It's just been Bren all
Dipakai
day
main
since
juga
the
aman,
round.
galek atau
You know what?
patah-patah. Oke.
If I were CES,
Tuh guys,
I
pakai
would really try
by
to hang
titik
back
U
just a
apa lah
little bit.
itu nggak tahu gue.
They've been getting shut down in terms of those aim duels. I mean, when you lose by 6 consecutive rounds, that means you're losing majority of the gunfights. Especially in Haven, where it's so easy to punish those early aggressions on A and C long. Really, the answer to this,
Nonton
when
di
you're
Alik
down
aja ya,
for the
Mik.
count,
Iya,
go
nonton
for a
di
full
Alik aja.
retake. You do have an Astra. Cosmic Divide is going to be in play. Hunter's Fury is going to be in play. And then you also have a Killjoy. Wait for those ultimates. Try to get the orbs at the very least. And go for a full retake. Honestly, that's the only way I see CES coming back at this point in time.
You know, it's ironic actually because CES have gotten more success out of their dry peaks this game from what we've seen so far. But at the same time, with removing the active proactivity that we saw a while ago on Ascent, the angles and nooks and crannies that they took Bren for a surprise with, then they're gonna lose out in the long run because those were the opportunities as Dubstep finds the opportunity there versus Cash to get that
Ajakin
takedown.
Alik nobar.
Those are the opportunities that
Ah,
gave
cuek deh.
Cerberus the man advantage
Cuek
on
bebek.
Ascent. And if it's just gonna be dry peak versus dry peak, Bren Esports has proven so far in this game that they're
Kishi with the
willing to go
deagle,
at it.
aggressive,
They just
terakhir,
set
man.
up things for the
Buta.
knockdowns. If they see the duel, they're happy to go for it. And here we go again. Kishi will just run on in just to die. Suka does find Dispenser there, the one by a long. But as the lockdown will corner the Killjoy, it's Borkum with the execution. All up to Daikulev right now alongside Loki. One on the front lines, one the back line, trying to make a sandwich
Serius
out
gue
of
bukan
Bren Esports,
sales.
but it feels like there's just too much
Banyak
filling on
sales
this
baik.
side. And in the middle, it's Bren
Goblok.
Esports watching, waiting, and securing the
Jualan
round.
bro.
7 now the score here for Bren. Cerberus again. They improve on one side of their game, but unfortunately, the other aspect that helped them out immensely in the last game, we're not seeing it now here.
Absolutely right. And possibly because, again, at this point in time, most of the brand rosters just kind of feeling it. You can sort of see that they're a lot more warmed up than last game at the very least. But really, taking a look at the agent composition again for CES, maybe if they had a raise, you could out-peak or at least get to that angle first before Dubstep can peek it with his operator. But they don't. And maybe if you had a Reyna, you could flash out and make a play. Maybe if you had a Sky, you could flash out and make a play, but they don't. But you know what? Bren Esports is going to make a play onto A side here. Daikalem does get one onto Wits.
Lockdown though, bending them off here, Vim. And Borkum, he's stuck, but it's not the worst situation. He can shroud the step if ever that's the case. But Daikalem, look at the angle he's taking. This is going to be perfect dispenser though. In the meantime, gun out! Ah, the timing.
Timing.
Brand is dominating, bro.
There for Dispenser. As soon as he was ready for action, he went for the peak himself and caught Kishi for a surprise. Many players will still hang on back, not on the side of Bren Esports. And really, we know that Cerberus Esports, they've such a smart team. Incredible efforts to make it to the playoffs. But right now, just getting out-muscled by Bren. And it's just a fact here that it's been 7 rounds in a row, and it hasn't stopped so far, Vim.
30 seconds
You know, you can
left.
tell from how CES is moving around the map that they're really kind of paralyzed at this point in time. When you're trying to guess or read where your opponent is going to pop out of, trying to guess if where they're rotating, you get a lot less confident in taking those aim duels. And right now, Bren is capitalizing on that fact.
Cerberus, well, time to back on the way. Save the guns for a rainy day. From 7-2, it becomes 8-2, and things get even more and more dicey here for Cerberus Esports. We mentioned how gritty they can be to go for a victory against a top team, and we saw it especially against Alter Ego. But there's also a bit of that negative side if you look back into that group stage against AE.
Next
the
tournya
round,
apa,
the
Mik?
maps that they lost, unfortunately, weren't as competitive as they would like. I believe it was 13-6 split before Cerberus won out in overtime to qualify for the playoffs. And when they do get out-muscled like this, it does seem like that's one of their weaknesses in terms of that raw firepower on their side. There's such a tactical team
Star
that
Syndrome,
can
memek.
outsmart teams that try to
Ya
go
udah.
for the outplays, to go for the anti-strats, with having multiple varieties on their own. And you can see they have a lot of thrust within each other with how they play. But just these small little slip-ups that have been being shown here by Bren Esports, and the fact of the matter
Invite
is
itu di
not
AMD,
everything
yeah,
that
yeah.
Cerberus
Invite
unleashed
that.
last time, we're not seeing it here this time, because Haven is still a different map,
Emosi mulu, Mik.
unfortunately. Things are just going in favor of Bren Esports again and again and again. And
Kayak
even though
kayak gini nih,
Cerberus wants to
kayak
contend,
gimana bro ya, kayak
Bren
gini.
Esports is just making them sit down
Misalkan,
and be
misal
humble.
let's say that
Could make that Blade Storm,
lu
unfortunately.
ditanya
Bren will be scouting on the
umur lu
round.
berapa, lu jawab misalkan
Immediately,
15.
one pick off like that, change the tempo of a game
Terus
like this,
5 menit
especially
kemudian
if you're on
ditanya
the
lagi,
attacking side
umur
of
lu berapa?
Haven, -1 player makes it even
Lu jawab lagi
harder to
15.
scatter yourselves around these sites.
10 menit kemudian lu ditanya lagi, umur lu berapa? Lu jawab lagi 15. Ditanya lagi, umur lu berapa? Men, tot, apa lu gak kesel anjing?
Dubstep, he's on the operator, yes, but he can make an entry still with that Blade Storm.
Kayak gua harus tambahin comms deh. Next tour nih, AMD, next.
Suka though holding the line yet again, and there we go. That
Apa namanya?
has been his baby, and
Ya
he's
itulah.
happy to stay there to get to. But Dubstep 4 come on the board, all about the cashing now here by the garage. But Dubstep swoops on in like an
Capek
eagle,
jawab ya,
looking
Mik.
for
Bukan
Blade,
capek jawab.
triple kill
Ya
there
capek
for
jawab
Blade
sih, tapi
Storm.
maksudnya
And this half
pertanyaan yang berulang-ulang gitu loh.
Bren, ever since they won
Ah!
their third round turnaround, it's 9
Gak apa-apa, gue maafin kok. Mungkin gak apa-apa, gua maklumin. lu mungkin tadi nggak nonton, lu nggak tahu, lu mungkin belum tahu kan. It's okay, nggak apa-apa, gue maafin kok.
But it just doesn't seem like it's enough here versus Bren so far.
It seems like they always get caught off guard when, as soon as Bren goes for the first pick. Bren's
Lu mah
running down the
gitu.
clock, trying to get early picks. And again,
Ya,
CS,
lu
I do
ngatain
understand
gua.
that, you know, they're trying to make a play, they're trying to gain information on the map because they can't simply relinquish all map control, right? I think their retakes didn't really work, their early plays didn't really work, so they're in a bit of a tough spot right now. But Bren, just knowing what to do every single time, trying to reading their opponent, his dubstep takes down Akashi right there.
Nggak capek jawab. Mau lu apaan sih, Miken? Tot, udah gue bilang menjawab pertanyaan yang berulang-ulang.
Though, perfect opportunity. Using the alarm as distraction, catching out the Spencer, and those are the scenarios where we love how Cerberus plays. Just active proactivity.
Pertanyaan umum tentang umur, langsung aja bang, di dompet tinggal berapa? Di dompet 200.000 dong.
Bang next Tony apa? Serius nanya.
And at the very least, they will salvage that last round. But Bim, is it little too late? We saw the smart plays there from Cerberus. We saw how effective they could be with a single distraction or with a single angle that Bren Esports is not watching out for. But unfortunately, the reality here, Bim, is the damage has been done. And while this was an impressive round for Cerberus, it's still 9-3, and Cerberus is gonna need this pistol round badly if they want to contend in this map.
Yeah, you know what? Arguably, if they win the first
Kalau pertanyaan rekening lu berapa nggak bakal capek jawab. Nah iya. Kalau dia nanya link Saweria lu apa? Ada di deskripsi bang. Cek aja. Atau mau nomor OVO gua, mau ditransfer ke OVO gua ada. PC. Slow ya. Nggak bakal capek jawab gua kalau itu. Santai. Bisa lah itu diatur, bisa.
Tricks under their sleeve, and unfortunately, Bren Esports isn't even letting them put on the magic show.
Kecuali nanya umur pakai donasi baru nggak marah. Iya, nggak marah kok gua. Tadi si Kevin nanya teksturnya apa? AMD pin, AMD. Invited kita. Slow aja, slow. Slow aja. Bisa diatur, bisa. Santai.
The results speak for themselves, and the ding there from Dubstep speaks volumes of how this game is going for Cerberus. Bren Esports off to a good start there with a sheriff pickup from afar. This time though, Akashi answers back with the free classic, and there's nothing can beat than free. And right now, Kishi gonna be beating Borkum there. Can Cerberus? That's gonna be the question.
Nembak apa?
Still fighting on back, but Cerberus, they knew their lives were on the line for the pistol round, and they will achieve.
Kesetaraan viewer kecuali yang donate.
It's 9-4. We're not done. This is Cerberus match coming into the second round of the second.
You know, I don't want to jinx it, but
kalau donate 10k masih marah, kalau 200k baru nggak marah. Enggak dong. Gua nggak marah. 10k pun nggak marah. Kalau bisa 5.000 nggak marah bang. Kalau bisa 5.000 aja gua nggak marah juga. Masalah santai. Yang namanya duit lah bro.
He's gonna go all in. With his marbles here, he's gonna go for a
damai Mik, gue mau nonton juga sama komen ya, damai.
Disastrous for the side of CES. So again, better be careful with Kishi though, onto the first blood with wits, as the rest of them try to make their way onto A long. Jesse Bash is gonna be caught unaware as well.
Anda kelas 9 sih, umur 19. Umur 19 kelas 9 segoblok apa anjing? Umur 19 masih kelas 9 segoblok apa dia bangsat?
They're coming too fast, Vim. Not only do they have the Phoenix ultimate ready to go, it's Kishi right now getting the takedowns that they need. Daikulem watching out for any kind of potential exit frags, if ever, any kind of flank. But the Spencer will just wait instead. Close range with the Frenzy. Good start though for Cerberus, and we were talking about it again, and it's the same answer, Viv. You asked about the Sky versus Phoenix, the initiator extra on the side of Bren versus the Duelist on the side of Cerberus.
Hahaha ngakak abis puncak komedi. Nggak bisa berhenti ketawa.
Whatsoever in the SCA challengers.
Yes, Kishi's down to 69 HP there.
Bang, memungkinkan nggak tim Indo ke Berlin? Mungkin lah.
on his prey
Masang,
the rest
Indo
of
pride
the
banget
Brand
nih, bro.
Esports squadron. And during those eco frags,
Indo
during
pride,
those
man.
eco
Indo pride.
rounds, for Bread, CES can really thrive in that. Kishi can have his run it back and basically farm that round, right? So now, in this buy round for Bren, he's gonna have that run it back. That brings their win percentage
Iya, rekornya bagus banget di luar.
much higher than it should be against Bren, who has a firepower advantage here.
And if they play the right angles,
Kalau Radiant
especially
19 sudah
with
bisa masuk bis
they'll
gantiin
be
Mika.
so paramount to their success. I think an A or a B
Anda
team
menilai
work
seseorang dari rank ya?
well here for Cerberus so far. And as I say that, it seems like they are going to go for that B side. If
Anda menilai kejagoan seseorang dari rank.
but here we go, Guiding Light gonna be into
Gitu.
play, and Witch trying to
Oh!
prepare on the right hand side. And the lineup is perfect here from Witch. 3 so far, and everything that Cerberus has planned has gone to the wayside as Witch steps in front of the door.
Bang, kenapa kalau tur suka di Berlin kayak PUBG M dulu di Berlin? Karena mungkin tempatnya bagus dan memungkinkan dan memadai. Itu aja sih. Mereka pasti mencari tempat yang memadai, yang bagus, yang layak untuk dipakai untuk turnamen offline.
Sort of rushing in blindly through the smoke, which is a bit of a curious play right here. Loki goes down in the end as Wit secures the victory. Now, Kishi is their lone flasher here. Granted, Loki can make it a much easier job by utilizing those gravity wells, smoking out those entrances, and then concussing as well. But really, there's not a lot of explosive burst potential, other than flash from the Phoenix and dash in from the Jet. But if you can't do that,
Mau terus 144 HZ pick.
Sometimes teams do funnel on in
30 HZ bro, menurut gua. Makanya gua cupu banget.
First donate mic.
Might have been able to play at least someone on the most right side of that smoke to play a little further away from the easy
2 jempol.
and at least make it
Thank
a
you.
contention
Thank
point.
you, Rijal.
Unfortunately, it was just, of course, Wits there looking prepared and Dispenser saw
Ini
Kishi
joget
and
ragil
was
bodoh.
dead. That intel was enough for Dispenser to get that take.
Apalagi lan butuh internet kencang. Ya.
And here comes Cerberus looking to set up on C side, but Brent Esports is still waiting it out. The Seekers hounded Loki, and now it's gonna be Wits confirming that kill. Really a chain of takedowns for Wits. Exemplifies and
Europe udah paling cocok buat mainan
what
ya.
he brings to the table here for Brent Esports. Now that Brent
Yeah,
knows
maybe.
that Cerberus is in that location, it's an easy shot.
Rank di Valley itu menilai dari kill individu ya, berarti bukan dari teamwork. Betul. Tumben pintar kamu manusia ganteng. Kalau soal jago, semua orang bisa jago. Kalau soal Radian, semua orang bisa jadi Radian. Tapi kalau soal teamwork harus dilatih. Susah banget. Disiplin. Menjaga kesehatan tubuh. Kalau e-sport ya, secara professionally, jaga kesehatan tubuh, jaga mood.
It's just so hard to predict where Brennan's gonna be popping up. They're sort of patrolling the map on the prowl here. After Dispenser got that kill.
Gue pakai jet kok buat frag mulu itu kenapa ya? Ya lu cupu bangsat.
Out of nowhere, holds down A side as well, and then Wits is just on the guard over there onto B side. It's just so unexpected. CES was trying to be really clever in that round, and that was a really good effort. But in the end, Bren sort of read.
Anjing gue dinilai nggak pinter gitu. Ini gue bodoh dikatain ya udah nggak jadi.
They're finally making a valid case for themselves to be the #1 in SCA. Their improvement has been stellar in Borkum right now with a 6 shot on Loki. But Brand Esports, you cannot deny their
Vandal
journey
to
so
Phantom.
far. How they added on Wits, how they have improved in the SCA
Maksud lu
scene,
atau
slaying down
atau
some
apa?
rivals in the
Lu menanya apa
community
sih?
scene, just making it yet again a 3-4-3 being an SCA rep. Never count out the opposition here in the SCA playoffs.
Lu sama gue DM aja nggak mau. Ya nggak mau lah. Ngapain gue main sama orang cupu bangsat? Ntar ketularan. Mendingan gue main sama orang jago biar gue dapet ilmu. Itu. Lingkungan itu memengaruhi. Kalau lu terus bermain dengan orang-orang yang tidak mau berkembang, ya lu nggak akan berkembang.
But a thrifty victory here from Cerberus is going to send ripples onto the economy of Bren Esports right now. We're not done. It looked to be decisive for Bren Esports, but it does seem like Cerberus will always fight. They will never give up on their duty to deny Bren Esports of chance to the semifinals, and they will try
Sure.
to fight Bren until the bitter end.
Vandal or Phantom, I like both. Tergantung lagi enak pakai apa.
But Brent's gonna be answering back here. Dubstep does have that Blade Storm. Dispenser does have that lockdown. They still have full buys here. They're gonna be on the defense. They could either go
Kasihan deh
for that highly
Valsionanya dari
aggressive
tadi.
play really early on, or maybe go
Udah
for a
aku jawab.
retake. But then
Vandal
again,
or
at this
Phantom,
point in time,
tergantung.
when you have the enemy
Tergantung gue
in
enaknya
more
lagi pakai
control,
apa.
there's no reason
Itu.
to go for a full retake. You can definitely
Kalau lagi enak pakai
maximize
Vandal ya
control of the
Vandal,
map.
kalau enak pakai Phantom ya
And
Phantom.
once you've actually
Kalau
read
nggak
them,
enak dua-duanya ya
and the
udah
fact that
mending
CS is
udahan
really
bro.
being unpredictable right now. They're gonna be funneling in through garage as Dispenser takes down.
Ya Kishi.
Platform power position yet again in the Jesse Bash guarantee, and now you get it twice because it's gonna be nice here for Jesse Bash. 2K4 and Borcom on the board, and Dispenser will be there to wrap that one.
Kena di Indo lebih laku Vandal tapi orang luar lebih laku Phantom. Kenapa di Indo lebih laku Vandal tapi orang luar lebih laku Phantom? Mungkin mereka melihat cara gameplay mereka gimana, cara main mereka gimana. Kalau mungkin mereka lebih prefer untuk take fight jarak medium sama jarak close sampai medium. That's why maybe they prefer Phantom than Vandal. I don't know.
CS onto the middle of the map.
Cerberus are gonna try at the very least to go into the middle, but
70 by one yuk.
they actually keep hold of it if that spike gets put down on B side. Thing is though, might be a bit of bait switch from Cerberus, going for a last hurrah, going for another incredible play in their playbook.
Orang yang merendahkan
Then again,
orang lain.
Fantasy and
Oh, boy.
Fury does
Ya
not
udah,
mean
bagus.
reality, but Kishi
Berarti lu pede.
realizes
Bagus.
that Brent is coming from A sites, and he gets one there onto Jesse Bash, but Borcom with the refrag.
Brent
We're
keras
not
banget
done, it's
tuh. Iya, emang.
4v4. Dispenser though, he might get caught here by Dykelim. And there we have the peek from Dispenser, cashing out with a refrag, shutting down the turret. Phantom is picked up, it's 3v3 now.
Bang,
And
bagi
Brand
skin
Esports,
alok, Bang.
well, can they actually make this hold?
Lu
More
donate gua
paranoia
dulu
can get thrown
seharga
over
skin
top, but
alok
his
baru
first
gua
one,
kasih.
And the Kashi will get that takedown. Widso on the board yet again, and the lockdown now taking on away. Cerberus.
Make pakai single monitor apa dual? Single.
As Brandon will have to respect that. A little bit of time here for both of these squads to
Cupu gue bang, gak jadi buy one.
change the pace of the game.
Bagus.
Now that lockdown is
Sadar
gonna be in
diri.
place. 0 players retained, but Wits is going to be going out.
Gue juga
Those
bilang diri gue
Seekers.
sebenarnya cupu kok.
Now they're going to attempt for the retake.
Kashi at the back of sight, and there we have it.
Bagus,
It's a big
sadar
climb
diri
already,
itu namanya.
putting a stunning presence onto Kashi there. Hunter's Fury though is the call, forcing Brent to respect that. And back on the way, Dubstep now with a push on forward and get the audacity off this path to go.
GG.
The aggression from Brent Esports have had shown their fans there.
Baca komen
And
live-nya
Brent,
gimana, Mik?
they have slayed the guardians
Pakai
of
HP
the
kadang.
semifinals, perhaps.
Atau
Time
enggak
is ticking, but this
itu
should be enough.
apa?
Close, but no cigar. Cerberus Esports
Kan di
and
YouTube
Brent will
itu
do
bisa
to be
pop out
so,
chat.
so lethal with a
Chatnya gue pop
2-0
out,
victory.
gue pindahin ke
That, my
screen
friends,
bagian
is
kiri
the
gue.
Brand
Jadi gue bisa
esports
baca.
experience that we've known and loved for quite some time.
Cupu bang,
in
saya ini
the
buy one get.
Philippines scene. That is why they have been a household name for quite some time already.
Brand
in
dapat 9
the
poin ya kan,
Philippine region.
ya kan kemarin ya,
Without
ya
doubt,
persiapannya udah
they
bagus
have
banget.
brought out the best of what the Philippine
Emang Brand
Valorant
jago
scene
bro,
has to
abang
offer.
main CSGO berapa lama
Tell
dulu?
as they move further down the bracket,
3.500-an jam.
success that they've shown right here and now. Valiant effort from Cerberus. Then
Sebentar itu bro,
gonna be going to the
dibanding
lower
orang-orang
bracket
lain
to
mah.
continue to fight on another day, Dex.
Yeah, what a series there, proving the improvements of both teams. But Brent
Lu minus
Esports,
berapa, Mik?
they're
Minus
gearing
5.
up for that top spot of SEA, and it does seem like that the Vietnamese squad
Wi-Fi
on
emang
the other
berapa
side
Mbps?
is just
75.
powerless to stop them. But welcome back to Asarai. And before you get started, Asarai, I do want to commend you. Apparently, we are not the true fans, my friend. You are. 2-0 from Brent Esports.
My predictions, man.
I'm a little bit in shock,
I mean-
you know, on how convincing that was. I never count out, of course, Brent Esports.
Dax,
Never
Dax,
do. But
Dax,
it's usually
mukanya
2-1,
please
3-1.
biasa aja.
Not this time. And
Jangan kayak orang habis nyimeng.
I think, guys, it really speaks volumes
Please, biasa
of
aja.
how much Brent has improved from stage 2 to
Mik,
stage 3.
apa?
Yeah, again, Brent has always been that team that we kind of comment as
Banyakan
a team
ngintip
that
sampai lu Mik
really,
sampai minus 5.
what's the word here, is very slow to start. But it seems
Yep.
like they're getting to
gear up those motors faster and faster as we get deeper and deeper in this tournament. And if you're a
Let's go.
Filipino fan, the last bastion of hope for us is looking at least pretty good with that.
Dark suara kayak cewek anjing.
In the entirety of
VC
the
bang.
run here
Ah
in
enggak.
Challengers. So we're just gonna look quickly into
Males
the
gue mukanya nggak
statistics
nyelu.
here, gentlemen.
Kalau main
Again,
kompet
on
terus
the
lu
Haven map,
matiin emosi gak
Dubstep
Mik?
was just phenomenal. He was hitting everything. He was almost about
Itu
to
kayak
complete a lot
lu
of those
bertanya
rounds.
kepada orang yang
We
lagi
saw
main
it seems
ML
like
nih di HP.
Bren at the start of the half,
Lagi ngewar nih,
they
lagi
punished,
ngewar
as you
nih.
mentioned, the map control that Cerberus was
Terus
trying
ditelepon.
to do every single time, but I think
Ditelepon.
Haven is just a map that
Ditelepon.
does not allow
Lagi
that
ngewar.
if you don't double
Ditelepon.
down or
Lagi
triple
ngewar.
down into that map control.
Kesel gak?
When Bren finds the isolation
Ya gitu
plays,
aja.
they are just so lethal. Interesting enough though, we didn't get many of the flashy Bren clutches, I gotta say. Small things from Dubstep overall. He tries to go for the flashy Cloudburst, Blade Storm, make a play, and he gets shut down by Cerberus, all things considered. I think the only time I saw the big Bren clutch was from Borkum in that 3v1 situation on that A side. And Wits, I guess, on
Pukul
B side,
langsung ya
holding things
matiin,
together and
anjing.
getting the quad. But despite that, it wasn't the most spectacular show from Bren, but they got the job done, and it speaks
Kalau yang
volumes that
nelpon
they
mau
don't
ngasih
need
duit ya
to play
kagak,
that
Mik.
way to win out series like this.
Ya kalau dia matiin wifi gue buat
They
kasih
did
duit ya
try
kagak lah.
to in the gunfights, especially on Haven, but unfortunately they couldn't make the things that
Ya udah
worked
sesimpel itu kan.
now. Coming into this second
Scream
half,
sama
they
siapa
just
yang
had a
tar
lot
sore?
of
Ah, kamu
that
kepo
map
aja.
knowledge and the shutdowns on the angles. Yes,
Kalau main
Cerberus
unrated
picked it
atau
up,
custom
especially
terus
with
mati
Diamond
lampu,
up
gue
there,
nggak
top
emosi
bracket
bang.
for the roster. But I really feel like for Cerberus right now, they just need to figure out the way.
Ya udah, jatuhnya kayak lu main ML tapi bukan ranked.
Cerberus, such a smart roster.
Terus ditelepon.
I gotta say that.
Ya lu nggak merasa
Funny
kehilangan
enough,
rank.
because the last
Ya
roster that we
udah.
saw also get knocked out
Sesimpel
from the bracket
itu,
full six,
guys.
they're
Come
also
on, man.
roster.
The fuck?
So far, guys and gals in the upper bracket of the SC Challengers, Braun beats Brave.
Good luck Mik, gue sidang skripsi dulu doain ya. Yang tadi gue bercanda, sorry. Oke, good luck sidangnya. Semoga lulus dan sukses.
I think you'll agree with me here, Azraedax. It's just that again, Brain has.
Mau disemangatin Alik lagi nggak Mik latihan nih? Mau dong.
They have the brain as well. And when you mesh that two together, it's just.
Tapi dia ngasih duitnya cuma ceban Mik buat mati duit lu mem.
And basically, the name of their game right now is map control. It's no longer the old Valorant that we're used to seeing.
Menurut lu siapa yang menang Mik AI atau Boom? Kalau menurut gue Boom. Karena gue pendukung Boom. Tapi kalau misalkan udah di SEA, gue dukung dua-duanya sebenarnya. Tapi menurut gue yang menang bisa dua-duanya. Tapi menurut gue yang menang Boom. Tapi bisa juga AE. Nah, bingung nggak lu? Gue bingung. Itu.
Equals Bren is BB. And if you guys are not Filipino, that just means Bren is baby. It's a thing.
Ini viewer suka banget bikin
Anyways,
Mika
we are
emosi.
gonna be going straight into our
Kalau yang
interview
matiin
here.
router si
We
Alik
have
marah nggak Mik?
Dubstep right on the other side of the line.
Bisa diatur.
Wow, your
Bisa diatur.
hair.
Ih, next Jack. Oh
Love
bukan.
it.
Hello guys, what's up?
Gue kira next Jack aja.
So first and foremost, again, Dubstep, congratulations. You guys are still undefeated and are moving into the upper semifinals in this tournament. You're gonna be up against another Vietnam team in the form of Big Bam. So I guess I'll start our line of questioning here. You guys have an amazing Haven map, and moving forward, you just have that fluid motion in this. Do you think teams have to respect this map of yours this Haven map of yours in general and just ban it straight up, or just respect your whole team when you
Dubstep
play?
ngeblur ya guys ya kameranya.
I think the case on our Haven is it always depends on who we're playing with, because there are a lot of teams that beat us on Haven. That's why when I said what I said to you guys before, right? Like when we play in the Philippines, it feels so different, but when we play on Southeast Asia, it feels more comfortable for us. So I think it really depends on who are we against with.
Oh.
Bust ups.
Keren.
I'm gonna give you a stat real quick. You guys haven't lost a map yet, and from what we know from Bren Esports, we take the L's, we give you the one, and then we take the series. What gives it really just that you thrive under this spotlight right now in SCA? Is there extra motivation for you guys to try and perfect your run as much as
Dubstep
possible?
pakai kamera VGA. Ini kan serem banget dah SG. Nggak tahu. Nggak tahu mereka dari mana.
The main motivation for everyone, like this is like a one-time thing in once a year, right? So why not give it your all while you're at it?
I wanna hear. How about you, Kim?
It's just absolutely incredible. The past few days, dubstep, the support from your fans, support from the community, fellow players as well. It's just absolutely tremendous. I just want to know what's going on through your head right now when you're clutching out those
Dubstep
rounds
rambutnya fuckboy, bro.
and sort of, bearing the flag of the Philippines.
It's an honor to play as a Philippine representative, and I'm really happy that everyone is supporting me. Actually, this is the first time that the amount of people supporting me is this much, so I feel like a little pressure, but that pressure can be converted into something better. That's why I
Wah,
do these
gila
things.
dubstep.
I
Keren.
get lucky most of the times, and I'm happy that
Keren.
they're supporting me and I'm showing them what they want.
Fuckboy apa jamet, Bang? Jamet.
That is perfect. Yeah, sorry to cut you off there, Vin, but yeah, again, congratulations to you, Dubstep, and the rest of Brent. So we're gonna wrap up this interview. Again, thank you so much, and we're just gonna say goodbye to Dubstep.
Orang Filipina kenapa pada bisa bahasa
Dubstep,
Inggris dah?
And what an
Mereka
incredible
belajar.
matchup here for Brent, guys. That 2-0 really does goes to show
Pertanyaan
how much
macam
Brent,
apa, anjing?
as we mentioned here in the panel, have grown.
Orang Filipina
But
kenapa
there
pada
still
bisa
is a
bahasa
chance
Inggris?
for you
Karena
guys
mereka
who are
belajar.
wondering what happened to Cerberus, what happened to Full Sense. This is a double elimination tournament, and they still have one more
Itu kayak
round
lu
left to
nanya,
give. And
kok
anyways, guys, we're gonna go for a quick break, and when
Andy,
we come back, it's that next match that we do
Coach
have, and
AE
that is going to
Sleepy,
be Alter Ego
kok
versus
dia
Movie
bisa
Sports.
bahasa
So ACTC Challengers
Inggris
playoff
sih? Padahal
will
kan
be
dia orang
here.
Indonesia. Ya dia belajar, bangsat. Orang itu juga belajar bahasa Inggris. Ya udah. Ya udah, makanya mereka bisa bahasa Inggris. Karena mereka belajar. Oh my god. Ntar kalau Bu Bapak Ayam menang digituin juga, Mik. Nggak tahu, kayaknya iya deh. Bukannya Indo juga belajar dari SD, kalau sampai lulus SMA banyak yang nggak bisa. Itu mau ya mereka bego aja, nggak belajarnya nggak intens. Lagi pula Inggris itu bahasa internasional. Bis kapan turnir lagi? Tanggal 2, Bang, AMD. Kita invited. Dukung kita ya. Inggris itu bahasa internasional yang sebenarnya wajib lu kuasain gitu. Bahasa kalbu aja. Bahasa kalbu, Mek.
Last player standing.
Hore, Boom lawan AE. Saya nggak bisa nonton full. I'm so sorry guys, because I need to practice and practice more. Kenapa caster nggak ada yang pakai bahasa isyarat nih? Iya ya. Padahal kalau misalkan penontonnya tuli ya, penontonnya tuli harusnya ada. Emang nih tidak bagus nih VCT di Liga Game kami. Ya. Make follow sambil live dapat berapa FPS? 100-an. Kalau lagi perang bisa drop sampai 90. Halo Alik, jangan lupa tanggal 2 semangatin Mika. Bahasa Inggrisnya wajib fasih, enggak sih kalau udah internasional gitu? Wajib lah. Ya namanya bahasa internasional. Kalau emang lu misalkan pergi kemana-mana, ya lu wajib bisa bahasa Inggris. Semangat latihan bis. Thank you. Ya kali main Valo tuli. Nonton bro, nonton, bukan main. Nonton. Kan gue bilang nonton. Penonton yang tuli, bukan yang main. Alik lagi subaton Mik, kalau doi gabut main sendiri tolong temenin ya. Cuek dia, cuek. Cuek bebek. Cuek bebek. Kalau lu masuk Seamik yang diwawancara kira-kira siapa? Paling antara gua atau Abu Saswa. Naim. Semangat Mika gitu, lu baper gak Mik? Monitor berapa Z Mik? Jangan gelap-gelap Mik, santai. Kan nonton berarti dia suka main Valo Mik. Belum tentu. Belum tentu. Bisa aja dia penggemar e-sport, tapi dia tidak main e-sport. Who knows kan, gak ada yang tahu. Dia mungkin penonton doang, nontonin doang. Kan who knows, gak ada yang tahu. Gak ada yang tahu, gak ada yang tahu. Bang, bis timnya udah lama apa baru? Belum lama-lama banget, belum baru-baru banget. Emang Alik cuek dia. Males. Cuek bebek. Semangat kami Mika buat dulunya, kalau menang kabarinnya dari Alik. Ah, bohong. Bohong. Bohong.
You guys had a nice little break. That was about 2 minutes of I think a bit of a
Yo Mik,
torture
boom
for
aja
me,
megang
because I
mana
really
Mik?
wanna know
Megang
now
dua-duanya
who
bro,
is going
dukung
to
dua-duanya
be
gua.
in terms of supremacy for the Indonesia
Gua nggak main Valo, suka nonton Valo, nah tuh.
versus Boom Esports. Before all of that, I just wanted to ask you, my panel, now to hear me out a little bit.
Bang
because,
dukung
guys,
siapa?
I know that
Dua-duanya.
Jackson
Coba
Vanilla
jawab
are
chatnya
awesome
pakai bahasa isyarat.
like that,
Nggak
but
bisa
guys,
dong.
it's like an
Gua nggak
unspoken
ngerti
text.
bahasa isyarat.
It's important.
Nggak bisa. Nggak ngerti. Iya nggak ngerti, nggak bisa.
Anyways, Illustrato and Black and Blue here with me.
Main Rot 69 lagi besok. Nggak tahu. Iya mungkin besok.
slide
By the way, bukan Rot 69, Rot 96. Holy. Cuek kan belum kenal Mik, gas aja coba. Cuek ah.
Hey man, I just live up to, to brighten your day.
Yeah, you do.
Cuek,
You
nggak suka.
do, you know, but I only in secret. Now,
Cuek.
Okay, so we got the battle for Indonesia coming up next. This is gonna be an exciting one. Right after we saw Bam take on Full Sense, and then Bren just
Feeling
clean
saya
up
Mik, siapa yang
house,
lolos
and
jangan
that's
boom
2-0
AE.
against Cerberus. This playoff bracket is going to be all we want and more here. And Black and Blue, like all day we've been.
Nih bahasa isyarat nih. Nih
We've been
bahasa isyarat nih.
fighting behind the
Nih.
scenes about who we
Nih.
think is the better one.
Salah
It's
ini.
a battle for Indonesia, and I'm
Nggak main arah Mik.
so hyped to
Nggak.
see it.
Well, this matchup is looking very similar to some of the two that we had a while ago in terms of it's a game where they're looking to prove themselves. You know, with Bam versus Full Sense, Bam looking to prove that Vietnam has what it takes to make it
Pernah bang
happen.
lagi pusing
But in
tiba-tiba
this
mati
case,
lampu.
what they're really
Lagi
trying to prove
scream,
here is who
wifi
can
gue
be
mati.
the kings
Kalau
of their
pusing mati lampu
respective
kayak enggak deh.
region. Indonesia. It's been a region that they've been fighting for ever since stage 1. There has yet to really be a clear-cut
Bahasa
winner,
isyarat
but
yang semua orang
we're gonna
mengerti
see
tuh.
the
Ya udah.
conclusion to that today.
Indeed, take a closer look here at Alter Ego. Personally,
Alter
the
Ego.
squad, I think, who has been doing better. I think they're leading the charge. Their performance in their group stage much more clear cut. They had an amazing set of games here. A lot of magnificent games. Berserks and Fat Penguin, and had a lot.
Berapa hari
moments of
selesai
glory.
turnamen ini?
And let's not forget about Elmi Moore.
Sampai tahun
who's
depan
just
bro kali.
one of
Mic
the-
gue di
had one
GTA
of the
level
best
9 tapi di
showings
gift 1
in
juta sama
any,
modder. Sama gue
in
dikasih
any
senjata-senjata yang
final
level ratusan.
day of a group stages we've
Oke.
ever seen in any
Kan gue
tournament.
juga,
So, I'm
gue
thinking that these guys,
gue
they've
modder.
got everything that it takes.
Gue dimotin.
I disagree, honestly, quite heavily. I think Boom Esports, as we're going to pull them up on this, they need no introduction, but Asterisk, Blaze,
Coba ngomong ke
King,
Alik pakai bahasa
Eagle,
isyarat, siapa tahu dia
Flip
bukan
Hitter,
cuek tapi
and NC
tuli.
Slasher. They are the all-star
Bahasa
lineup
lu,
of Boom
Bang
Esports, and while
Sat.
they might not have necessarily come alive during the group stages and in their own respective qualifiers, as compared to Alter Ego, there is such a thing as playoff Boom Esports. These guys know that when they go and get
Bis kapan
tough,
kayak
they're
Amik?
down to go
Kapan-kapan.
and get rough as well.
Record atau live
And
pakai apa? Pakai OBS.
historically, their series between these two teams, the maps have gone 13-10 in the favor of Boom.
You know,
Bang,
honestly,
mukamu
I
mirip
wanna
teh
look at
botol. Iya, iya.
historically, this
Hah?
rivalry,
Udah
this
dibilang
Indonesian rivalry,
7.770 juta kali.
has been going on their local VCT here. So, way before the current standing now is 5-4. with
Hero
Boom
favorit lo apa
Esports
bang? Kalau gue
five.
Kagura,
But
gue
for VCT matches, it's actually Boom with
gue
five
funny bro.
Alter Ego. this just means that
Mik,
Alter
Ali
Ego
kalau
have
berak
been
sama
on
kayak
the
kita nggak ya?
front end of this rivalry and are now struggling to prove themselves up against a team like Boom, which has always been the better one. But the thing is, historically,
Jadi lu
this was
memandang
even
Alik itu bukan
further than
manusia?
that, because back in the day,
Hah?
Alter Ego used
Dia
to
bukan
absolutely
sesama
stomp
manusia
Boom.
seperti kita.
But then, as time progressed, Boom getting better and better with their rosters, getting roster changes with Flips Jadur coming into the equation, it started becoming the Boom story, and Boom has been gatekeeping Alter Ego ever since.
Well, still has to be said here. This is a match that is incredibly
Katanya ntar
crucial.
Sushi
Not
Boys
anymore in the
masuk
Indonesian
Dewa
region
Esports.
only, but here in the whole Southeast Asia, another rematch. We have ourselves now the map selection for this best of 3: Bind, Split, and Haven. And gentlemen, I'll just try to give this to you immediately as to I think you have
Mas
a
TP
lot
nobar
more
gak, Mik?
to
Nggak
talk
tahu.
about with in
Bang, mukamu
terms of
mirip
the map
lamar, iya dah.
selection for these particular teams.
Yeah, okay, honestly, this is looking like a very close one. I'm a little bit surprised that we're not seeing Ascent
Ya
here,
kali orang
especially
cakep
with
beraknya
how
beda,
Alter
Mik.
Ego have been doing so good on it. But
Bro.
their teams, both of these teams have very close statistics on you. I'll give the specific numbers in a second, but this series it's gonna go honestly all the way here.
Tebolot
It's gonna
main
be
kan,
three.
main lah.
So,
Gue nggak
it's gonna
expect
be a
dibaca
third
anjir.
three-game series.
Anda
I mean, when you do look at
live
the stats, it
chat
does look neck and neck, and I'll
di
give you this
YouTube
caveat in that
itu adalah
Alter Ego, the only
tempat
map that they have
publik.
between each other that has a bigger
Public.
than, like, 9-10% win
Let
rate
me say that
differential
again.
is Haven in the favor of Alter Ego.
Public.
Alter Ego being at 71 and Boom Esports
Gimana
at 96.
caranya
That's the
Anda
only map that has more than,
mengekspek
like, 10
tidak akan
points of
dibaca
differential in
bangsat?
terms of percentages. But I think historically, even though that might be the case against other teams, when they clash against
Nah, nge-lag lu.
going up in the series for the most part, and as you said, they have
Mik,
a
putar
leg
lagu
up
Jaya
here
Jaya.
in the total
Nah,
games played versus, well, Alter Ego, and I think they still got what it takes to really come out of this. Playoff
Alik
Boom is
pakai
a real
gayung
thing, in
bentuk
my
kayak
opinion.
gimana ya?
It seems like there is some sort
Bro,
of evolution from
stop
both of these
talking
teams. For Alter
about
Ego's side,
her.
they're a team that has been losing a lot more against
Please,
Boom, but
kalau
again,
mau
that
ngomong
is,
tentang
I think,
dia,
you know, to the advancement of Alter Ego, the more
jangan
you lose, the more you learn, and it seems that they
jang-
have been using all of what they've
jangan membahas sesuatu yang tabu bangsat. Alik kuliah di Binus juga, Mik. Enggak, di UPH, gue tahu. Gak usah bohong lu.
We will be going with our predictions. I will start first because I'm the least handsome of you guys. So just let me have this. I feel with how we've
Bumaya belum main. Ini mau main.
watching these teams, I will give it to Alter Ego because I feel like Tebatal has been a mainstay.
Bang Mika kalau berak jangan kata duduk ya.
He has been one of the
Tiduran
most
gue,
flexible
telentang,
players
telentang.
that has allowed the team to flourish even in the most crucial of circumstances.
You know, on the subject of you being the least handsome, I'm not gonna disagree.
Besok mau pindah ke Binus nih katanya.
I'm just gonna say I'm proud of you
Ya
for
udah.
being very forthcoming about
Suka-suka dia lah, mau pindah kemana?
My prediction here, it's gonna be a 2. No, I can't say 2-1. Alter Ego 2-1 all day every day. I think they have.
Kalau tahu Mik,
better form.
kan gue nonton
Boom has
live-nya
been looking
dia
a little
kemarin
shaky.
bangsat.
And while they have taken a map against X10, Alter Ego have been coming up hotter and hotter and stronger in the coming days. I think we're going to be seeing a new king of Indonesia here today.
I mean, no disrespect to Alter Ego, but I think Ilu, and full disrespect to you, I think you're kind of getting blinded by the group that they are in. Like,
Sambil roll
if
depan
you
kayak
look
kalau
at
berak.
things here, is it really, though, Alter Ego performing better, or did they kind of get the lucky draw? I'm kind of infer the latter, to be quite honest with you. Still, though, Alter Ego, I did pick them to come out of their own respective group. They are, by all means,
Kalau
a
streamnya
great
private
team,
jadi.
but they're not Boom Esports. They're kind of like the younger brother of Boom Esports. We're like, okay, you go kick
Mik kalau
everybody's
tidurnya
butt,
miring
you're
ke kiri
kicking
ngaruh ke
out.
ayam nggak?
Boom Esports 2-1.
Well,
Lebih
let's
ngaruh
let
ke
us
otak
no
sih, bro.
further Indonesian matchup here at the Seed Challengers playoffs. We'll leave it to the casters to give you all that action.
Katanya dia kuliah di 2 univ, Mik, Binus sama UPH. Wajib, keren juga. Muka lu kayak familiar, Mik, demi, tapi siapa ya? Ayo, siapa ayo? Mik, gue kalau berak kok sambil handstand ya, termasuk aneh gak?
Untuk Bigetron, Nasmoran berhasil melakukan Divide di lockdown pula. Ini benar-benar tersiksa tapi masih ada
Ih, ada bis. Bis masuk ke highlight. Mantap. Harusnya bis yang di sana.
The battle for
Bang lu ganteng kayak
Indonesia
David
is
Botol
nigh. We
ya.
have two of the best teams from their region coming head to head. It's gonna be Alter
Lah,
Ego
aneh lah gua aja
versus
sambil
none
pull
other than
up,
Boom
ya,
Esports, the
ya.
Kingslayers versus, you know, the second best team allegedly, as a lot of the casters like
Opening
to say.
match-nya
But I
keren,
beg
Mik.
to differ.
Ya, emang keren.
Alter Ego have
Emang
been
kita
looking
keren banget,
stronger and
parah.
stronger, and this might be the day that they finally overthrow their big
Bis
brother.
masuk TV.
My name is
Parah,
Lestrado, and joining me here
men.
today, Black and Blue, are going to be your casters here. How are you feeling about this matchup we got here, Black and Blue?
I think this honestly is kind of like the matchup that most people
Ayo
are
menang nih
looking
kalau
forward
Tebo
here
Tope
to today.
Kagura.
It will be a battle for supremacy for their own respective
Ayo
region.
menang nih kalau bisa
Indonesia,
berserk
such
pakai
a
Fanny,
powerhouse
bro.
of a region. Well, the only two regions that we have here, as long as
Ayo
we
banyi
accommodate
pakai
them,
banyi
that actually
pakai
has
Ranji
two
banyi.
representatives. Unfortunately for Indonesian fans, they're going to be matching up in the very first round of the playoff itself. But look at the map veto, rather the compositions here real quick.
Nggak di
already.
VCT
You can
lokal,
select
nggak di
what you
VCT
think for your
Indo,
guys'
nggak di
debut.
AMD, Indo ketemu
I'm looking
Indo.
at this lineup and
Nggak di
they're very
Seak,
comfortable
Indo ketemu
on this.
Indo.
LB Moore always very
Heran,
good on
gue
that
mah
Sova, one of the
heran.
best Sova games that we've seen in recent history.
Bis lawan
And
Extend
in
menang
fact,
siapa?
Penguin
Menang
always on
Bis
that
lah.
controller
Kan
is one of the
Extend
great
pakai
ones to hold
bak.
the defense side. And one thing I like about Fat Penguin, whenever he steps up to the plate here, it's not always just multi-kills on the defensive side. He knows when to get aggressive, and you never really expect that, especially coming from the controller. So, game number 1, here we go. Battle for Indonesia yet again, and this time it's going to be the decisive one here. Which team is going to go into the lower bracket? Which team is going to progress further and further into this one? As we're going to start this off strong into the pistol with already a couple of flashes being thrown out here just for information.
Mind you, we have yet to see Boom play a Haven map coming in there on which will be part of a rotation later on. But so looking at things here on Bind, Eeyore opens things up. No snooze on him as Fat Penguin.
Mik dukung mana Boom apa AE? Kontol nanya terus sampai nenek gue reinkarnasi anjing.
That's a great start to this, and Asterix finds a double here, leaving 2 players left standing. That's Berserks and Elmi Moore, the 2 last people here.
Boom Esport, dung dung Boom Esport, dung dung Boom. Wah gila kacau. Ente kacau. Wah Elmi Moore clutch nih bro. 1 lawan 3.
3 people up in there. That recon dart is gonna do a little bit of. Nah, I take.
Bani.
Shots here. Awkward for everybody. Bar almost gets away with murder here, but at the end of it, all 3 kills is not enough to win them this one. And boom, they're gonna take a round ahead.
Very nice opener here coming from Boom, and this composition you see in Boom is something we've
Bangsat
seen
kasar
actually
banget sih
time
baru satu
and
ini.
time again recently. It's one of their most played compositions, especially coming into Bind. They played this.
Anda bangsat,
as
saya
well
juga
last
bangsat.
time, but we did see them play on Bind during the group stage.
Anda baik,
I
saya
believe
baik.
It was against Oasis where
Anda
they
tidak
did
ngeselin,
all
saya
of
tidak
that.
ngeselin.
So, very, very comfortable in what they've got to bring to the table. Looking to play defaults here on the second round, trying to anticipate a play coming from AE, which I think is the right decision. You can see how
Mik kalau
forward
nenek lu
Alter
inkarnasi
Ego
ingatannya
are right
balik
now,
lagi
looking
gak?
to make a play
Enggak.
themselves. Can they
Kalau
actually
dia
pull it
reinkarnasi
off
jadi
when
pohon
Blue
gimana
Sports
guys?
are ready to receive it?
Kan who knows.
Gonna be forced onto that eco and.
Mik menurut lu yang lolos match ini negara mana?
That has been in the making for quite a
Kontol,
while.
dua-duanya kan dari
Both
Indo.
of these teams have wanted this resolution to come in. Like, they've always been fighting for the top spot. Alter Ego used to be the kings of Indonesia. Title was taken away from them by Boom Esports as time progressed. And now Alter Ego, they're looking like they're in one of the best spots in their entire careers to be the number 1. And
Ada rencana open member gak Mik?
what a statement it
Belum
would be
bisa,
if they
nggak
were
ngerti
able
gue
to
caranya
get through to
gimana. Ntar
Berlin.
kalau udah bisa dah.
Fellow countrymen could not here. A little bit of awkward timing, but in the end, all will level out.
As Blaze King finds that opener here on the B site.
Mik menurut lu Boom versus saya bakal menang Indo
They
nggak?
get it done. Spike not even anywhere near to be planted because Asterisk doesn't mind. He's gonna end it here. Ellipses at the end of it, 2-0, and let's see this continue on. But Alter Ego, man, during the group stages, they've only played this.
Lu
map
percaya
once
adanya
in the
reinkarnasi, Mik?
entire group stage.
Yeah.
And that was against Uwu itself. They went 8-13
Percaya
with
tidak
Uwu
percaya,
taking that.
percaya tidak percaya,
Composition-wise,
percaya
they
tidak
don't really
percaya.
change up much this
Nggak tahu.
time. The only real difference I do see is
Setengah percaya, setengah enggak, bro.
having Nats on that side.
Kayak gue percaya tapi gue nggak tahu buktiinnya gimana. Jadi gue rada nggak percaya juga.
I'm liking the little bit of adjustment here that we're seeing.
Mik, nenek lu nggak di-revive sama Sage aja. Udah next round kan? Nggak bisa di-revive.
They're having Blaze play a little bit more passive on that Sova now. You know, back in the day, it used to be the Blaze and a Dern King show on Boom. But this time they're sort of
Ini
leveling
bukan
up
nobar VJ tapi
the
nobar Mika
roster and
emosi emang. Sebetulnya
trying to
Mika
play a
karena
little bit
sih
more
digit.
tactical, a little bit slower. And one thing that we've noticed
Mik suka
here
anim
about
nggak?
Boom
Suka.
Esports,
Especially AOT sama Tokyo Revenger.
A Dern King, it feels like they reached a certain level of
Ya ente
maturity
bet
that
ae.
just feels so much
Terculik-culik.
more tactical, more cerebral. And I think a lot of the discussion is when they made this move was, does Flips Jitter fit better into the role of a Dern King, or does a Dern King still do a better job?
Baru pakai Sentinel terus role-nya.
Flips Jitter is filling the role and even more.
Pengen tahu aja. Kalau aku bilang ke spill dong. Kan kita latihan private. Tebetol.
Hopping out from Hookah and they just meet their untimely demise in courtesy of Tebetol. Now, he has his elbow control, which can be very hard to flush out if you don't
Gue
have
ambil
the
apa sih
proper
dibahas
utility for
neneknya
it or
nggak
the
marah.
manpower, in which case Boom Esports has
Ya,
neither. For NC Slasher here, he's gonna have to do a lot. Trapped between a rocket
ya
and
kalau
Arclays here,
lu
just gotta be positioned
kalau
to
lu
knock
membahas
someone out.
nenek
Otherwise,
gua
he might get
sebatas
found like
membahas,
Dad's falling up behind him.
bukan
Huge
ngatain,
crossfire in the favor
sebatas
of Alpha.
membahas.
Rather AE,
I'm okay
while
with
the
that.
Alpha Dogs are this round for the meantime. They will shut it down.
Kalau
and
lu
Boom Esports
ngatain,
hounded back as now
baru gue
finally
marah.
Alter Ego take the
Nonton
opening
Bunny
round
Girl
for
Senpai
their
dan
sake.
genre romance sih bagus tapi parah.
They'll be kind of in this weird place to decide what are we gonna do here.
Udah jarang nonton film sih gue.
And it's not gonna be pretty. You want to keep those bonus rounds as clean as possible, but we'll see if they'll be able to do that here. It's definitely gonna be a tough situation. But like I said, Alter Ego, one of the things that I've been noticing here from them is just that their retakes have just been so much cleaner and cleaner. Like the coordination, ever since they changed their playstyle to include flip.
Nice Indonesia, let's go. Dua-duanya Indonesia. Aku bingung mau pilih yang mana, bangsat. Suka duka roll Sentinel apa, Mik? Sukanya ketika musuh datang ke site lu dan lu lagi dapet panen, bro. Dukanya lu udah setup bla 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 bla, udah taruh sana sini udah siap banget, musuhnya ke arah sebaliknya. Atau enggak suka duka jadi Sentinel di kompe. Di kompe lu jadi Sentinel nih, lu setup A. I mean it's okay, musuhnya ke B, tapi tim lu nggak bisa nahan dan lu retake sendiri, bangsat. Itu bangsat banget. Itu duka.
With the slow orbs, he's trapped. And now, with the frag here by Flip Jitter, a trade-off from Asterisk. Tebetol, he's gonna find one, but not enough to really avenge his teammate, as Flip Jitter will be rezzed there, coming from Asterisk, who found a double of his own. Battle Sage, every sense of the word, true and through. Now, 2-1.
Berarti kalau pro player semua role wajib bisa nggak sih?
To tie things up, this is not looking too well for AE, especially after that Hunter's Fury not.
Yeah, if they don't win this round, and it looks like they won't.
Mungkin porsi pro player itu, porsi pro player seenggaknya bisa semua role, bukan semua agent.
Go ahead and save up for the next round. They might be able to buy.
Ya, mungkin yang lu bilang benar, Cosmas. Mungkin ya.
They'll probably be able to afford maybe one or two more, but definitely not going to be a full buy in the next.
Karena kalau misalkan
kalau
misalkan tim itu emang fix roster kayak gitu, 5 orang. Rada susah kalau misalkan udah habis turni dan lu pakai line up itu doang gitu. Harus ada sesuatu yang diubah. Memang mungkin lu bilang mungkin mikir tapi kan bang strat bisa diganti, stratnya bisa dicari, ya I know, tapi strat nggak selamanya bisa berhasil.
Yeah, up against Cerberus was the amount of times he was getting free kills with the operator, pushing hard on multiple angles. That's what I'm hoping to see when he finally does get that operator in his hands.
Mending buat sesuatu, bikin sesuatu yang baru gitu, yang musuh lu nggak tahu, lu tuh main gameplay lu tuh kayak gimana gitu.
He gets a lot of impact frags and honestly a lot of
Mix Abi
entry
kasih
frags
kasih
as
tips
well.
Cyper next stream.
We've seen that previous round.
Ya
So
itu
both
mah
dog in his
gue
hand.
tergantung lo orang aja. Kalau lo orang
Sure,
nanya
way
ya
out of
pasti
this
gue
one,
jawab.
especially for AE who are down now.
Kalau lo orang nanya, Bang, lu setup Cyper A biasanya gimana? Bang, setup Cyper B biasanya gimana? Bang, biasanya main sama Cyper biasanya di A sama siapa gitu. Ya pasti gue jawab. Mix suka nasi padang dibungkus apa makan di tempat. Kayak dua-dua enak bro. Bisa aja kalau jago nggak harus ya bisa. Wih timing banget.
That we've ever seen for Indonesia and actually in VCT in general, because these guys have been butting heads for months now.
I mean, even outside of the pro circuit, when you kind of tally the amount of times these guys have went up against, I think they've had like 9 matchups now. This should be the 10th.
Yeah.
That they're actually seeing each other, and that's
Boom boom boom. Gila, Asteris nyala banget, kacau. Kill 11, holy shit. Tadi si Kishi. Sekarang kacau. Holy fuck. Lu orang mana Mik? Jakarta. Mik di tahun ini lu pernah nangis gak? Pernah lah bro. Mik kenapa Viper ada yang nyebut Sentinel juga? Karena Viper itu bisa dijadiin smoker dan juga Sentinel. Jadi kalau misalkan kebanyakan. Kayak Boom sekarang. Kalau lu pakai Viper pasti ada satu smoker lagi. Nah, Viper itu buat jadi sentinelnya. Gitu. Mix ini tuh jagonya di sofa ya. Enggak sih, semua jago dia bro. Coba lu marah-marah terus Mix biar bisa berkembang. Kayaknya channel lu. Aduh gak mau bro, darah tinggi. Ayo kalau main siang masih gak tahu. Kacau sebenarnya sentinel tempur. Sage is not a pure sentinel.
More than just a single corner between them and the opposition. You can just tell, as you said, like how much space they're willing to give up if it means that they feel they can win the round after that. And because of that, well, that will allow Boom to just calmly walk into the A site itself. Blaze able to open up things. A Blaze here, and ER will chime in, but Debutol answering back with a showstopper of his own to find Flip Jitter. It's a big pick here in the favor of AE, but they still do not have that man advantage in their way.
I really like this post plant setup here that we have right now from Boom. They don't plant default, they go ahead and take showers and even wall off the right side. That just allows them so much more room to get creative with how they deal with the post plant, with the retake. And look at this, they're going to have to fight so many angles just to get closer and closer. And
wow, Boom so good, post plant so good.
And secure Boom.
Kalau bosen biasanya lo ngapain Mik? Lihat TikTok. Sage rollnya abu-abu guys sih, kayak plain gitu aja nih. Setengah sentinel, setengah duelist bro. Astra jatuhnya sentinel apa duelist? Astra controller bangsat.
And the way that they even dealt with that post plant was actually clinical.
Yeah, I have to concur. I really like that setup and
kayaknya enak ya sekarang kalau ada orang meninggal bisa di revive sama Sage.
That's the kind of setup there on the post plant where you have that Sage wall blocking off the right side of triple as
kayak lu terlalu banyak main Valo deh bro.
Don't really normally see that in other regions too much, but as you said,
ya,
you know, AE
Drian
comfortable on bind.
Kurang-kurangin main Valo-nya. Ya, jangan sehari 24 jam lu di depan PC main Valo terus. Mix sering upload TikTok gak Mix? Enggak. Tapi kalau misalkan ntar udah lumayan gede mungkin ada kemungkinan gue bakal upload TikTok lagi.
By far, Boom, even though it's only about 70% for them, it's still quite high. It's one of their best performing maps so far. Boom, you know, we talked
tapi line up
about
di
it, they have
NA
that kind of
sekarang
playoff
satu
mode
duelist
that
kebanyakan kalau
seems
gue
to only
lihat.
come alive when it really matters in their own individual
Ya
qualifiers.
memang sekarang lagi meta satu duelist sebenarnya bro. Kayak dua duelist tuh kurang.
By Alter Ego to qualify as a second seed and Boom come in at third.
Lihat Boom.
That's not the result people
Banyi
were
doang.
expecting, but this one 5-1 to start things off. I think this is more in tune of how the power levels have historically kind of seemed.
There was this alternate reality where it
kayak Jet dari Alter Ego bisa diganti Viper lebih bagus sebenarnya, lebih berguna lah bro.
Just didn't really manifest that way.
Wah Yolo dipantek 3 orang loh. Wah Yolo mati.
They're looking like the better team, especially with nice little taps like that. I like this aggressive setup here from Alter Ego. The propensity for a quick flank is just going to be so immediate the moment that spike goes down. But wait a minute. That's all a bit awkward. Look at where the spike is. Black and blue.
Oh, okay.
They're gonna run a gauntlet just to get it.
Kiri.
Oh no. Okay, he does lots of damage. I don't know what's happening, but yeah, okay, classic, getting some dank damage at the end of it, but not able to really confirm the frag on the Blaze. They knew where he was, but I mean, as you said, the spike, they had to run a gauntlet to get to that. Finally, though, the chalice in their hands, it will be enough for them to settle the table on the A site. It is ripe for the taking, and so AE are not able to deny the plan from happening, really, even though they kind of had control of it. But in the meantime, they did lots of damage in quite a thrifty round so far.
It's
Kok
a
Aye
little bit
tidak berkutik, bro?
questionable to me
Ada apa ini?
if you ask me honestly, that they would leave the spike all the way there with a one player who was going alone towards hookah. I mean, the odds of that one player going towards hookah alone and getting picked off.
Saat ini lo ada kontrak endorse gak, Mik? Belum.
The fact that they had, if this were a gun round, that could have gone awry real quick. But fortunately for Boom Esports, they're able to balance things out and play out their opponent. And this is what I mean. I think a little bit too much respect for both sides, if you ask me.
Mik lo warm up, ya ngapain aja.
Boom Esports.
Nembak-nembak lah, bro.
An unforced error here, and I think it has to do with the fact that they're giving Alter
Di
Ego
the range
way
nembak-nembak,
too much
di
space.
DM nembak-nembak juga. Ya udah gitu aja.
I honestly feel like they're quite fortunate that Alter Ego aren't like taking the inches.
Kenapa AE lebih suka dua duelis? Nggak tahu.
I mean, there are a few openings here, and these rounds are 6-1. Could have easily been something like a
they could do so much more, right?
Yeah, it could easily be like a 5-2 or something. Like
This is what I like.
Nggak live di Nemo, Mik, nggak.
He's very good at looking for those opening frags here.
Kacau lagi, wangi-wangi banget. Lu udah digaji sama bis belum, Mik?
But into the
Let's say udah.
safety of B site, kind of, or not.
Nggak tertarik main GTA RP,
Ooh,
Mik.
that's a Hunter's Fury for a Hunter's Fury here.
Nggak,
But they both
kalau sendiri nggak.
missed completely.
Almost getting it there. He does get the tag.
No, that's still a whiff.
Well, he hit him once on Berserks. He's down to 70. So
Yeah, but what about Elmi Moore?
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, I don't know about that one either, though. But
that's a bit of a whiff there, Chief. But Fat Penguin landing the shot on the Eeyore once again.
Mic-nya pakai apa, bro? Fantek Leviosa, bro.
Trade off here from NC Slashers. So he's gonna cut things up and finds a second. He's so good on this Astra, trying to support the rest
Mik
of
makan,
the
Mik
push.
minum, Mik
But it
Mik
is
Mik
down
ya
to
makan
2v3.
makan minum
Caveat
minum.
here, though, for AE is that Fat Penguin's very
Akan
low,
ke
but
Asterius
still does
nge-clutch
not
di sini. Oh, satu
push
melawan
into the
dua.
divide.
Sekarang
It's
Berserk
trying to
masih
get a
menggunakan.
frag
Oh,
off the
sudah
back
mengganti ke
1v2.
Phantom. Berserk
He
mempunyai
will save, but does
kunai
not
di situ
get
dengan
up
70
online.
HP. Datar shockdar
And
saja
the
oleh seorang
shotgun to
Elmi
break the lightning, the
Mor.
storm, and end the round now. AE, that's a bit more what they need to get the ball rolling. 6-2.
that's one of those shock darts, and there's nothing you can do about that shock dart at all, because you'll barely hear it coming around the cosmic divide. All you'll
Kalau lagi mau
get to
bunga di
hear it
hari
when it's
ya.
too late. And that's exactly what happened. The moment that he knew
Ya
he was dead, he was
Berserksnya
already
bau ya,
at his
bro.
feet.
16.
There's just nothing he could have done there. But I do want to point out.
Kok nggak seru lihat kalau Indo versus Indo menurut gua. Di SEA memang tidak seru kalau Indo lawan Indo karena kan kita dukung Indo. Jadi menang kalah ya yang menang Indo, yang kalah Indo gitu loh, bangsat memang.
They're looking like they're gonna press this and utilize this. One of the best things about having a battle sage on your team is that they have that res so often. It almost feels like a 6v5 in a lot of rounds.
Very true. Like, it's almost like when you have that that res up online, it's like you get the free run it back without actually
Berserksnya
having
ente kayak
Phoenix
gua
on your
tadi.
side. And we just know,
Lu jangan menyamakan lu sama
how good of
Berserks,
an
bro,
ultimate
jauh.
can be for both information and just getting kills, and you can take risky plays knowing that you can
Uy, banyi nih bos, banyi.
confirms a frag on the Nats. Was, I think, a bit too eager to go for information there, and Eeyore is going to do the same to Tempotal, getting caught out in the open. Fat Penguin won, but not anymore. The Predator here from Blaze just going to hunt the Penguin down out of the air, and now suddenly it's a 4v2 once again.
They have the operator, and honestly, this is one of
Headset
those
lu dulu dapat
situations
harga
where
berapa
you
bang?
should consider
Paling
saving it.
100-200an.
Retaking on an operator is difficult enough. It's even
Nggak
more
asik
difficult
draftnya
when
Indo-Indo,
Asterisk
iya
has a
nggak
res
asik.
up, and when Blaze is still alive here, they still have the Astra. You know, there's just so much utility that
Nggak coba gundul mic,
can
nggak,
bring with
makasih.
these guys. And the save call, it's better done sooner than later. They're gonna go ahead and make it now.
Bukan
There's gonna get
menyamakan bro,
another
cuman
round here
kadiannya
for
kayak gue
Bloom as
tadi.
we approach the 7-2 score line. Alter Ego
Gue
still have a
yakin di
chance to
akhir
make
juga
this
nggak sama
happen.
sih kayak lu karena ya
But
jauh.
what I think here is happening
tahu
for
lah,
Boom, one of the reasons I think they're getting shut down is because they really know how Alter Ego like to play. That standoff between Berserks and Blaze down towards B Long, where it came down to 2 Hunter's Fury being deployed, that only happens because of how well these two teams know each other. That only happens because they know that Berserks likes to go for those aggressive peaks with that operator and push the envelope as much as he can.
That he
Versus
tried to
KDA
do,
di turnis CA bro,
not
lu
really
di
too much
kompes
avail in
silver.
that endeavor, but they did win that round where he tried
Yang
it,
ngomong bukan Griffin
not
eh.
because of his aggression. Although I do like the initiative, and I would hope to see a bit more of that here coming from AE. They are on the defensive side, and in that case, yes, sometimes you just kind of want to play a bit more reactive to what Boom are going to do in the attacking, but you also have to take some initiatives of your own, and with them doing this, I like this to come out from them. Although the gravity well perfectly placed, they knew something
Wow,
was amiss.
bezek nih,
Still,
bezek,
Berserks
bezek.
will not miss that shot. Flip jitter taken down.
That's, I think, the first real op kill that he's gotten, and it's a very, very crucial one. When operators like Berserks, like you saw it with Dubstep, they'll keep going. They will go for more and more of these picks right now. He gets spotted out by the Recon. Do they dare peek him? Yeah, they do here, but he still dashes. And they might be able to go for res here. I think they will be. Yeah, that's the wall to deny him, but the Seekers will be pushing alongside Nats Laurent. Flips Jadur. Oh, this is an awkward angle to deal with. He's got to get out of there. They maintain the 4v5. And it's a very good pick.
Mik gue denger-denger lo jadi 6-man Boom. Memang iya.
But Fat Penguin
Tapi ini gara-gara sebenarnya bukan 6-man Boom bro. Gue pengen gantiin Bunny sebenarnya, cuman gara-gara ini lagi main Bunny kan. Setelah saya Bunny gue yang gantiin gitu sih bro. Gue buka sorry dah. Oke nggak jadi, kayak gue gantiin Bunny bro, kayak gue ada di 6-man terus kayak.
In Alter Ego, proving that he can fill in the shoes of a Dern King, and it's looking like he's very close to being able to do it, though. 11 seconds on the clock here. Fakes away, but it's a great idea to fake that player from heaven, but does not land the shot. It's going to be, yet again, the round going for Alter Ego, and what a round it was. What a way to get back into this game.
Imagine if he actually hit that.
Lah, udah nggak di bis nggak bro, gue di Hungry Beast.
Brought it down to a 1v1 and somehow get the plant off. Very, very real, especially when it is Flip Jitter in that clutch situation. He found the two, but he needed an ace clutch to bring it home, and fortunately, was not the case, at least for the side here at Boom fans. But they got some here, or a bit of a consolation with the fact that they do have this lead, a bit of a cushion to work with, 7-3, and Boom, they still got some economy to buy up onto this. Aggression here from Berserks.
Berserks AWP-nya lagi miss-missan ya bro ya.
Just the same as the last time he tried it out though. But once again, like the last time, this time to his untimely demise, they knew he was coming.
You know, it's great when your aggressive upper goes for those picks. But if you're doing the same thing again and again, to the point where you're starting to get sniffed out, especially by your
Lu mau masuk Boom gara-gara ada Ior ya.
Rivals. It's very difficult to get away with that kind of stuff. So adjustment has to be made here for Berserks. He can't always go for those same aggressive.
Riot nggak pingin Elder Flame 2.0 apa ya, jadi ada skin Phantom cakep kayaknya. Lu bayangin suara naga dikasih suppressor tuh jadi gimana? Bang, kenapa nggak live bareng cewek lu, Mik? Kayaknya bakal rame. Belum punya cewek gua bro.
Yeah, ever since the dawn of time, the advent, the creation of man, they were there. Boom Esports.
Big Bam Boom.
Yeah. Exactly. No, that was Vietnam. But Nats Laurent able to get a pick off here. Still a 2v3 on this defuse. They have.
Bos Aswa nggak nyoba Sage di turni gitu, Mik, biar kayak
Still,
kacau.
it's not enough. It's gonna be Boom yet again.
Nggak masuk ya
The
Rolly.
round difference is starting to show
Baik cewek lu lagi giveaway gak mau ikutan. Siapa cewek gua bro? I don't have a girlfriend. Jadi suara kadal Mik. Jadi suara bunglon. Bis sudah pernah scrim lawan Dewa Mik. Please tanamkan di otak kalian bahwa tim Indonesia itu kebanyakan scrim dengan tim luar. Bahkan hampir tidak pernah melawan tim Indonesia. Gitu. Masuk boom gara-gara Ior, jadi lo suka sama Ior Mik. Ngefans gue sama Ior. Si Alek bukan pacar gue bro. Siapa yang bilang gue pacarnya Alek?
Is not a good sign for things to come. Hopefully for AE they can wake up, alter ego, maybe some split personalities getting in the way, but there shouldn't be any confusion as to what
operator saya supaya gak overpack. Gimana sih overpack
dulu? Really apply it into their game. Boom. They've been reading them like an open book. Judging them by the cover, and by all means their guesses were right. So for Boom right now, all they have to do is keep on playing their game. There is a triple stack here from AE on the Bravo site. They're trying to crawl out long, but they know that, that comes with a bit of a risk. They can't necessarily just try and go in haphazardly. They have to take things a bit slower at 45 seconds.
Mati.
Nat's trapped here, and the nade lands perfectly, painting the hookah red.
Excoret masuk Dewa Esport kan Mik ya, Dewa VVV.
It's not just the shell, it's also the gravity well that sucked him in at the same time. So the good combo utilized perfectly. Shot here from Berserks to level the playing field here. And so far he's been hitting. He's gotten another one here. Berserks.
Wow.
He gets the reset. Still has blades in his hands. And he's got time to work with. 17 seconds left for Boom. They have to make the decisive move. Will they go for the teleport? Not a lot of time to think. They have to clear out Berserks, who yet again bounces up, but only to find death. For the meantime, Tebatol with a showstopper, keeping things interesting for now. As Flepshider will get that plant. No, gonna be denied here for Elmi Moore.
Info scrim harusnya nggak di spill kan. Kalau cuma sebatas gue bilang scrim lawan tim luar ya nggak apa-apa. Kenapa emang? Toh scrim gua toh gua nggak nge-spill strat gua.
Would probably mean it's 8-6, and that's a lot more palatable than the current 4-round lead they have. We've seen 8-4 leads happen in the PCT here in Southeast Asia, and it's not honestly as big of a lead as you might think. 9-3. Well,
Operator cara supaya gak overpick gimana sih?
And for a team like AE,
ya kalau lu udah nggak dapet, balik reposition, nggak usah dipick lagi dengan angle yang sama atau bahkan malah maju. That's stupid man. Kalau misalkan lu pakai operator lu udah nge-miss, ya lu balik reposition dengan angle yang beda.
There is a lot of utility being deployed here at the start of the round here. A couple of shock darts, already a lot of smokes being deployed. It just means that Boom really want to stave off any aggressive pushes, any rushes that Alter Ego might have any notions of. But for now, what's happening is, again, poking and prodding. This is something that Boom Esports and Alter Ego, the more I think the teams get familiar with each other, the more that these slow rounds like to do.
Jam segini apa?
There's less of the chances that
jam 3.40 kali ya Gudan.
Default executes are gonna work because they know very well
Lu
how
pada
it
ngumpul
fits
sih.
into that playstyle, how they like to run them. And so it's more about burning away that utility at the start of your round, doing that due diligence that you need to do just to be able to, get yourself in a better position on the attacking side, and that's what they've done here. However, it's a pretty good read right now for Boom as they have committed 3 members of their defense onto this A-hole.
Mungkin dia orang nggak pernah scrim. Nggak boleh gitu bro. Kan dia bilang info scrim harusnya nggak di spill kan. CM IIW correct me if I'm wrong. Oke. Udah gua correct. Jadi nggak usah dibahas, nggak usah dihujat. Oke. Dia bilang correct me if I'm wrong. Udah gua correct. Oke guys.
There's no chance he could have made
Mik
it
suka
happen.
bigul gak?
That is
What the hell is bigul?
silver lining that AE were hoping for.
That's such a cheeky play to stack 4 people into lamps. And, on the pistol, why the hell not? It works. It's one of the most effective. You can secure the trades. And it has good line of sight towards the spike. So there's no chance of getting mowed down. So absolutely go for it here. 8-5.
Babi guling.
as Alter
Gua nggak pernah
Ego,
makan
they
babi
find
guling, bro.
a little bit more
Makan
of a
babi yang
footing
udah jadi
here,
udah.
foothold in this match. Only 3 rounds away after that, and if they secure
Lo korek
this
kuping
and
setiap
be
kapan, Mik? Setiap udah
cleanly,
ngerasa budek anjing.
able to put themselves in a decent spot.
Mik suka nasi padang dikunyah apa ditelen?
Well, no matter what situation they're in here, Alter Ego ultimately
Bangsat lah.
goes to them.
Mik nggak scream jam 4.
Make it happen. We've seen Boom be thrifty, scrappy, win these eco rounds.
Puterin lagu AJ Jayam.
In this case, though, Tebo
Nggak mau, gue dukung dua-duanya soalnya. Mik Indomie atau mie sedap? Indomie lah jelas, bro.
3v3 real quick, and what a shot here from Elmi Moore to shut down Blaze on that swing.
Babi itu rasanya gimana sih dagingnya?
They now
Enak,
are
bro.
stacking the CT position. Spike is still towards long,
So
not
good,
pushing up
so
just yet
good,
as
so
Berserk
good, good, good,
finds
good,
Asterisk
so good, good, good,
on the
good.
flip jitter. This might be a done deal.
And indeed, they will clean up house here. 2 rounds that separates these
Lawan
two
tim Indo.
Indonesian squads, proving to us that they are pretty much tit for tat here. It was a much better start here for Boom, but Alter Ego, they're starting to get warmed up. And on the pre-show, Black and Blue, we talked just about what makes this lineup good, this matchup very good. And for me, it's the fact that Alter Ego, they're on a rise. They
Enak
have
babi apa
found
sapi,
a
Mik?
little bit of
Enak
success
babi,
earlier
bro.
on in the Valorant careers
Yang
outside of
haram-haram itu
here.
enak.
But right now, it's sort of them experiencing their renaissance.
Perumpamannya kayak gimana rasa dagingnya? Nggak bisa dijelaskan, bro. Harus coba.
And not at
Harus
all
coba.
the VCT, aside from the one in their region. They're showing to us that they can take the fight to
Kayak
not
bebek kah?
just people
Enggak,
from other
jauh
countries,
lebih enak.
from other regions, but also from
Kok marah?
against their own countrymen who have been the favored lineup for a very long time.
Hey,
Truly
Kevin.
could be,
Kelas
I'd say,
9
one of the biggest growths of
dan absen
any team
19.
here in Southeast Asia.
Sebelumnya saya sudah bilang, please tanamkan di otak kalian kalau tim Indo itu scream lawan tim luar. Hampir tidak pernah melawan tim Indo.
They've been really favorable in that play. They love popping that gravity well in hookah, then following up with a nade. And Berserks will confirm the kill after Asterisk was already taken down quite low. And so AE here on the path to getting a 7th round on the board. Flip jitter. Oh, they walk by past him. Will they even expect him to be here?
Oh!
Reaganite. He's going to get the double off of it too. Not checking the angle, not checking the corner. Could potentially find a third, but that's
Ya kalah dong.
Nats! They're making it happen with the Sheriffs laying down the law, and they're suddenly
Ente,
in a 3v1
boom.
to their favor. How did they make it happen?
Alter Ego picking up rounds that they really shouldn't have. And
Asli dah, tapi takut dosa gua.
here. They're gonna be broke.
Kalau lu nggak mau dosa, yang gua tahu ya,
Alter Ego.
lu suruh temen lu kapan-kapan kalau lagi makan-makan, lu nggak usah bilang-bilang ya kalau kita makan babi. Terus lu tiba-tiba nanya kan, ini daging apa nih bro? Daging babi. Nah, itu kan nggak dosa karena lu nggak tahu gitu. Tapi lu makan dulu, jangan lu tanya dulu. Lu makan dulu. Kalau lu tanya dulu, lu tahu itu babi.
They go for the resets. And then they win. They wait, and then they win towards the end of it. But so can Boom, as 2 great shots on the eco manages to bring us to a 3v.
Sesat ya anjing.
To say that he's
teori gak tahu tapi direncanakan.
He looks torn up right now. He's sitting onto 7 HP.
They've been consistently finding these opening picks and
wah gila Berserk coy.
As I was saying, they've been consistently finding these opening picks when they're on the eco round here, Boom, but they haven't been able to find more than that. They typically find 2 in those
Ini
ecos
bagus,
to start
besok gue
things off,
coba.
and everything just bows down.
Jangan bro, jangan. Kalau dosa gue juga dosa karena gue yang suggest anjing.
Boom really have to work on trying to close out those eco rounds. Easier said than done though when you don't have the firepower advantage, but with the manpower there should be
sate babi bawah
enough
pohon
there to
enak
bring it
bro.
down at least every now and then, but we have been struggling on that, and it seems, speaking of struggles, both teams here have been struggling on that defensive side over the attack. It's quite interesting to note here on Vine especially.
Nice little pick-me-up that he got there on that eco round, Berserks. After being shut down on the defensive side for quite a while, especially after being on an operator, that definitely helps your case when you can go ahead and get those kills. 4 kills especially. Look at this. Blaze is not afraid of aggression. Showstopper coming out and they're trying to get away.
Ente banyi.
It's again another game of chess. Just deploying all the utilities.
Sate kelinci lebih enak.
Woi
bro, cobain sate landak bro.
Basically barter at this point. Map control.
Sate landak bro, the best. So good.
Looking to be the first point of contact. Manages to get around a corner here, but that nade should be enough to take Berserks out. So both of the star players, both of the duelists taking each
Lu
other's
paling suka
lives
babi
in
masak
very
apa, Mik?
anime battle style
Babi
confrontation there.
nggak tahu, pokoknya babi lah bro.
A bit of a martyrdom coming in from Flip Jitter, at least to get that kill post-mortem, so it's a nice consolation prize. If I'm going to go down, I'm going to bring you down with you at the very least, but Blaze
Kemarin Berserk
completely
sama
blind, good
El
pop
Mimor
flash
lawan
there,
rank lu
and
tadi
El Mimor
malam, mungkin balas
capitalizing on
dendam
it.
kah?
Predators, Blaze, Eeyore rather is going to find
Semalam
the
tuh
double.
Berserk
Fat
sama
Penguin
Nuts
never
Loran,
found
bukan
one
sama
piece.
El
Now,
Mimor bro.
1v2, he's got the res. Thing is though, nobody really in a position to get res safely. So come down to how he can play this.
Keripik semut enak nih.
That's all he's got to work with. He does spot Tebotol out, but
Tebetol.
won't be enough to really confirm the kill. Fat Penguin has been given away and will save the day here for
Babi
AE,
guling enak
taking
bro.
the round, and they have
Belum pernah gue
finally
cobain
taken
babi
the lead
guling
away
bro.
from Boom.
This is one hell of a comeback that they're
Karena
making.
ya, you know lah.
Boom have not won
Mayoritas
rounds in quite a while.
makanan
This was an
orang-orang
8
Indo setiap
half
hari
round.
di
This is
rumah.
5 rounds in a row.
Ayam,
We started off
dan
the game with
ayam.
Boom taking 2 rounds at the start, and then
Walaupun
following
ayamnya
up with
bervariasi,
three
tapi
really
tetap
good
saja
rounds,
ayam.
really good rounds after that. And then right after that it was just
Udah nyobain RW
blow
belum,
for
Mik?
blow.
Enak itu.
Right
RW
now-
itu apa?
Right now,
Rukun
Alter
warga.
Ego, it feels like they've downloaded Boom. It feels like they've gotten a good read on how they like to play this defense here, because the first picks always going their way. The map control also going Alter Ego's way. Every single thing that they want, they're able to take here, and even the duels, they get traded out very, very quickly. Now Boom has to figure out what they can do in response to that, because for now it does seem like they're getting read like an open book, Black and Blue.
Anjing, Mik.
Have been telling a different tale. to what
Lu
they
ngatain
might
gua
be
anjing apa lu
expecting here.
ngasih tahu RW itu anjing?
It's like Boom Esports a bit caught off guard with how well AE have been reading their strats, have been counteracting whatever plays they would.
Bang pakai internet
put out
apa dan
there.
berapa Mbps? 75 Mbps first media. Ayam kampung alot banget anjing kayak daging sapi.
Big time organization.
Iyalah ayam
Friendly,
kampung tuh
can they live
strong
up
man.
to the
Ototnya tuh
expectations that everyone's
kenyal
really looking
bangsat
for? Double
gitu.
martial out, we've
Ma apa
seen
aja Mik nggak tahu
that,
lupa. Mik lihat AOT selain di Netflix di mana di IQ dot apa ya lupa.
Low eco situation work out time and time again for some of the teams that we got here in Southeast Asia. Thing is though, Boom, they really need this round. If they
RW
keep this
itu
type of way as
RW tuh
Eeyore
anjing bukan
finds
lu
it on the
anjing.
Berserks, that's a good start, but can they
Gak pernah gue
actually
makan
convert this
anjing.
into the round?
Lu Protestan atau Katolik? Katolik gue. Sebulan berapa bang? 75 Mbps? Nggak tahu. Bukan gue yang bayar. Telur kampung mahal doang tapi kecil. Iya bodo amat. Enak cuk tapi ayam kampus gurih. Ayam kampus mah the best. Jangan nanya agama bro. Ya nggak apa-apa. Yang penting tidak menghina. Nggak apa-apa. Nanya ya. Agama gua apa. Tapi jangan menghina. Bumbunya pakai sambal matah juga asik sih. Kalian bahas makanan jadi lapar bang. Padahal udah makan.
Not today here. 10-8, Boom Esports are keeping things worrisome for the rest of their Indonesian
Enak itu
fans.
Mik, lo harus nyobain
Because
asli.
they came into this, I think, this tournament as
Kalau
the
makanan-makanan
heavy
eksotis
favorites, the
gitu bro,
number
yang
one
tidak biasa gua.
Indonesian representative. And on the map,
Gue tidak berani makan sendiri gitu. Gue harus makan bareng keluarga gue dan
currently the team that have the upper hand, 2 rounds up.
Mik, lu agamanya susu coklat atau strawberry. What the fuck are you talking about?
Alter Ego haven't missed a beat. They haven't lost a
Iya
single
Phantom enak digoreng gak sih? Apaan sih Vin? Basi banget. Mik pernah makan daging tikus gak? Enggak. Gila gak terasa comeback iya. Pernah makan seblak? Pernah dong. Seblak enak banget anjing. Pedes-pedes. Bangsat. Pedes-pedes. Ngit. Enak anjing.
successfully get back into the game, but in that chaos, they found their way onto the B side, and Elmior is able to find one, but Flip Jitter and Anti-Slash are
Mika
finding
ini
one
santuy
apiece
banget
as
anjir,
well.
the best lah.
Fat Penguin, the
Ya,
last man remaining,
ya,
far removed.
ya kan lu nanya agama gua apa ya gue jawab gitu.
Has nothing to
Tapi
do
kalau
with
lu
this.
menghina
What can he even
agama gua,
apply and what
itu
can
baru
he
beda
even
konteks.
try? Not much. Save the gun. That's all. Round is done.
Cobain siomay ikan sapu-sapu Mik. Kayak yang di pernikahan siomay ikan sapu-sapu ini. Pakai motherboard apa bang? Apa ya?
Go ahead for that.
Lupa gue, bro.
Get ahead of themselves because that gun still very much precious. Even though they still have a lot of money.
Mik
a lot of it
pernah
also has to be about
apa
denying
pernah
esports,
apa ini?
that momentum. Now,
Iya nih
Boom
Vandal
Sports, they
enaknya
finally
direbus
taken
kayak
around
yang rasa
after
ayam bawang
losing
itu.
1, 2, 3,
Guys,
6
Teo
rounds
Kevin
in a
gak sih?
row.
Teo Kevin gak sih kayak
That's gotta
bercandaan
feel
itu.
good for them right now as they keep things still interesting here.
Ih.
That being said, Alter Ego, they're only 3 rounds away
Bikin merinding.
from cleaning up this game and taking the victory on Boom Esports' map. This is a very big sign, Black and Blue, that Alter Ego are starting to become the favored squad. The fact that it is this
Hidup di bawah
close
santai ya
is
guys ya.
very,
Iya.
very worrying for Boom Esports.
Yeah, I mean, when the map opened up, it did seem like a wash.
Bang pakai monitor apa bang? Ada suruh monitor. Lu sering coli ya Mik, gampang lupa banget. Gua tidak akan mengingat-ingat hal yang tidak terlalu penting.
As the dust settles here on the B site, Berserks finds a pick on a Flip Jitter. Now they have control of that B site. They can go for the plant here, looking for a bit of information.
Cringe
there.
Kevin
They
emang.
know that
Teo
elbow is
Kevin.
clear and
Gua
that
kadang
should
bingung kenapa
allow
orang
them to
ditanya
plant
agama ada yang
openly
tersinggung ya
for
kan
the
cuma nanya bukan
meantime, but
menghina.
Boom, we've yet to see
Ya.
a really good successful
Nggak tahu.
retake from them here on the defensive side.
Bang jadi gini aku mau cerita tapi bateraiku tinggal 1 jadi jadi waktu aku per memek lah. Udahlah mendingan Indomie double telur 2 sama cheese di atasnya udah the best, pakein bakso di atasnya. Lu cobain Indomie kuah Indomie kari kuah susu bro, enak bro.
Black and
Ordin
Blue,
rasa rendang enak
just
sumpah
these two
ngabong
teams
tai.
have been trying to one up each other since the dawn of time.
Mik,
Not
genre
the
favorit
but,
lu
you
apa
know,
kalau
ever
nonton
since
box?
Valorant began. And this goes to show that there's a little bit of a trend here. I think the old guard here for Valorant, who were there at the very beginning, is starting to taper off a
Let's
little
not
bit as the younger teams,
let's not
you know,
get into
different teams are
that
starting to
kind of
experience a surge in
thing ya.
strength and
Kecuali enak
power.
tangan kanan apa kiri.
Look
Tak
at the
kanan lah, gua nggak
teams
kidal
that are
anjing.
gone from this tournament. X10 are
Kuah
gone.
susu
They're
what
no
the fuck.
longer participating.
Sumpah. Cobain
Boom Esports,
dulu.
they're looking very much
Ah,
like
elah.
Alter Ego. BAM are in the Vietnam.
Cobain
the
dulu,
Vietnamese region
baru
are here to
ngomong.
play. So many things changing in the landscape of Southeast Asian Valorant.
Bukan susunya
Might be a little
semua
bit
lu
hard to
tuang
keep
ya
up
bangsat.
for those teams that have been on the top
Kayak
for so long.
ya
It definitely has
air
been
ya
kind of a
gitulah.
trend,
Ya
at least
gitulah.
during the group
Bukan
stages, is
bukan
what we see
kuahnya
now.
susu
You know,
semua.
especially a while ago with Full Sense, the team that we kind of touted to be the second best team in Thailand, who
Lu nggak tahu
should be
gue.
the second best team in C,
Lu Ramos,
yet
gue tahu,
managed
jangan
to
bacot.
win
Emang
the
kidal
series
kalau
here
coli
in the
tangan
Netherlands.
kiri.
Flip Jitter finds stable
Nggak
defense
tahu,
and
gue nggak bukan kidal.
so that
Indomie
second
kari kuah
place
susu terusnya
to start things off.
peres
Boom.
sendiri apa gimana Mik? Ya
Exactly
peres
what
dari
they
sapi ya.
needed.
Carbonara ya Mik,
No way
carbonara.
Fat
Mika
Penguin
nonton
wins it.
ex
How
Mika
does that-
main.
Fat Penguin winning that duel in
Indomie
an
pakai
angle
nugget
he shouldn't
rebus.
have. I mean, Asterisk
Kalau yogurt lu
already
demen nggak
got
Mik?
into
Demen
the
demen.
corner that he had no business
Yogurt tuh
getting.
enak anjing.
Nice kill from Berserks. Doesn't
Yang
really
rasanya
need to
plain.
dash away. He escapes into the safety of the smoke as Elmi Moore is able to find one and Berserks finds another. This is match point
Kayak
here
ini ya kayak
for Alter
Cimori.
Ego, and we're gonna be
Cimori
seeing
yang
an
yogurt
upset.
ya.
Not
Itu
a lot of crazy plays
enak
this
tuh
game,
yang
Black and
plain.
Blue. But for those of for
Yang
the
di
people who are
botolan
a little bit more nuanced and a little
botolan
bit more
gitu.
Into the tactics of this game.
Indomie
This hasn't been the
campur
flashiest
terang bulan
games,
keju turut
but the
dibakar
mind
durasi.
games that have been coming into this, they're just
GG dah, ya GG dah.
out-reading and
Boom
out-reading
kalah
each
bro.
other. It's like
Boom
chess
kalah
that
bro,
we're
boom kalah bro.
witnessing
Let's go.
here in the first game of the best
Bang
of
lu kuliah gak?
Yeah, I mean,
Kuliah lah.
what you're seeing right now is honestly comfortability. These two teams, they have played each other like this is like their 10th matchup, right? And that's excluding, rather including other, community
Si
tournaments.
Banyi
So in the
lagi
official
wangi,
circuit,
takel
the
bau.
VCT specifically, they fought each other 8 times. This is the
Astra
eighth.
sama-sama di bawah, memang Astra.
And that just goes to show that
Mik
you can
tembakannya
see that
lebih
once they
more
try
sakit gak?
something,
Sakit.
it kinda
Mik dukung
seems
mana
like
dua-duanya?
there's a bit of a deja
Kuliah di
vu
mana bang?
moment where
Binus
like,
Bekasi.
wait, we've seen that before. The next time they try that in this map specifically,
Lu jurusan
we
apa Mik?
know how to
Business
counteract.
Information
We
Technology.
practiced, we studied it. We went over the VOD. We know how to do it. And in that moment,
Kuliah jurusan apa bang? Tadi barusan udah gue jawab. Itu Berserk yang 16 tadi bang, iya. Yang disamain KD aja sama seseorang ya bro ya.
Is that you can throw more in there and have less of a care in the world of the outcome. And that kind of confidence is working for AE.
Oh, indeed.
Lo ada saran buat maba gak, Mik? Kagak. Gue aja maba.
At the same time, they're happy to take the duels. And this is why it's so crucial for them.
Bang kalau main ketemu orang lain tapi Inggris kita nggak bagus, gimana cara ngatasinnya? Jangan. Ya, ente dah. Kalau begitu mah. Sering Holy Wings ya bang, jarang bang, nggak pernah malah bang. Lo nggak ikut UTBK kemarin? Nggak. Lo maba 2021 iya. Lo umur berapa bang? 18.
Going to be swinging wide, and he's able to find out one. He's not able to get any more, but still, it's bought some time for the rotation. Flip Jadder here to the back of sight, spots one, knows where the other is, gets around the corner. That's going to be a good paint shell, and Flip
Jadder,
with 3 kills, able to keep Boom Esports in the running, and catching off Alter Ego a little bit off guard.
Suju campur Yakult enak Mik.
Flip Jadder keeping them afloat for the meantime. Eeyore going 1 for 1, enough to delay them and really alert the presence.
Bang Messi masuk bis ya divisi bola. Lu udah vaksin Mik belum? Dan nggak tahu kapan.
Boom Esports hanging on by a thread in the meantime. Will it be enough to really climb up that Spidey hole and find their way to the real meat of things and get us into our first overtime of this entire playoffs? Remains to be seen. Oh, Berserks! Great shot, great reactions on him to catch Blaze on the jump peak.
Vodka campur buah Vita juga enak bro.
Even though Berserks was getting shut down earlier in the game on the defensive half, he's picking up the pace right now. He's feeling the heat. Okay, he was tempted for a second though, but
di para tidak mengikuti anjuran pemerintah, gue bocil aja udah vaksin Mik.
Full stop here. Absolutely everything. They're gonna throw in everything they got. They don't want to give Boom that 11. So this is pretty much do.
Emang gua keluar.
Alter Ego. They're putting all in.
Emang gua pergi ke mall. Emang gua keluar kota. Emang gua keluar negeri. Kalau gua nggak vaksin, terus gua keluar, baru lu bisa nyalain gua karena gua ngikutin pemerintah. Kenal Glenens Mik enggak? Bang SMA di mana? SMA Fons VT 1. 18 muka lu tua amat bro. What the fuck?
And get ahead in this series. It's looking like it as Asterisk. He's got a little bit more left in the tank. 1v3 now as he's trying to creep up towards elbow. They know where he is, but this triangle of doom.
Bukannya di mana-mana vaksin itu umur 18 ya harusnya. Ini si bocil ini bong-bong mulu bangsat.
The ones here emerging victorious, or will it? Trade frag failed. But the time is ticking away. He can heal himself a little bit, and that's the beauty of having a Sage. Flash goes through.
Ente Boom GG. Zar IG-nya apaan? Raihan Azhar. Lu nggak buka fallback IG apa Mik? Lu nggak buka fallback IG ha? Fallback IG. I don't know. Enggak sih. Vaksin buat 12-17 tahun ada Mik? Oh ada. Lah Blaze kenapa di push tadi? Nggak tahu. Sinovac buat 12 plus. Oke. SMA Marsud Matraman iya. Vaksin udah bisa di 12 ya. Gue juga udah oke bagus. Mik vaksin udah bisa buat sampai 18 tahun. Iya bagus. Ada yang bisa umur. Iya bagus. Kagak Mik saudara gue. Iya bagus. Pudet moment. Iya. Sinovac 12 tahun. Iya udah. Udah ada yang 18 ke bawah. Iya udah. Comeback ya comeback. Giliran Baniwangi gak menang. Heran gue.
After all this time, because I mean, look at it, Black and Blue, SMGs, you know, Team SMG, we're no longer seeing them in the picture. NXL, that exploded.
Ramos sama gue juga udah vaksin.
No
ya udah, ngentot. Lu bangga banget udah vaksin kayak juara 1 VCT ngentot. Lloyd moment. Ya anjing. Halo Mik, halo Kotung. Arti Lulba apaan bang?
But like I said, Black and Blue,
Betul.
we are seeing a massive shift in the way that Southeast Asian, the landscape of Southeast Asian Valorant is looking. Nobody knows who's going to be on top a week from
Di
now.
nanas dulu gak sih?
And even on this playoff
Eh bro,
itself,
jam
it
segini ya
is
bro.
just
Kayak
this
map selanjutnya gue gak bisa
scrap
nobar
for
karena
power
gue
in the
mau
vacuum
latihan.
of X10's loss.
Mik main Apex dong, Mik
It
gak
just
bisa.
goes to show that history be damned. It doesn't matter what happened in the past. What matters is what's about to happen.
Berharap Mika lupa scream, enggak dong.
The performances from the teams
Saya
here,
ingat,
once again, we've
brother.
been counting as underdogs. We interviewed a while ago in that opening match that we did have, you know,
Mungkin kita bakal nonton sampai kumpul dulu lah tim gua, tim bis, baru gua end stream kalau udah mau mulai. Mungkin kita masih bisa nobar dulu.
Well, it only just means that they have got nothing to lose, and for the most part, the usurpers here
Nggak jadi Theo Kevin Mik. Kasian dibully terus deh.
Number one, we're going to be going to split here from map number 2. Who will be the king of Indonesia? We'll find out. I'm Black and Blue Williams Ilu. We'll see you guys after the break.
Entered.
Apa crosshairnya bisa disetting nggak sih? Kagak kelihatan gue crosshair putih, nggak tahu. Kayaknya Bung keluar bracket nggak bisa jadi. Ketua OSIS gua Mik. Terus kenapa? Lu ketua OSIS terus kenapa bangsat? Gua musuh dari OSIS gua. Satu lagi 100 Mik like-nya. Iya kah? Iya. Ya udah, tinggal like aja. Susah banget. Emang kenapa ada OSIS dimusuhin? Kan OSIS yang tukang bikin acara ini itu, wakilin sekolah di luar. Oke, kalau masalah itu gue nggak masalah. Kalau tentang itu gue nggak masalah. Tapi soal pengaduan, soal cepunya, soal sok dengan taat aturan. Fuck your mother. Bang mau nanya kenapa Tenzi bisa sejago itu? Karena dia mempunyai talenta untuk bermain game. Ya gue sih kagak karena online. I don't care. Sekali OSIS tetaplah OSIS. Dan OSIS adalah musuh gue. Jadi sekali musuh gue tetap musuh gue. Berarti lu musuh gue, Kevin. Sorry. Lu udah gak bisa berdamai lagi sama gue. Sorry. Selatihan Mik belum pada ngumpul. Nggak semua sih cepu. Iya, tapi yang cepu itu OSIS. Jadi yang salah siapa? OSIS. Yang dimusuhin siapa? OSIS. Ya udah. Kevin pasti guru wali kelasmu bang. Prediksi yang menang siapa bang? Alter ego aja deh. Bang Neymar bakalan ke scene e-sport gak menurut lu? Gak tahu. Fix Mika punya trauma sama OSIS. Kesel ya bro. Semakin OSIS banyak ngadu ke guru, makin banyak poin yang didapat. Sama Mik gue juga musuh OSIS. Mantap. #rebel. Masa pembelaan Kevin OSIS tetaplah OSIS ya. OSIS tetaplah OSIS. Ada konspirasi orang luar nih. Tenzi sejago itu soalnya online. Rejavi kemarin pun gak ada supporter kan. Soalnya pasti CSGO Tenzi kayak gak kelihatan performanya. Jangan Anda samakan CSGO dengan Valorant. Anda lihat cut bangsat. Anda lihat cut ya. Anda lihat tuh cut. Di CSGO dia tidak terlalu terkenal kan? Iya kan? Anda lihat di Valorant sekarang bangsat.
we look at the performances historically speaking. They actually weren't.
OSIS nggak semuanya cepu, tapi yang cepu pasti OSIS. Ya.
They were the last team to come out here, and they almost didn't make it through. The way that Boom, Boom historically has been the best Indonesian team because they've made the most number of international appearances, the most number of successes internationally in VCT Masters and VCT Challengers. But it's looking like it's been very shaky. The number 1 seed of Indonesia was actually Onyx, and they got knocked
jadi
out
OSIS
in
sampai
group
capek jadi
stages.
Kevin.
And in the wake of this, in the struggle for power here in Indonesia,
Cu terkenal gara-gara masuk
only
BT terus main sama orang-orang
Alter Ego
PUBG gak sih? Apa
has
dari
been
Morph
stepping
udah
up.
terkenal?
Well,
Cu terkenal karena dia jago memakai jet.
Based on how they have played and
Oke.
how historically they have been that top dog, no pun intended here.
Tapi itu
for the
sekarang udah gak
Indonesian
kelihatan
squad
bang,
because, you know,
karena di
just
VCT
looking at the logo,
dia tidak bisa
these guys are
bermain
the alpha wolves
karena
of
dia
the
underage.
They bring the heat. They've got a mean bite, a mean bark. All the fans, of course, are big supporters here of the Boom squad, but they have yet to win this map against AE.
Atau mungkin dia memang mau digantiin dulu. Dia nggak main dulu sampai umurnya bisa ikut VCT. Bisa juga supaya nggak mengganggu latihan dari BTR. Bisa.
That is such a thing to
Gue juga nggak tahu.
definitely talk about their playoffs. Boom. Again, they do have that second life if ever they do get knocked
Lu
out.
make jet juga jago dulu di Noir. Ya kalau menurut lu jago ya udah, tapi menurut gua enggak. Menurut gue itu biasa aja, itu standar.
What they wanna get for in terms of mentality moving forward, because again, they are the teams that have been called multiple times the best in Indonesia, but they're getting a little bit.
Emang sekarang umur dia berapa bang? Nggak tahu, pokoknya underage. Famous X-Shoot, bayangin opininya kayak gimana? Lu
What
bayangin.
is your thoughts now with Alter Ego and how they've been forming? You know, you've already said your piece, but I wanted to just like ask if you had anything else to include.
Yeah, you know, for me, I think Boom has just been having a little bit of a very shaky performance.
BTW katanya Valorant ban IP, tapi kenapa justru SG masih bisa main ya? Apa dia beli PC lagi? Bukan ban IP tapi ban hardware.
Of the side of Boom. However,
For your information guys, dulu di Noir Mika ngalahin AE di Essen. Terus?
It's the same trend all across
Terus
Southeast
kenapa?
Asia, where you're getting these old guards and people are catching up to them
Terus kenapa?
in their own leagues. Brenny Sports
Kenapa kalau gua ngalahin AE di
Essen?
Essen?
Took 1 loss in a best of 5, and that's not even the qualification. Everybody else has been shaking up those power dynamics, those power rankings, and I truly feel like Alter Ego is shaping up to be the number 1 Indonesian team.
I mean, I think there are other teams here who are worthy.
Berarti nanti BTR kalau ada shoot bisa keras banget ya bang. Ya firepowernya nambah.
Being on full sense, and as much as you might disagree, Illustrado, I think we're gonna have to find out for ourselves. But I think, you know, and it's quite evident here with us having 2 Indonesian teams in the first round.
Ya nggak apa-apa, cuma
This
keren
really
aja.
comes to bring and shine
Tapi sekarang Cut
light
udah mulai
on
ikut
things.
Screamic tahun ini, dia udah
How
pas ke umurnya.
Yeah, I would like the
Oke,
support and the structure
bagus.
of this whole VCD program brings to the surface, you know, the talent that we have amongst these.
Oh, nyolot
amongst
si
these
Asu
regions.
dipuji juga.
Something that we have yet to really see before
Nggak.
Valorant, and
Gua
now
nggak
it's
melihat
honestly
itu sebagai
it's like
pujian.
it's a golden age.
Iya
for
sih, game
competitive
FPS kan
FPS here
ESRB-nya
in Southeast
minimal
Asia,
15 tahun nggak
and that
sih?
only brings to light just how much,
VCT tuh
once
minimal
again, you
17.
know, competitiveness
Setahu
and talent
gua,
that we
seingat
got in
gua.
the region. And for
VCT.
us to even have this
VCT.
debate between, is it Alter Ego? Is it Onyx? Is it Boom? Best in
Kalau ban
Indonesia,
hardware
best
kalau
in
masih bisa
CT
main
even?
mic ganti
That
device.
just goes to show how
Ya antara
much
di unban atau
this
enggak ganti
region
device,
has
ya
to
udah.
offer. But for Boom, well, they're gonna need to
Bang,
bring
tanggapan
all
lu
the
lawan
data
RRQ
if they wanna bring
NDA4
series
gimana?
Yeah, it's
Tanggapan
great to
gua
kinda see
lawan
how
RRQ,
all
gua
of
lawan
this is
RRQ.
meshing well.
Ya
Anyways, for
tanggapan
me,
gua ya.
last points, Tabletop Supremacy, putting him
ya
from
udah, kenapa? Nggak kenapa-napa.
has been a great
Main-main
step for
aja,
Alter Ego.
kalah ya udah.
Anyways, we'll leave it to the casters to give you this possible
Ya udah
final
Mika
game of the
ganteng
series.
terserah lu. Apa
Well,
sih?
We've said it before. Again, this is
Pas
the
di Gox
battle
shoot
of
main, ya selain
Indonesia.
VCT pasti shoot main. VCT
And
bukan
this
16,
sequel is part of a
antara
saga
16 atau 17
that's
gitu
just
lupa.
been going on since Valorant Immemoria. I mean, look at this. The names, we're so familiar with them.
Tapi seingat gue sih
Anti-Slasher, EO
17
Predator,
apa 16 sih?
Flip Jitter, you know, Tabletop, like everybody here, we've come to know
Di
and
Noir
love
gue umur
these guys
berapa?
over the past
Kayak 6.
year or more. We have been covering
Oh,
them.
lupa.
And now I feel like this is the time that Boom Esports are really having a little bit of a dilemma as to how they're going to move forward, because they have made a great change. They have found the success with Flip Jitter. They found better success
Bang, lu mirip Noise
internationally.
Onar, siapa
They
lagi tuh
qualified
anjing?
through their group stages in a very
Yo, Boom, yo.
difficult bracket. But at the same time, everybody's growing at an exponential rate as well. And Alter Ego, they're looking like no exception to this here.
Well, the thing is, well, everybody might be taking steps forward. Not everybody takes the same equal amount of steps as Debuto.
Wah,
Necessary to take
Hah?
his mid control. They found
Takel main duelis.
Make that ER rather here, finding triple on the site
Bunny
itself.
main Sky.
It's all down to a 2v1 real quick. It's all on the Blaze this time. Elmi more very low. Berserks has given his position away, and by that, he should assume that they have a crossfire from the pillar itself. But they do trade situations, trade positions.
What the hell?
Honestly, Blaze can make this happen. He is a very clutch player, but you're gonna need to find one to make it happen, to make it really close. He does
Clutch,
get the
go
low player
Dustin,
out,
clutch, go
out,
Dustin,
more.
clutch, go
Berserk's on
Dustin,
the
go
swing.
Dustin,
So hard to
clutch,
get
let's
somebody
go,
when he's
go
swinging
Dustin,
that
go
wide
Dustin,
with a frenzy
go
up close.
Koda,
Oh, he spots
Koda
the
shop,
shoulder out.
Koda shop,
Berserk's
Koda
biding
Stin,
his
Koda
time
shop,
perfectly.
Koda shop,
Sands
sponsorin
is
gua,
slowly
Koda
hollowing away
Koda
here for
Stin.
Blaze, and up close,
Ente.
you're not gonna win that fight, not against
Game
Berserk
online
with
pertama yang lo
frenzy.
mainin
They
apa
get
bang?
off
CS
another great start
1,6.
here, AE.
Whoops,
Great
and
round
sisters
here,
with
Alter
his
Ego
array.
on
Apa sih?
split.
Wow, serat apa lagi
And
ini? Wow, tak kira respect.
On split, those
Dasar
pistol
aku cuma
rounds
tanya.
are very, very vital. And one more thing that I'm seeing, I do want to point out, Black and Blue. Aside from the teams and the power rankings just totally being in disarray right now.
Kenapa nggak ada duelis aja ya? NC sama Fleet.
Okay, Split is super defensive sided.
Mau pakai
I don't
agent
think I'm
apa?
gonna agree with that here in Southeast Asia anymore. It's been a very wild ride. A lot of the Haven games have been going defending sided. A lot of the Ascent maps, not Ascent. A lot of the Split maps are going to the attacking side. It's a little bit topsy-turvy, and I feel like it's a
Anjing
lot of it
Berserk sakit
because
banget.
teams are still
Emang.
trying to make sense of a lot of things, especially
Bismillah
because
Koda shop for Mika.
here in SEA we're
Amin.
getting used to playing each other more and more, and so we're experiencing a little bit
Kenapa
of
pro player Valo pasti dulunya main
resurgence, and I
CSGO
think,
bang?
in this age of exploration, I think is
Nggak
where we're
pasti
at.
sih. Banyak yang main dari Fortnite, banyak yang main dari sini-situ. Nggak semua dari CS, tapi memang kebanyakan dari CS.
And every shot is open for either of these teams to get into Berlin itself. The road begins here, but NC Slasher are gonna end it for Berserks. Round number 2 brings it to a 4v4. Thing is, boom, they've been finding these picks even on eco rounds, but they haven't necessarily been able to convert it into the round win itself, and that's been something that has been biting them in the back time and time again, especially against Alter
Itu RQ dari
Ego.
PB. Nah, itu RQ dari PB. Gue dari Roblox. No, si IGL kita dari Roblox. Reina paling mic jadi orang kedua dari kemarin. Boom pakai satu duelis gak sih?
What a way to get into this clean.
Enggak sih, tapi kemarin Ior pakai Reina.
Not the cleanest
Sama
stuff,
duelisnya
but
si Flip.
they'll definitely be happy what they bring to this bonus round now. And
Mungkin karena nembaknya mirip kali sama CS.
actually,
Koda shop bisnis email Mika di
come to
deskripsi.
think of it, on Split has been
Check
some
on
of
the
Alter Ego's
description
best
below.
performances
Email
in
me,
recent
bitch.
years. This is why I'm very worried for Boom. I would accept the 2-1 here for Alter Ego. But if Alter Ego takes a 2-0 in a convincing fashion against Boom, that will rock everybody's world in the local and the international scene.
Yeah, I mean, I have to agree that if they can take this,
Ih belum ngumpul ya
then
anak-anak
by all
bis.
means, they are the new
Baru
kings of
IGL kita
Indonesia,
doang.
But they're gonna have to prove that first, and we can't really call the action before it happens. Booming Sports still deserve the benefit of the doubt, and they're gonna be looking to prove themselves as Predator, Blaze.
Edit frag movie pakai app apa bang? Pakai
Other way
TikTok.
around, because he's got me topsy-turvy. I know this man is prime time, but
Tanggapan lu bang soal game
enough
Project
to really
M
get
Valorant
him a win
HP?
here in the series so far, as Blaze finds one of his own. Make that a 1v4.
Gue perlu tahu dulu itu developernya sama atau enggak. Kalau developernya sama, ya udah nggak apa-apa, bagus. Dia meluaskan orang yang nggak bisa punya PC tapi bisa merasakan main Valo di HP ya bagus. Tapi kalau developernya beda,
Very understandable. It's because they have Predator in like
Anda
all
tidak punya
caps.
ide
And normally the
yang
team
lebih
name is
menarik
actually
gitu.
first or the sponsor name is
Lu mau scrim apa
before
latihan,
the
Mik?
player name.
Scrim itu kan
Right,
latihan,
like,
bangsat.
Oh, okay. I guess it's the other way around, but yeah. It is what it is here.
No
But
excuses.
Split, I did want to point this out, Black and Blue. 70% win
Beda
rate for
developer.
Alter Ego on Split.
Ya udah.
That's not a statistic that you just.
Berarti dia
That
nggak
is
punya ide yang
70% win rate, locally and
cemerlang, bro.
internationally.
Yang beda, yang unik, yang berbeda dari yang lain.
Isn't that big of a
Ente
difference,
dah
but
Koda
the
Stin.
performance speaks otherwise here as Berserk's dashing in, merry-go-round, gets an opening pick.
I like the B main control that they're now taking. Naslorant will have no idea. The flash actually seemingly working against.
I mean latihan tuh cari-cari strats internal gitu. Mapping. Scream gua, mapping. Gua biasanya mapping setelah scream.
Get a very significant hold on to that B heaven.
Keuntungan pakai TikTok apa ya? Ada income kah atau apa? Hehe, saya cuma bercanda. Anda jangan membawa itu serius. Bang, kemarin tuh bug extend salah gamenya atau salah timnya sih? Nggak tahu. Kalau misalkan Zeus selaku coach dari Extend yang menggunakan Cypher di map Breeze, kalau selaku dari Zeusnya dia nggak tahu kalau itu bug, bukan salah Extend harusnya, tapi salah gamenya. Tapi kalau dia tahu itu bug dan dia pasti pakai, ya itu salah Extend. Gitu aja.
From those two maps that they played, they've only lost 8 rounds. 2 to Oasis, the other 6, of course, going against, well, it wasn't really favorable to say the very least for Cerberus in that case.
Actually, kalau misalkan nggak tahu bukan salah siapa-siapa sih sebenarnya. Tapi kalau misalkan Riot udah tahu itu bug, itu nggak bisa dihancurin itu bug, kenapa nggak dibenerin aja? Itu maksud gua.
State that Boom Esports are at. Still, it's a pretty big stat for them to go 13-6 and 13-2 against those two teams is a big thing, and all really Boom have got riding for them here is what they can show up and what they can really perform in this game. Stats be damned.
Scream belum pada ngumpul, bangsat. Gue juga inget dari tadi gue mikir scream. Wah ente dah.
Oh, he actually gets decapitated right there with a judge in his hands. You think that he'd land that one, but just unable to get the crucial headshot that he does need. Now, they will be pushing towards A here, and this is a decent round already from Alter Ego, but can they secure the post plant? Now, Berserk does have the Blade Storm in his hands. That's a good follow-up right there for Elmi Moore to help them secure Heaven. Good flash, but it matters not, as Elmi Moore gets a triple here, denied with a judge here. And that's gonna be the
mau extend tahu, mau extend kagak tahu, ya developer juga ada salah orang namanya bug.
They're both
gini.
reading each other.
Memang bug itu adalah kesalahan developer. Yang namanya bug itu adalah kecacatan game. Wow. Yang namanya bug itu adalah kecacatan game, yang dimana berarti salah dari developernya. Tapi kalau developer belum bisa ngefix dan udah dikasih tahu nih, tidak boleh memakai bug tersebut. Sedang dalam proses perbaikan atau lagi dicari cara memperbaikinya gimana. Ya kalau lu masih make ya berarti lu yang salah gitu. Harusnya udah gak ada bug sih kalau turnamen besar. Ya namanya game bro. Game pasti ada kecacatan. Itu namanya bug.
He's got the res up online and gonna get the round for him. So Nats, he's been really good in these clutch situations, making the right decisions.
Kalau apa sih gunanya klien turni gitu? Orang kliennya beda kan ya, harusnya nggak ada bug. Nggak ngerti gue sampai sekarang kenapa harus pakai klien beda.
Open up the round here in a round that they very much need anything in their advantage here. This gets wrecked there.
Ferrari pick
completely. They're not going to be able to res him from now, as the body will be watched. They know where Blaze is, so that's going to be the Sage spotted out. They're going to be keeping tabs on him to deny that res. A site has already been claimed by a good lurk here for Elmi Moore. He spots one, gets flashed off, not too long, because Flips Jadder, he's a little bit flashed himself. The spike will go to that A site.
Kalau game benar-benar sempurna, game gak bakal mati. Itu siapa bang yang lagi denger lagu abang gua? Kalian beda biar server gak penuh mic. Ya bisa jadi sih. Bisa jadi. Good reason.
You need a apostrophe, a comma, An exclamation to cap it off if he wants to make this happen, because I don't know about this Chief. 1v4, all you can really hope for is exit frags, and you can see he doesn't even have any.
Kayaknya sih Clan Beda itu
intention of
versinya
going for it.
nggak sebaru yang
He knows
dimain sama public di
how much
Mundurin
his
sekitar satu
rifle
versi
means
cemi.
to hold on to it in their bad
Wah.
economic
Ya memang.
situation. It shall be around, given up,
Ya
forfeited,
memang.
4-2.
Memang seperti
AE,
itu.
man, they're making it happen. I'm telling you, the trend here so far.
Ya
of the
memang. Tapi
usurpers
gua nggak ngerti
kind
apa
of slaying
tujuannya.
the kings in their own thrones has been living
Gua nggak ngerti
up
apa
to it
tujuan
ever
Beda
since
klien.
For Boom Esports,
Dan Matt Rohmet
full
bilang
sense,
klien Beda biar
extend
server nggak
a lot of these
penuh.
teams at the top
Make
of the
sense.
leaderboard initially,
Make
or
sense.
at
Good
least
reason.
Historically, it's not looking true anymore. There is no respect for any sort of
Buatan manusia nggak ada yang
like
sempurna ya
old
bang.
guard
Betul.
here. 'Cause AE, they're looking to make this a quick 2-0 sweep.
Karena takutnya di update yang paling baru malah muncul bug.
Wow, what a
Bisa
performance here
jadi.
for Alter
Bisa
Ego.
jadi.
Thus far,
Kok nggak off
they
stream mic?
have been proving
Belum
that they
pada
have the
muncul, belum
composure,
pada ngumpul.
the patience, and honestly, the strats to go up against the best Boomy sportsman. They're definitely looking a little bit shocked here, a little bit rocked. And what's going to be the answer here for Alter Ego, Boom? As they do have quite a bit of ultimates. They do have 3. And that's going to be pretty significant. But Elmi Moore gets spotted.
Kalau
out.
klien sama
They
nanti
know that
orang-orang yang ada
Elmi Moore
flash
is
pro
the
player
lurk.
bisa spoiler.
And so they'll be confident in calling for
Beda
a
klien
couple
aja
more
bisa kok.
rotations towards that mid.
Tinggal lihat karirnya.
Happily leaving A.
Nggak itu nggak masuk reasonnya. Lu musuh gua Vin, lu osis. Mau off ya kalau udah pada ngumpul gua off latihan.
But Blaze, he's able to find one. A quick trade off from Fat Penguin, though. Smile and wave on the drive-by. It's a quick 4v3 already. Mid control season taken. Boom Esports. Quick to rescind
Sorry
it,
Mik,
though.
abis mandi.
You have
It's
that
okay.
Eeyore player here on the Killjoy, specifically on the A site. Alone, Asterisk answering back to find Debutal. Swings things back to a 3v3. Suddenly there's a chance for Boom.
Kalau server public kan rame mic yang make buat compare segala macam biar servernya nggak makin berat harus beda klien. Iya iya, ngerti gua maksud lo. Good reason. Yang Matt Rohmet bilang good reason kan gue bilang. Emang bagus. Make sense.
That's Eeyore, his spot was very much known. And Elmi
Bodo
Moore's
amat
gonna
lah.
hit another
Spoiler mah not a reason for different client. Iya. Different client bisa kok orang spoiler, orang tinggal lihat karir. Udah selesai apa belum? Turnamen paling dekat buat bis apaan Mik? AMD.
Utilize this time as Fat Penguin, he spots information onto one. He's able to swing. The flash was not good, but with 55 HP, just can't make it happen. Fat Penguin showing how he is physically fit in this one. 5-2 as he gets a
Waktu itu aja nobar sama Your Life Score RQ versus siapa gitu lupa.
It's such a wholesome, honestly.
Boom 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 boom. Udah pada capek.
It's my favorite name. It's my favorite name in all of Valorant. I don't care how edgy.
Kerennya
or
Peprex
cool
dalam setahun timnya
anyone's
udah jago
name
banget.
sounds.
Emang Peprex jago bro. Dapai.
If you guys weren't able to tune into our group stages, we actually had a
Fashion
team
mismatch.
called
Maksud
Google,
gue skor di
who
friend
we were
list.
kind of hoping for meme's sake to go kind of deep
Ya,
into
masa-
the playoffs and just
masa-
we like saying ooh.
Masa
I mean,
official VCT.
I know the chat's given us a lot.
Let's say official
for like all the
official
times when we would
VCT
willfully and maybe excitedly
bikin turnamen dengan beda patch cuman gara-gara biar nggak spoiler.
But now they're gone. And we're hanging on to Fat Penguin.
What?
Yeah, this is all we got to work with. Well, we got quite a few penguins on Icebox, but this is split. They're looking like the sergeants of it for the meantime here.
Yeah, and none of the penguins in Icebox are very fat, are they?
Menurut lu Peprex Bumaya paling kuat siapa? Paling kuat
That's about it.
Yeah, they're a little
kuat
chunky,
semua
but
sih
I
lu.
wouldn't say they're massive.
Yeah, I mean,
Boom teori
Because
Lord
they
Bracket
have to.
ya.
Penguins need blubber to survive in the cold.
Capek sama Bun tapi
yeah, there's
dukung
a
Boom.
difference between flat.
Gue dukung dua-duanya sih kalau udah di SEA mah.
Exactly.
In this case,
Okay.
well, they're very, very astute.
It's a big round coming up here for Boom if they can make the right read. Can they hold on?
Bukan main
Looks like
reason kak,
Asterisk
cuma
will play a
mungkin.
blow.
Enggak
He
enggak
gets a
enggak.
double. He doesn't
Di
get a
mata
third.
lu, di mata
That's gonna
gua
be
lu
the
selalu
neural
salah.
theft. They're availing them of
Di mata gua lu
information.
selalu
Very
salah karena lu
crucial
osis.
here as Blaze
Jadi lu mendingan diem.
didn't dodge around
Lu
that
kalau mau
corner.
dukung aja nggak usah bacot.
Coming to support him.
Dukung aja.
Elmi
Gak usah
Moore
ngomong-ngomong
managed to work his way
soal
up close and It's not gonna be
yang
able to get
bisa
anything down
memacu
because
perdebatan di
Blaze,
antara kita, bro.
he's right there. No res is available. Well, he does, but I don't think he'll be able to get in range here. The bodies are being watched carefully. Nice shot, adjustment to punish the jump peak, but an even nice making the marshal work just when you think that round was all over. They peak him one by one, and he's not gonna miss those chances.
Sebenarnya gue nggak suka lihat perang saudara gini, tapi
Beautiful
semoga yang
martial
terbaik
shots
buat kedua
to
tim.
bring back Boom and give them a chance in this one.
Let's be honest there, Tempotol, he kind of walked into the sights of that one.
He did.
And all he had to do at the end was click mouse 1. And NC Stalker, well, he's a pro gamer. He can click mouse 1 all day. There he goes, lining up for him. The shot perfectly landing through. It's hunting season right now, and that was a perfect pelt to bring home.
That was definitely a nice shot.
Bodoh.
You'd love to see it.
Udah bodoh.
Very crucial.
Udah gue
round
tambahin
for Boom.
komsturnya ya, Mik.
If they
Oke.
gave that one up, they would have been in quite a bit of hot water, especially because they are on their defensive side. And now
Terima
that
kasih,
they
mod.
found themselves with at least a respectable scoreline and a chance to go 7-5, they might just salvage this half just yet. But Rolling Thunder, no chance. Eeyore never gets out of that. He just gets knocked up, and he ends up on MTV. That is Blaze as well, getting taken down here with a beautiful double swing out there towards mid. NC Slasher's able to respond, but it's still a 2v3 and a lot of information given for Alter Ego.
Jangan ada provokator di antara kita,
waiting
folks.
for them, but they could be at risk of a flank coming in as two players here for the side of Boom. They're going to be working their way around. NC Slasher above on Heaven. And they've also got Flip Jitter coming out.
Vandal or Phantom, Bang.
It favors Berserks. And
Perasaan lu tadi udah nanya deh.
a disgusting shot. A ripper of a shot right there from Flip's Jitter. Boom. NC Slasher, he's just got nothing left in the tank except for maybe one more. Can't get onto the site, but he will be.
Baik, malam ini malam Jumat di Jinanas. Kita lihat ntar ya.
In the middle of the site of B. That's going to leave us to a 6-3, resetting Boom's economy.
Looking a bit like Duck Hunt there. Not letting him even.
Di sekolah kalian OSISnya pakai pemilu gak pas pemilihan? Gak ngerti, orang gua gak milih.
Good opening half from them once again. They've been starting these maps
Gua gak nyoblos.
super hot, and there just has been no cooldown has been forced upon them by Boom Esports. We saw it on Bind, we're seeing it again here on Split, and currently there is no worry for the side of A. They got some cushion to work with, an eco round for Boom, and Nats just punishing there the aggression from Asterisk. NC Slasher though, one man with a rifle here in the side of Boom, is able to find a pick off to kind of equalize things, but oh no, he's walked past him. He's walked past Nats. I don't even think he has any idea that Nats is right behind him trailing. Will get that kill in the Flip Jitter, none the wiser. And LB Moore is gonna find 1-2.
They are just so clean, man. That's a good shot though from Predator. Could get the rifle, but his position's known. Fat Penguin.
Bos sama Aim kayak ketiduran nih.
They will hunt you down. Fish in the sea. Only weakness is the killer whale and polar bears.
That is true, and you know they might not necessarily all fly in the air, but
nggak tahu
none of them do.
There is one that can kind of.
There's a flying penguin. I don't believe you.
Yeah, it's not necessarily looking like most of the penguins. It's a bit smaller. As Fat Penguin, all mass considered, gets the round roll. They can fly underwater.
Senangnya hatiku lihat tim kesayangan menang.
Can fly. Fat Penguin, he is soaring right now because he's gotten a number of.
Terus gue harus bilang wow gitu. Terus gue harus hura-hura bareng lu gitu.
Indonesia just.
Terus gua harus teriak gitu.
How clinical, how surgical are these teams looking? Alter Ego, they are not missing a beat. And, you know, shots like this from NC Slasher are really giving me this indication that Boom are either tilted or just not feeling themselves right now. Because they are not playing like the Boom that we know and love. That's a good... no, that's not a good. That's a very good. That's a great showstopper right there. But he gets caught off in a little bit of an awkward spot. Fat Penguins looking to hold the line right now. It's a 2v5. This aggression, this change of pace here for Boom. They've decided enough. We've respected you too much. Now we're gonna take the control of this map back in our hands. They want that 7-5. Will they be given?
Senangnya timku sayanganku menang. Ya aku senang banget.
A bit more, especially more importantly here on the defensive
Bang
side.
Bis punya pelatih juga kan kayak
we're on the defense. Wait for them to come to us.
Belum punya.
Why not bring the fight to them when you know you've got something to offer instead? catch him off guard. Judge in hand, and he might just win this fight up close. So difficult to deal with, but Fat Penguin once again finding the opener as soon as Elmi Moore does the same on the A side too. They've taken control of it. He has that ultimate to get back into the spawn here of Boom Esports.
Oh, wow.
And suddenly, this is a very possible clutch.
This is a great
Sensasi
read right
apa
here for
sayang?
Fat Penguin.
Lo nggak usah memberi pembelaan, karena sudah gue bilang, lu musuh gue. Mik suka nonton Marvel gak? Suka. Suka banget gue.
The way that he played against Cerberus was absolutely maddening. He's got the camera that spots out one. He spots out both here. But who is going to win the duel? That's going to be the teleport onto site, and the information is given. But he swings out a little bit wide. Still able to keep himself on the spike. Can he get it?
Kacau! Mantap.
Asterisk makes the right read. 3 kills for him. And he keeps Boom within spitting distance of Alter Ego. Only separating them by 3 rounds right now, and they want to make it.
Katanya kalau Boom kalah, Dustin mau dibeli mix sama bis jadiin coach. Aminin aja.
Definitely all hostility brought into that.
Suka film Marvel apa? Semua yang berhubungan dengan Avenger.
Did not hold on to that ramen position here by NC Slasher, but I mean, even with that soup bowl thrown away.
Gua aja lagi nungguin Doctor Strange yang kedua. Gua lagi nungguin apa tuh?
Fat Penguin only found the one
Thor and Love apa itu? The Thunder, lupa gue judulnya apa. Yang Love Thunder itu.
7-4 final round of the half.
Mik, lu nggak mau angkat Kevin jadi adik lu? Seneng kayaknya dia.
Especially here on the defensive side on the split. If they lose this, it might be a done deal.
Gas. What the fuck?
For a while ago.
Kok ada situ?
Just a little bit of a dance there. And there's 3 ultimates here for Boom. They need to capitalize on this. But my big problem is that Blaze, he's been sitting on that res for so many rounds now. He's had that up for quite a while. And because of the fact that he's one of the players that's always getting picked off first, and it's not his fault, he's just been unable to use that. This time, however, things are different. As the 2 kills now go in favor of Elmi Moore. Sorry, excuse me, in the favor of Boom as Elmi
What
Moore
if
and
nonton
Fat
lu
Penguin, they
What
go
if
down, but
itu
what if it
film Marvel juga ya?
null and void
Cuman
this
emang
entire
udah keluar.
map here. They still have the lockdown
Thunderstruck
fall back
AC/DC.
on. That's going to give them a little bit of room for safety.
Naikkan gaji dukun Marvel.
Will the safe
Sama
play
Captain
work
Marvel
out
2.
in the end, though?
Dustin apa itu? Tremor kah? Gak tahu anjing.
You're gonna try and hunt and
A little
fish
bit
for
of a
that
dance,
information.
he said.
By the way, penguins are amazing fishers in their own right.
They are. I mean, that's how they survive.
That's all they eat.
That's all
Ntar
they
Marvel
eat.
ada Black Widow
With
juga.
10 seconds left, it's
Ada
another
Black
great
Widow
read here. Look
juga,
at this.
ada
Nathlorat
Doctor Strange juga,
disgusting yet
ada
again.
Thor juga, ada.
And how is he able to do this? Just the reads. The reads are coming in
Banyak,
so
bro.
well here. The
What if
teleport
itu
coming in
series
from the
Marvel?
shadows
Kayak enggak deh.
might be big, but the lockdown.
Gue udah jarang banget
doesn't
nonton
matter.
film, bro, jadi nggak tahu.
Planted, however, it's not planted for them, so they're gonna have to fight their way back onto this side here because there's 2 players. They're a little bit out of position.
Enter.
Of that or not, Tebetol, he gets that final kill of the round, and Alter Ego have found themselves 4 rounds ahead on their attacking side. On split, a map that we have deemed very much difficult for any attacking side unless you've
Mik, lu
got
nggak nonton di channel
massive
Indo? Kayaknya lebih seru. Enggak,
But
makasih.
it seems like
Udah sering nonton di Indo.
Alter Ego are just in the heads of Boom right
Kok Dustin dilempar burung sky di brand sama David, kok Dustin be like anjing nggak tahu udah.
With Boom, on Bind a while ago, they started off that game going 8-4 to end the half in the favor of Boom, and Alter Ego were able to make the comeback happen. Obviously, in the second half, for them to go 6 rounds straight and take the lead. But Boom, they're gonna have to do a bit of the same here to honestly stay alive.
Boom,
if not,
boom,
they
boom,
could
boom.
be sent to the
I
lower
want
bracket.
you in
And
my
to have
room.
Boom
Let's
and
spend
have
the
full
night
sense
together.
both in the lower bracket
in
immediately.
my
The
room.
2 teams who are touted as the best remaining teams of their region, here that we still got in the playoffs, especially for Full Sense where there's only 1 Thailand rep. That's not a good prospect. But Nats here is going to get completely shut
Black
down.
Widow udah
to
nonton
go
tapi nggak
in and
seru
waddle
banget
through
soalnya
whatever defense was left
Taskmasternya
as Blaze
cewek.
finds another kill on here. Gonna be
Oke.
peeking into the heavens itself, taking down quite
Nggak jadi
low,
scrim,
trying to
belum pada
swing on
ngumpul.
one, get the trade
Koko
off.
Mika,
So
apaan sih ini orang
down
manggil-manggil
Blaze.
nggak jelas
Perfect flashes
banget.
to
ya,
counteract
ngentot tuh.
everything going on here on the top of heaven. It's all down to Elmimor. He's gonna do
Elmimor.
quite a lot to bring this one back.
I think it's possible. Elmimor, he is so good on these clutches. This is one of the rounds where you actually are a little bit worried, even though you got the plant, even though they know where he is. There's a very decent chance that Elmimor comes out on.
Wah, low sense moment.
It's so difficult to beat the running spray of the frenzy close range. Sometimes you just gotta accept your fate, and that was one of those instances. I was hyping him up. I was getting ready to be like, Elmimor, yeah, he wins these. These are really good. Nah.
Elmimor.
I jinxed it. I'm sorry, Elmimor.
Yeah, it's Caster's curse.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very hard to hit them up close, especially when you have a semi-automatic weapon and this dude is
Koko
literally
Mika apaan
pulling
sih?
a
Nggak jelas
drive-by
banget ya.
move with a
Guys,
frenzy.
Theo Kevin gak sih anjing nih bocah satu ya? Nggak jelas banget, manggil-manggil doang. Kagak.
What's the opposite of a
Yeah.
semi-automatic? If the
Kamu
automatic
musuh
weapon
gua.
is the,
Bacot
fully
banget.
automatic, but what's the non-automatic weapon? Is that like
Double
those
action.
blunderbusses and those like
Double action.
muskets?
I mean,
Double
single
action.
action. Single
action
action,
and like revolvers, right?
Yep.
Okay. So a revolver's not a semi-automatic.
No.
Okay.
Because it doesn't self-load the round. But, okay, let's speak into this round. Speaking of rounds, let's talk about this one. Blaze, he finds a double. Okay, Flip Jitter chiming on in, and it's bound to Elmimor. Now, Ilu, if things were to go, as we've seen, to
Theo aja Mik.
have it go, then at this point, you should trying to hype down Elmimor.
Kayak Indonesia nggak seru nggak ada bela.
Oh yeah, Elmimor, he's never gonna make this happen. I mean, he's only got a shorty in his hands. There's just no, but honestly, in all
Boom
reality,
atau
I
AE,
just don't
saya dukung dua-duanya Bang Dilan Emri Wang.
Shorty, and there's like 3 people on the other side of this wall here.
Saya dukung siapapun yang menang.
Is that gun just floating up in the air right there?
It seems to be. I think, yeah.
That's a
It was
floating
classic,
classic, isn't it?
Yeah. That was a classic thrown on top of the barrier itself. Oh dear.
Follow Tornado
Between
lebih
Rock and
more
Hard Blaze,
toxic.
that shorty's not going to do anything at that range, and so Blaze getting a double to end things off. The group push coming there from the side of Boom, enough to make it happen. And speaking of groups and penguins, well, did you know that a group of penguins
Lemimor.
in the water is called
Lemorkain.
raft, in land
Elmimo.
No way.
Yes, a waddle of penguins.
That is the cutest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Oh,
So if
pokoknya
you get
salah
Fat
satunya ke
Penguin in
Berlin.
your team, and they're all different
Kalau
kinds
bisa
of
dua-duanya,
penguins,
kenapa nggak dua-duanya?
Fat Penguin,
Kan ini ada
you
lower
just-
bracket.
and
Jadi
everybody else
misalkan,
already would just change their name
let's
to
say,
Skinny Penguin.
Ayo udah dapat satu map, ya kan Boom udah 86. Kalau let's say Boom kalah,
Smart
Boom
Penguin.
turun ke lower. Gue pengen ya,
They will be called the Waddles.
AE di upper bracket menang terus sampai
I will
grand final.
pay for that. So,
Lower bracket
I live
Boom juga menang terus sampai
Oh,
grand
that's
final.
a pixel of a shot right there that he's managed to find. Not
Nggak jadi scream comic, belum pada ngumpul
building
sayang.
up those charges to that orb here, and that's a disgusting wall. He even spots the feet
Pada
of
tidur nih kayaknya.
Asterisk right there. There's a lot to work with. They don't even dare get close because they know it's so vulnerable. Look at this wall from Nats Laurent. It's so big brain, but all right, he's gonna spot 3, and on the other side of the wall, he meets his demise. Now, Fat Penguin, he's gonna get the shot onto 1. He's able to adjust to the second one. Can actually swing out to look for more, but he's worried about the presence over towards Hell. But there's gonna be no one there. Berserk's
Mika
cleans
kapan
him up.
giveaway?
The backup is good enough. The crossfire holds true. Flip
Don't let
Jitter,
kagak.
his position is known here as
Giveaway.
the tripwire was activated. Probably
Nge-like
not even get
kagak.
onto sight here,
Giveaway.
depending on the timing of Elmimor. He misses it.
Osis
Instead,
doang.
Elmimor is going to play the patient game. Going to call for the retake. Wants to play it safe, and that's the smart thing to do.
Yeah, and at that point, you know, he might not assume that Elmimor is already there because he would have probably assumed, like, as soon as I hop down, he'd peek me if he was on the Rams, if he was on A main, right?
Ooh.
Well, you were wrong. Ooh, that
The
is very
unicorn.
apt.
Even more bags of tea.
Nggak
for
kerasa
everybody
gue udah sejam
on the
nonton di
server.
sini.
He just keeps going at it. I like how we cinematically pan away as Elmimor just teabags.
Beautiful. It's called the, as our co-caster Dax would like to coin, the tactical
Kapan giveaway
crouch.
Mik? Ya lu nggak usah nanya. Lagi pula kalau misalkan ada giveaway, lu ikutan. Ya nama lu nggak bakal masuk nominasi karena lu kan musuh gua. Jadi percuma gitu lo nanya giveaway. Tim bis ada IG nggak tahu belum kayak. Mas TP belum.
Yeah, definitely. As again, we're seeing a closer game now, 9-6, and this is a little bit better for Boom. But at the same time,
AMD Invitationalnya tanggal berapa bulan apa? Pikirin diri.
Just the picks going Alter Ego's way. Not gonna be one for that though, because Boom have found a very nice double kill here. They might not expect Fat Penguin, and they don't. But still, kill goes flips Jitter's way, and this is gonna be a clean round here for Boom Esports.
Nice banget ladang biru. Barusan gue pengen melakukan yang sama anjing.
And they know he plays A. They have time and time again, actually all the successes of Boom on this half have been toward that B side. And I really feel like there has to be a way here that that Alter Ego need to change things up, because
Tim Bis siapa yang bikin? Tim Bis yang bikin itu Papa Bis.
Caught off time and time again, either on that mid split or on that B hit. Their A has just been okay thus far.
Nice decision,
so
of course.
Adjustment here from Alter Ego has to be a way to reinforce that B side, reinforce that mid by either maybe repositioning the Sentinel Elmi more, or maybe doing a different setup here.
There has to be something that they can really change up, but
maybe aggressively take mid. You know, that's something that worked out for Boom Esports a couple of rounds back here. And sure, it might be a little bit not a cheese strat, but something that you can't really reproduce a lot or recreate a lot. But at this point,
dari awal-awal main game tadi kan, wah Mas TP nggak disebut founder parah. Mas TP itu general manager, not the owner, bukan pembuat, bukan penemu, bukan pendana. Dia GM, General Manager. General Manager yang dipercayai oleh Papa Bis untuk mengelola tim Bis. Jadi basically yang bikin Papa. Maybe. Namanya bisa nih. Kalian meresahkan Kevin, anjing. Make lu main FPS masih drop enggak? Masih sih kadang-kadang kalau stream. Terus colnya siapa Mik? Manager. Bedakan general manager sama manager.
Natslorat is able to take down Asterisk, and from the corner Fat Penguin gets him out, and Natslorat with a hold to defiantly hold up against Boom Esports, who were looking
Mika
to
dari Bis dia
change
lebih
up
tahu.
the pace, hit on over towards
Ya yang gue tahu
B.
seperti itu.
They weren't ready for the
Yang gue tahu
adjustment that Alter
Papa
Ego
Bis
made.
waktu itu pengen
They
buat
actually did
tim,
go and swap over
tapi
Elmi more towards B, and it paid dividends
belum
for them.
disetujuin waktu itu. Nggak tahu kenapa gue lupa tuh ceritanya.
Sniffed out weakness
Tiba-tiba
towards B,
Aim
and Alter Ego were quick to learn
pengen
patch
GoPro.
those weaknesses up, those holds up.
Mas TP keinget, Mas si Papa Bis bilang mau buat tim. Ya udah akhirnya dibuatlah tim Bis dengan ada Aim dan Bos Aswa di dalamnya dan kita. Jadi basically yang buat ya Papa Bis.
They went through the sewers. They're like, okay, this is what they're abusing. This is what we're gonna start to do to let that not happen any further.
Bis jadi ganti nama Mik, nggak tahu. Kita tungguin aja decision dari game kita. TP46 ya TP46.
He's able to get to safety for the meantime, but let's see try that a second time. I'm not sure if it's necessarily
ada general manager, kecuali manager Valorant dia. General manager sama manager itu beda.
Fat Penguin, he knows that they're gonna try and push this.
Bis es krim dari walls.
He does give them information. Berserks, he also realizes.
Gak ngerti gue jokesnya.
Once he does,
Aktor XMP lu Mik di settingan BIOS lo. Gak ngerti gue bro. Ntar aja. Udah pada ngumpul ya bro. Thank you ya semua yang udah nonton.
That's gonna be the Seekers to give a lot of information.
Are we ready guys? Oke, wait ya.
99.
Oke, sepertinya tim gue udah pada ngumpul, sudah siap untuk scrim, sudah mulai di-add. Kita juga udah ngaret 20 menit, harusnya jam 4 udah mulai. Jadi gue latihan dulu. Mas TP yang minta Papa bikin tim. Ya udah. Berarti yang bikin siapa? Mas TP yang minta. Papa bikin tim. Berarti yang bikin siapa? Dadah guys. Love you. See you on the next stream.